The huge dragon roared at the hero. The boy only muttered thoughtfully from the bottom up that his quest was quite difficult: to defeat the legendary earth dragon sleeping underground and bring back its eyes. The monster raised its mighty paw. It was going to crush the defenseless little man so that he would know the true power of the great Dragon King. The monster struck the ground. It rose from his blow. Thinking that victory was his, the dragon laughed with delight. Now it was time to seize power over the earth. However, when the smoke cleared, he saw that the boy was alive. Moreover, the man managed to defend himself and wound the dragon. His paw turned to stone and began to crumble. Eventually, it fell and broke. The boy knew that he could do great damage with just his hand, so he should learn to control his power. The hero extended his hand and used the wind of rot. The dragon tried to defend itself with its other paw, but nothing helped it. Its body froze and then fell to the ground. The eye rolled to the man's feet. He wanted to take it, but did not have time, because the eye crumbled just like its owner. Because of this, the adventurer will not be able to receive his reward for the quest. The young man looked at his hand, where there was a mark. He got it in heaven with discovery, and it meant that his rank was sage, and his skill was necromancy. At first, the boy was happy, thinking that this was a strong rank, but the magic was so strong that it was able to melt his quest reward. He would be happy if he could control his power, but it was too difficult. When fighting a strong monster, it is difficult to kill him without making mistakes. The hero thought that maybe next time he would take an easier quest with a small reward. However, if he took it, the boy would have nothing to send to his ancestors. The young man knelt down and began searching the dragon's remains for something he could use. He muttered that in another situation he could play in a party with other heroes and earn a stable income. The boy began to remember the events of a month ago. At his parents' house, Karna celebrated his 13th birthday with his parents. His grandfather said that now the spirit of enlightenment could give him the title of sage. While setting out plates of food, the woman said that their son should move on and not stay in their village. The boy promised that he would become a sage and earn a lot of money so that his family would live in abundance. Grandma asked him not to worry about it. His happiness was the most important thing for them. Grandpa agreed with her, but Karn shook his head firmly. The boy remembered that when he was little, his parents passed away, and after that, his grandparents raised him and brought him up. He said that thanks to them, he is still alive, so he wants to repay them for their kindness. The guardians were touched by such sincerity and love from their grandson. They stood up and began to hug their boy. Suddenly, someone knocked on the front door. Surprised, Karna walked up to the door and opened it. 3 heroes stood before him. In this world, players who reached the age of 13 were considered adults and received enlightenment. Young people who had an innate profession and skill formed a group to fully utilize their power. Those who were given a mark, such as Holy Knight, Battle Master, Magic Swordsman, Sage, and the like, were called Gold Holder. They were automatically registered in the guild system. Adventurers had many privileges. They could immediately take on a quest with a limited reward. In addition, the ogre could stumble upon a group of legendary heroes with a mission to kill the Demon King. The boy told Karna that he saw his registration information in the royal capital and found out that he was a 13-year-old sage who possessed the skill Necromancy. The hero was sure that the boy would be useful to them in the battle against high-level demons. He saw in him a huge potential for developing his abilities. When the young man finished, Karn was silent for a while. He sighed and said that it was too much responsibility for him. He did not think he could help the selection with anything. The hero smiled encouragingly and assured the boy that he was the only one they needed. The boy believed him. However, Karn was still worried about having to fight the Demon King. The adventurer said that the heroes receive financial support from the kingdom, so the little necromancer will receive payments every month if he joins their group. Upon hearing about the reward, the boy immediately grabbed the hero's hand and agreed. The grandparents smiled at how much their grandson loved money. Eventually, Karna managed to join the team of heroes. As he left with the new group, he waved goodbye to his parents. His adventures began. The boys met the ogre. The hero said that for a first battle, this was quite a dangerous enemy, and asked if Karna could show them power. The boy nodded to the spirits that surrounded him and used a deadly bullet. His assistants attacked the monster, who lost consciousness with one blow. Their next battle was with a horde of monsters that surrounded the group. The hero shouted that they must protect the city's inhabitants at all costs. Karna suggested calling on more allies, since their enemies were overwhelming them in numbers. The boy used a spell to summon the dead. The undead began to crawl out from the ground and earth. They immediately attacked the monsters. The hero praised him for his idea and said that he would help the villagers escape while the zombies attacked the monsters. At that moment, one of the ogres approached the adventurer from behind and was about to strike, but Karna noticed it in time and knocked out the monster with a mud bullet. The mud was eating away at the ogre's skin, and he was starting to smoke. It was a complete victory. All Karna had done was control the earth and wild spirits of his spirit grandfather. He thought everything was going smoothly, which was why he was so happy, but the boy was the only one who thought so. When they finished another quest, the hero suddenly asked the Necromancer for forgiveness and asked him to leave their team. Karna was surprised. He asked if he could help them. The hero felt awkward from the question. He wanted to explain everything carefully, but the master interrupted him. She said directly that the boy was interfering with their room work. Besides, they considered his skills disgusting. The girl recalled one message where, despite the fact that she was a tank, Karna rushed forward and she ended up in the rear, where she was absolutely useless. The battlemaster couldn't attack the monsters because of the necromancer's disgusting skill. She believed that Karna was deliberately trying to take all the work for himself to be the center of attention. The boy didn't understand why the girl couldn't attack the monsters, because she could calmly beat them when he used his spells on them. The master pouted and said that she couldn't beat monsters covered in mud with her bare hands. Karna was discouraged by this. The girl turned to her fellow holy knight and asked if she agreed with her. The girl nodded. It was also physiologically impossible for her to withstand the necromancer's foul magic. The boy thought that such a reason was stupid. The hero said that he understood that the team was saying terrible things, but Karna could handle such a force alone. The little necromancer was confused. He asked them to wait and asked about his reward, since the opportunity to earn money was his main goal. The hero said that it had only been a month since he joined, and the trial period had not been completed, so he did not think that the kingdom had given Karna money. The boy had not counted on it at all. He said that in that case he had problems, because he had to send his reward to the guardians. The necromancer even promised not to use his skill. He asked not to kick him out of the group. The spirits were a little worried. The hero said that they wanted Karn to only use resurrection magic. He didn't think that the necromancer would use the infamous magic that his team hated. The master agreed with this. The holy knight said that if he had used nothing else, Karna could have traveled with them. She would not want to travel with someone who did not love his allies. The boy understood that the battlemaster was afraid that she would be expelled because of this, that she would become useless. The knight supported her simply because his magic was disgusting to her, and the hero was simply trying to please beautiful girls and keep them on his team. It was useless for Karna to talk to them or argue. Most of the group hated him. He had nothing to do. Karna bowed, thanked the adventurers, and walked down the road. Suddenly, the hero called out to him. He handed the boy a bag and said that he was truly sorry that this had happened. The boy was delighted. He thought that even though a full month had not passed, the hero had decided to give the necromancer a reward from his money. Karna took the bag, opened it, and saw that there were only a few coins in it. The hero said with a smile as he said goodbye that despite the fact that they had parted ways, their friendship would remain forever. He promised that they would support him from afar. Karna was wondering why this man pretended to be good until the very end. As a result, the little necromancer was kicked out of his first team of heroes. Now he is unemployed. After standing and thinking for a while, Karna remembered the story of the Exile Squad that had recently become popular among the poet bards in the capital. The boy smiled and told the spirits that if it was what he thought, then everything would be fine. But first, he had to get a job in the royal capital. In the capital, Karna tried to get a job, but it was not that simple. The boy asked to join different teams but was rejected every time. After the refusal of another famous group of adventurers, the necromancer despaired. He got a bad reputation after that incident, with being kicked out of the hero team. He had to become a loner and do quests on his own. After defeating the dragon and realizing that he would not be able to receive even a reward for the task completed, the boy did not understand what to do next. The spirit asked if everything was okay with the master. The necromancer replied with a smile that he was just a little hungry. The assistants asked if they could bring him some food. Karna thanked them and said that in this cave they would hardly be able to get anything edible. An idea came to him. He realized that besides food, there might be treasures in the Earth Dragon's lair. Karna sent the spirits away to send something precious. The boy sent them with the help of a ghost search. The spirits flew and scattered throughout the cave. Only the grandfather remained near the necromancer. Karna asked if he did not want to go with the others, to which the spirit replied that he was too old for such running around. His words confirmed the boy's thoughts that the spirit was an ordinary old man. The boy hoped that the boys would find something for him. The first chest the spirits found was empty. They also came across a dead adventurer. He had a bottle of water, but judging by the way his body had decomposed, it was likely empty. One of the spirits went far and came across a castle, which was divided by a gate. It was impossible to go further. The boy understood that if the ghost could not pass, it meant that there was a strong barrier there. Karna decided that if there was such a strong defense, then there was valuable loot. The boy approached the protected gate. He wanted to touch it, but felt the force of the barrier preventing him from doing so. Then the hero decided to dispel the barrier with his skills and powers. A strong wind arose around the main gate. The gates couldn't withstand the pressure and simply broke. The necromancer noticed that the barrier had weakened considerably over the last 200 years. It was easier to dispel such protection than to break it. The boy called the spirits to come with him, and as soon as he was about to enter, 3 demons appeared near him. They were hovering in the air and watching the named guest from top to bottom. The creatures landed on the ground, and one of them asked what the man was doing near the gate. Karna noticed a mark on his hand that corresponded to hell. Karna guessed that the demon, who looked like a man, must be one of the strong ones. Meanwhile, the horned one noticed that the boy had managed to destroy the barrier. He said that the castle the hero came to belonged to one of the demon lords, Cecilia Israfelia. Upon hearing this, the boy was very surprised that the king's own fortress was in a place where he could easily take the quest. The demon was surprised that Karna did not know about it. However, it was not so important to him, because the impudent man dared to come and destroy their barrier. He, as a loyal servant of Cecilia, must punish the violator. His comrades began to pity the poor boy who fell into Belphegor's hands. The demon said that the power given to him by the ancient god Nodens was the lightning of despair. He warned that if it touched a human, his blood would begin to boil, causing him to die. As Karna looked expectantly at Belphegor, he prepared to attack. Lightning sparked everywhere. He directed all his power at Karna. An explosion occurred. The demon chuckled at how easy it was to defeat him. However, when the smoke cleared, he saw that the god himself had parried his blow. Belphegor exclaimed. He could not believe that the man was alive after such an attack. Nodens said that such a weak spell could not harm him, and therefore the boy. God reminded that this power was, after all, a gift from heaven. He would not allow any actions that could harm its owner. Karna, however, smiled and exclaimed in surprise that the old spirit could also use magic. The demon, however, began to deny what was happening. It was simply impossible for him that the ancient god, Nodens, would submit to a mere man and protect him. Karna heard the name of the spirit that had been with him during his adventures for the first time. The god also noticed that he had not yet introduced himself to his master. Belphegor did not like that his enemies ignored him. Nodens turned his attention to him. He smiled slyly and said that this was a great opportunity to teach the demon to use the lightning of despair. The god asked the boy to borrow some of his magic. Karna didn't mind. He slapped him on the hand, passing on his power. The man was immediately filled with energy. Demona immediately noticed that his grandfather had become much stronger. A powerful pressure emanated from him. Trident turned into a bow. He pulled it out and sent a bolt of despair at Belphegor. It struck the demon straight. He screamed in pain. His comrades, though standing nearby, were also attacked. Belphegor fell to the ground with multiple wounds and unconscious. The demons could not believe that one of the strongest high-class demons had lost to a human. They trembled with fear. The demons wanted to run as far away as possible from Karna. Then Cecilia herself came out to them. She congratulated the sage, who made her very happy. The boy immediately realized that the owner of the mansion was in front of him. The girl asked the man his name. The hero introduced himself as the necromancer Karna. Cecilia leaned over and asked if he did not want to serve her, the demon lord of pleasure. The boy did not expect to hear such a proposal, because initially he did not intend to find Cecilia's castle in the cave. The girl said that she liked his ability. She admitted that there was something in him that she loved. Karna bowed his head sadly. He didn't think he was right for her. Cecilia asked him why he thought that. Recalling the team of heroes who abandoned him, the boy explained that necromancy was a vile magic and told what happened to him because of it. The girl said that in her opinion, there was nothing wrong with his skill. Hearing such pleasant words, Karna blushed. Cecilia added that necromancy is the best magic in the whole world. The demon lord wanted to see all his beautiful magic. Karna turned away. He wasn't sure he wanted to betray humanity. Cecilia came closer to him and stroked his face. She asked if he would be willing to sign a contract with her for 2 million gold. The girl promised to pay him 20 million a year. The boy did not think long. His eyes lit up when he heard about the reward, and he immediately agreed. Thus, he joined the demon lord's team. The heroes entered the underground mansion of La Rural. One of the 7 demon lords, born of the great demon king and given the power by the god Cecilia Israphilia, ruled these lands. When Karna entered the mansion with the girl, they were met by demons. Since they hate humans, the boy had to put on a mask so that they would not recognize him as a human. The monsters were a little nervous, because in front of them was the one who defeated their strongest comrade, Belphegor, along with Nodens. The grandfather laughed at his name. He remarked that he was quite popular in these parts. Karna asked why the spirit had not told him anything about it until now. Nodens explained that he had died thousands of years ago, so he didn't even know that people had begun to worship him. The boy was amazed at how indifferent his grandfather was. Despite his disguise, one of the monsters sensed the human scent coming from their guest. When the pig said something was wrong with him, another demon gave him a hard time and told him to shut up, since Cecilia herself had let Karna into the mansion. The boy noticed that the girl had already told everyone about him, but he was still worried about being discovered. Karna adjusted his cloak. He had to act like a demon to avoid being discovered. The hero thought about his grandparents who stayed in the village. He was serious about helping them get out of their poor life. At that moment, they reached Cecilia's room. She said that the person could take off his mask because there would be no one there except them. The boy was interested in looking at the room of such a beautiful girl. Cecilia opened the door and said that from today on, this is Karna's workplace. The hero saw a picture of complete chaos. Things were scattered everywhere. The floor was not visible due to various objects and garbage. The boy looked at the demon in bewilderment. She turned away from him out of embarrassment and looked at him. Karna had the feeling that the mistress did not know what cleaning was. The girl blushed and asked not to tell anyone about it, because she herself knew what a mess there was in her room. Cecilia justified herself by saying that the more she cleaned, the more chaos everything became. She looked at the boy and said that this was the reason he was here. Karna began to understand what his first task would be. The demon said that she wanted him to become her servant, and she would take care of the rest. Karna was not against it, but he did not understand why the girl did not choose one of her demons, since she had many followers. The boy assumed that there would definitely be a good candidate among them. Cecilia said that only Karna could handle this job and no one else. She was sure of it. The boy did not quite understand her, but kept silent. Before leaving, the demon lord said that after cleaning, the hero could do whatever he wanted. Although Karna did not fully understand what he had to do, he would try his best. The boy was ready for any job that Cecilia gave him. Karna's first stop was the library. Nodens asked why they were there if they were supposed to clean up the room. The boy explained that they needed to learn about the culture and customs of the demons first. His mark lit up. He sent his spirits to find the necessary materials for study. The ghosts took several books and examined them. Karna's skill worked in such a way that when the spirits read, they already sent all the information directly to his head. He learned that some dangerous objects were used by demons as decorations. By studying this information, the boy began to understand how to make Cecilia better. In addition, the hero gradually learns about demonic culture and other knowledge that will definitely help him in everyday life. Nodens watched as his master read several books at once. He knew it was possible with ghost questing, but the god wasn't sure how long it would take to learn that much knowledge. A few minutes later, the boy said abruptly that he remembered absolutely everything. Nodens was shocked. The necromancer stroked his spirits and thanked them for their help. Without them, he would not have been able to do this alone. The grandfather thought. Although the boy had assistants in the form of ghosts who helped him, it was surprising that his brain could remember such a quantity of information. Nodens saw in Karna a definitely talented child. The hero praised the spirits. Now they could begin cleaning Cecilia's room. After 2 hours, the room looked cozy and clean. The girl happily ran into the room and noticed that it had become so beautiful. It was obvious that Karna had put all his efforts into cleaning. The boy said that he had been helped. Cecilia thanked the hero and the spirits for cleaning. At that moment, something growled in the corner of the room. It was locked in a chest with chains. Something dark and evil was peeking out from it. Karna said that cursed armor and demonic books were kept in them. Nodens, despite being a god, was a little tense about the chests and suggested that they just throw them away. Cecilia looked around her room again. She said that he had exceeded all her expectations. The girl was glad that Karna was with her. The boy reciprocated her feelings. He, in turn, was happy that he could help someone. Cecilia smiled at him. Afterwards, Karna remembered the books that interested him. With the help of his spirits, he pulled several books from the girl's cabinets and showed them to the mistress. The boy said that they were written by people, not demons, and asked why Cecilia had so many of them. The girl turned her gaze away. She felt a little awkward to name the reason for this. Guessing, Karna asked if the demon liked humans. After cleaning, Cecilia went to take a shower. Karna stood next to the shower stall, his back turned Thenshin Chao. He, as her servant, held her towels. Nodens looked at the girl without embarrassment. The boy shouted at him not to look at her like that. The demon turned off the water and remembered Karna's question about people. She admitted that she liked people, their attitude to life, culture, love, weddings. All this was interesting to the girl. After hearing the answer, the boy understood why there were so many romance novels on the team. He added that this genre of books is quite popular among people. The girl blushed. She abruptly opened the door of the booth and approached Karna in tense silence. She asked seriously if he had read her books. Cecilia was sure that they were well disguised. The hero immediately apologized. He did not think that the contents would differ from the cover. In fact, the spirits read her books, not he himself. But because of his skill, the necromancer knew what was written there. The demon took a towel and wrapped herself in it. She punished him with a bad boy. Leaning towards him, Cecilia invited him to share his secret with her. Karna immediately said that he would tell her everything, no matter what she asked. The demon wanted to know more about the god who watches over the hero. She asked where and how he had signed the contract with him. The boy smiled and said that Nodens and the ghosts were his ancestors' neighbors. When Karna became a sage and necromancer, he wanted to cleanse the cursed lands near his grandfather's farm. Cecilia asked if the boy had lived near the cursed lands all along. He explained that bad people had sold the wrong farm to his guardian. When Karna came to that land, he immediately realized that his necromancy skill, without holy power, would not be able to cleanse the area. However, the boy could talk to the ghosts and calm them down. He pressed the arch of his palm to the ground and used cleansing. The magic spread across the entire surface of the earth. When Karna finished, cracks began to form beneath him, after which the ground beneath him collapsed, something the necromancer was not prepared for. To protect himself from a dangerous fall, he released a large pillow of mucus. Although the situation was dangerous, Karna was able to land softly. Looking up, he saw a small crack from which light was shining. It was the hole from which the boy. Karna had fallen quite deep. The boy stood up and saw a large pyramid. It was a dungeon. The hero felt a wind behind him. Turning around, he saw the owner of the dungeon, the god Nodens. That was the end of Karna's story. He scratched his head awkwardly and admitted that he had never thought there was a dungeon near his guardian's house. Nodens said he was surprised when the child broke the seal. The other spirits didn't know the story of how they met either. The boy explained that it was before he met them. Karna said with a smile that this is how they met Nodens and then signed the contract. The god added that he sometimes pops out of nowhere to eat or learn magic. Nodin said that Karna was the son of a man who had heard of magic but had never tried it. Cecilia put on her robe and looked thoughtfully at the boy and his ghosts. She thought that the grave of an ancient god who had been erased from history had been found by a man. And then she mentally agreed that in principle, the burial could well have been in the place where Karna had found it. The demon knew the story of Nodens. He is one of the ancient gods who is the source of the power of the 7 demon lords and lost his body because of the humans who rejected him in the past. The great legend said that her power was sealed in this world, but her location was erased from all lore and literature. All information was destroyed, so no one knew where to look for it. But eventually, a necromancer found it in the cursed lands. However, Karna had to break the dangerous seal. Cecilia realized that this child was much stronger than she expected. Seeing the demon's gaze, the boy looked at her. He asked if Cecilia wouldn't catch a cold in such a light robe. The girl said that he shouldn't worry. Demon remembered that there were still many rooms in her mansion that needed cleaning, and asked if he wouldn't mind tidying up. The boy was fired up. He said that if that was all that was required of him, he would do it right away. The spirits would help him with that too. Seeing how willing the boy was to work, she asked if he wanted another task. Cecilia added that the reward would be a beautiful room and an annual salary of over 5 million gold. The spirits began to rave about the master. It sounded quite attractive. Karna shouted that he agreed to it. The girl thanked him. The next morning, Karna came to Cecilia and said hello. At that moment, the girl woke up and asked how the boy slept in his new place. Seeing her in one nightgown, the hero turned away and thanked her for giving him the opportunity to sleep on the couch. The boy began to recall the events of the night. Karna sat down on the sofa in the room and sighed. Cecilia's offer to sleep together surprised him. Karna shouted that even though the girl spoke so easily about it, it was wrong to sleep in the same room. Then he wouldn't know where to look. Grandfather, watching the boy, muttered that he had spoiled him too much. Karna assured Nodens that he had a couch and a blanket, and that would be enough for him. After being expelled from the team of heroes, he had to survive alone in the forest without any comforts. The boy lay down on the sofa, saying that they should work hard tomorrow. As he fell asleep with the spirits, Karna noticed that the blanket smelled nice. The smell reminded him of Cecilia. The mistress got out of bed, putting on a robe. She asked if it was firm enough for him. The boy immediately said that it was elastic. He was grateful to the girl for giving him a bed in a warm room and a blanket. The hero promised to repay her. The girl smiled at him. She rang the bell, and at that moment a skeleton servant entered the room with a cart on which stood dishes. He began to set the table. After changing, Cecilia sat down at the table and said that this was Karna's first task, to have breakfast with her. She noticed that the butler had left, so the boy could take off his helmet. The man took it off and asked if he could really eat such wonderful dishes. The mistress confirmed it. She told the whole situation to the cook, and he prepared human food especially for him. The boy thanked him. At that moment, Karna noticed what Cecilia was eating. Her plate was full of some black liquid, from which dark souls flew out. He remembered that in the demon book it was written that demons eat to gain magic, and not to satisfy their hunger. Karna staring at her plate. Cecilia thought it looked disgusting for a boy, and was a little upset. However, Karna asked to try it instead. The spirits were surprised. The girl asked if he really wanted to eat her food. The boy nodded. Then she scooped up her boat into her plate again and handed it to the little necromancer. Nodens was shocked. God was not sure if the boy would die after this. However, Karna still tried the demonic food. The spirits watched with worry and fear what would happen next. When the boy swallowed the liquid, he said that it was delicious. The girl was glad to hear this. Nodens did not understand how a human could like it, because the demon's food had little nutrition, and the taste was bland. God declared that it was better to eat garbage than this. Cecilia said that they had been trying to improve the taste for a long time, so now the food tastes less bland than before. However, even though the girl tried a lot, she still couldn't make their food taste like human food. Karna smiled and said that it didn't look so bad. Surrounded by other, more delicious dishes, he asked if he could try some more. The demon was only too happy. She offered to eat a plate of demon food together. In the end, when the heroes had eaten everything, Karna thanked them for the treat. Cecilia moved on to their topic of the day. She wanted to tell him about the monster the boy would hunt. His enemy was a demon, a general. Demon generals are one of the branches of the Demon King's army and subordinates of the Demon Lord. They are given territory and troops to serve their dear king obediently. Cecilia said that the demons would not follow orders at the will of the overlord. He must show them a vault of strength and authority in order to be considered a simple leader in the king's army, let alone a general. Besides, when a demon became a general, his salary would double or triple, if not more. Knowing how much the boy loved, the girl asked him what he thought about it. For the sake of his family, Karna was ready to do this. Cecilia said that they needed to start by expanding their territories. The hero suggested taking over his grandfather's farm and Nodin's grave. The spirit did not mind. He told her that all his friends had grown up in the top place. The ruler admitted that she was worried about her subordinates, because Karna's house was in the kingdom. The boy understood what she was getting at. The girl said that even though she commands demons, even for her this is a difficult task. Cecilia got up from the table and said that it was time for them to go. The hero asked where they were going, to which the girl smiled slyly. Meanwhile, in the demon cave where the ogre's base was located, a battle was taking place. The big monster couldn't wait to deal with the knights who came to him. This ogre was quite dangerous, because he attacked cities and ate people, so the army of people came to him. With one blow of his club, he threw the knights away from himself. The royal army, suffering from constant plunder, was practically destroyed. They did not know what to do. Seeing that the army's spirit was falling, the commander stepped forward and told the soldiers not to give up, because heroes never give up. The girl raised her sword. She stepped forward towards the ogre. He threw his weapon aside and prepared his fist. He swung it at the commander's armor. The girl hit the rock hard. Coming closer to her, the ogre said that he would rip off her clothes and eat her tender and tasty meat. The knight shouted for him not to do it. When the monster had torn off her clothes and was about to iron them, he was shot in the stomach by ghosts. He let go of the girl and fell. The knight saw a stranger standing in front of her, asking if she was okay. The girl asked who he was. Karna turned to her, and the warrior was frightened. Because of the mask, she saw a demon in him. She screamed and called the boy a monster. Karna stood up to his spirits and said that he was an enemy of humanity who had come to this dungeon with good intentions. Karna said that he came to take over this dungeon. The ogre, who was lying on the ground, laughed. He did not know what race of demons he belonged to, but he was currently in his cave. The knight was surprised that the monster was still alive. The ogre growled. He said that he was no ordinary monster. The monster served Lord Gurugaz, the lord of the demons of greed, and was part of the ogre army corps. In front of them was the leader of the army, Buruz. He tore the remains of his clothes and showed the powerful mark of a gifted one. Buruz believed that if he could beat a dragon to death with his bare hands, he would definitely crush some demon. The girl knight did not know such information about her enemy. The mark of the gifted was given by ancient gods, worshipped by demons. It was usually received at the ceremony of enlightenment. Moreover, Buruz was one of the generals of the demon army. From his status, it was clear that his strength was comparable to that of a hero, so only he could fight on par with such an opponent. Karna knew that with the great demon's strong skills and huge muscles, it would be quite difficult for him. Meanwhile, the ogre raised his weapon. He asked if the boy was so scared that he could not say anything. Karna, seeing that the ogre was about to attack him, took out a lamp from which a fiery ghost flew out. Using his mark, the necromancer called it closer to use the power of the spirit of flame. The ogre ran towards the boy, who did not move until the very end. The monster struck the demon with his shaft, but he defended himself with the help of a fiery ghost. The knight couldn't believe that such a small monster could stop the ogre lord's attack. Buruz screamed that it was impossible. The thief advised the owner to be more confident and not to be afraid of the big ogre. He also warned him to be careful. The ghost had a hunch that the enemy had not hit with all his strength, so the next blow could be devastating. Hearing this, the ogre dispersed and said that they were right. However, they had chosen this fate for themselves. Buruz promised that this time, the little demon would not be able to stop him. The ogre gripped his weapon tighter. Karna cried out that they would do everything in their power. Burroughs raised his maul with a cry. He hit the ground with all his might, causing it to crumble into large rocks. They flew in all directions, including Karn. The boy muttered that it was his turn. He punched the air and sent a fire hammer towards Burroughs. It was a huge burst of flame that was heading straight for the ogre. He couldn't believe that he would die from a simple demon. The fire reached the monster. It screamed for the last time. The blow went through the stone ceiling of the dungeon to the outside. When the smoke cleared, Karna was surprised. He did not see his enemy and assumed that the ogre had used camouflage and disappeared. The spirit explained to him that Burroughs had simply melted. The boy didn't think it was that simple, because he was one of the 7 generals. He didn't fully believe how strong and destructive his blow was. Karna said that he needed to find a night girl. She in turn hid behind a large stone, covering herself with her hands. The girl was shaking with fear. She had never seen such power. Besides, the knight had never met black demons before. At that moment, a wounded warrior found her. He asked the captain what they should do. The girl screamed that they should leave immediately and tell the heroes about it. The boy was still wondering what had happened to Burroughs. He assumed that the ogre had simply been reborn somewhere else. The thief found this funny. The squad began to flee the dungeon in fear. The fire spirit asked if he should stop them. The boy ordered him to be quiet. They must find that ogre. He sent out his detection spirits, but after searching the entire cave, they found no one. It was strange. Karna asked the thief if the high-ranking demons were Noden's descendants. The ghost wasn't sure. The boy thought about it. If it were true, they should be as strong as their grandfather. The hero couldn't believe that Burroughs could die from one blow. Even Noden's was not so weak. He began to remember the events of several months ago, when he first met Noden's in the great tomb under Karna's house. Then the boy asked his grandfather who he was. He introduced himself as a divine spirit who was buried in this dungeon. Next to him was a dragon and a fire god. Noden's asked if the boy really thought he could defeat them. The grandfather pointed his weapon and told him to show his strength. A huge bolt of despair lit up and headed straight for Karna. The boy assumed that if he won, the spirits could become his subordinates. He used a slime pillow to protect himself, but it wasn't enough. Lightning easily broke through the defense and hit the boy. Without wasting a moment, the other god attacked Karna with a hammer of fire. The boy fired slime bullets to at least repel the fire. When the slime and flame collided, they exploded instantly. The fiery steam threw Karna back, and he fell to the ground. No one could ever resist the powers of the ancient gods. Noden's had never seen such a strong man. The boy, even after such a powerful blow, was able to stand up. His clothes were torn. Then Karna looked straight at the god. Noden's liked his brave look. Remembering their meeting with his grandfather, the boy thought that his descendants, the demon generals, must be like that. The boy looked at the spirit. He still believed that Burroughs had simply run away. The thief said that if he continued to be near his master, his strength would gradually wane. He promised that he would return and asked Karna to be careful. The hero released the spirit and said that he would call him if he encountered an enemy. Before the spirit returned to the lantern, the boy thanked him for his help. The boy took off his stuffy helmet and exhaled. At that moment, Cecilia, who had been watching the fight from afar, approached him. She was impressed by the skill Firehammer. Karna apologized for the demon escaping. The embodiment of flame and power, the cursed god. Vorvadas has the most powerful ability to incinerate everything in its path. The girl had heard legends about him, but only now she saw in person what he was capable of. The boy sadly lowered his head. Cecilia jokingly asked how he could have missed the enemy, because she knew that the ogre had melted without a trace. The demon approached him and began to stroke his head. Looking at the man, she wondered how much power was still hidden in him. Cecilia assured him not to worry, because something else was more important than the escaped Burroughs. She handed him the crystal. The boy asked what it was. The object was beautiful and looked like a jewel. The girl explained that this was the core, proof of ownership of the dungeon. Now that the boss was defeated, Karna could use it, and the dungeon was completely his. The ruler gave the boy the core and said he could do whatever he wanted with the place. Karna could consider it his home. The bright sun illuminated the spacious cave, giving the hero a better look. He was glad about it. In the evening, the heroes met the leader in the royal guild. He gave them a new quest, where they would have to defeat a formidable enemy. The reward would be the title of Great Heroes. The man asked the party to undertake this task. There was a demon wanted poster on the table. It had a picture of Karn in a demon mask. The hero read that their enemy would be a fire skill user who could destroy the demonic general with one blow. Norris knew that it would be difficult. However, thanks to the necromancer boy, they were able to learn resurrection magic. It was time for the heroes to fight a truly powerful enemy. The guy looked at his comrades, who were opposite to go on such a difficult quest. Norris smiled brightly and suggested looking for someone who would help them defeat the demon. The world was ruled by swords, magic, and enlightenment. Demons, descendants of ancient gods, and humans fought endlessly among themselves. Since demons lived off the magical energy in people's souls, and dungeons became equivalent to their homes, the monsters lured adventurers in using treasures to kill them. The sources of magic, souls, are absorbed into the core of the dungeon. By drinking the magic flowing from the core, the demons replenish their energy. And now, on the border between humans and demons, on the battlefield itself, a new dungeon will be created. Standing in the middle of the cave, Karna took out a crystal. He picked it up and used the necromancer's create cemetery skill. Tombstones began to emerge from the ground. They raised, creating a large mound of earth and graves. Cecilia was surprised by this. She asked if there would be enough room for the boy. Karna explained that this was the only way to use his necromantic spells. Besides, he believed it was better to live in comfort than in beauty. The boy approached the door and asked the girl to pass through. He lit the bill, and Cecilia saw a rather cozy room, with a coffin and pillows with faces. The demon praised Karna for his good taste. The boy lay down on the pillow and said that it was his favorite. Suddenly, it began to make strange sounds. The hero said that the girl could sit on it. When Cecilia did, she felt how soft and comfortable the pillow was. She noted that his room was in the middle of the dungeon and asked if there was anything she could do with the core. Karna trusted his mistress and handed over the core to her. He asked her what she was going to do. The girl said that when she was not around, no one would be able to look after him. She activated the core in her hands. It lit up. The demon stood in the middle of the room, and a pentagram appeared on the floor. It was some kind of portal. Now Cecilia could come to visit Karna at any moment. The boy asked if he could come to her too. The girl winked and smiled. She was not against it at all. The demon of love added jokingly that a person could come to her if he did not have any strange intentions. The boy became embarrassed and asked not to tease him. He looked thoughtfully at the magic circle that connected the demon lord's castle and his new home. Even though they were close, opening the gate required high-level magic. Karna had always thought of her as a kind older sister, but now he saw her as a demon lord. Cecilia gave him the core. She said that with it, the boy could use any magic of creation on his territory. He would be able to build a labyrinth, a castle, and anything he wanted. Demons use concentrated magic to create their own dungeons, but if the core breaks, all the magic will immediately be released outside and dissipate into thin air. This will cause all the plants to grow abundantly and rocks to appear around the dungeon. Cecilia said that those who seek treasures and jewels of monsters who are eager to rob the dungeon are humans. Noden said that the more dungeons they plunder, the wider their territory becomes, so they must establish defenses immediately. Hearing this, Karna asked his spirits if they would help him. They were only too happy to serve their master. While the little necromancer was busy with his new home, the heroes were fighting the ogre. The hero used a holy cut that instantly cut the monster in half. He felt that they were getting closer to their enemy's dungeon. The second ogre froze in fear. The martial artist ran, shouting for the rest of the monster to be left to her. The girl delivered one full blow, and the ogre fell. The hero praised her and said that they were still a little way from the dungeon. He told the room to continue like this. At that moment, another monster swung his weapon, about to hit the hero, but the Holy Knight managed to cover it with his shield. The boy thanked his comrade. He attacked the ogre, screaming how dare he hurt the knight. The monster fell dead. The blow the knight parried was too strong. She dropped her shield and fell to her knees, clutching her arm. Norris noticed. The master approached her. She grinned and mockingly asked if the knight was definitely their tank. The girl specifically remembered the little necromancer who handled his vile magic better than she did. The knight jumped up. The words hurt her. She said that it was because Hiraki always acted without thinking. The hero laughed awkwardly and tried to calm the girls down, saying that everything was fine, because they were winning. He added that the fact that they had met ogres meant that the demons could plunder each other's dungeons. For them, the situation was going well. The girls, however, were not going to make peace. A mercenary approached them and asked if they did not trust her information. The martial artist confirmed that she did not really trust her, since the necromancer she recommended turned out to be useless. The master believed that the girl should have seen him herself, but instead she went to gather information again. The mercenary was surprised that the sage necromancer and owner of the Golden Mark did not help the team in any way. After all, she thought that he would be good both in attack and in defense. The knight sharply stated that she was mistaken. The girl added that the boy used vile undead, which they did not expect. The mercenary sighed. She asked what else they expected from a necromancer. Their prejudices were stupid. The master said that the girl should not argue with her. The knight blamed her for everything. The hero stood between the girls and asked them to calm down. He reminded them that they were friends, and suggested living together in peace. Tohata was unhappy that the boys did not leave the young necromancer until she came to see his skills. The hero agreed that the boy was a great fighter, but if they left him, he would do everything for them. The guy asked the girl to understand their decision and accept it. The girl understood only that he wanted to take all the attention for himself. Norris Palazius was one of the heroes. The girl joined the team because she learned that he was a brave man with the talent of heroization, which enhances all the abilities of allies. Tohata understood that the girls got into the team only because of their appearance. They behaved capriciously, complaining about everything. Moreover, when the mercenary found a promising guy, they managed to kick him out. The girl sighed wearily. She joined the team to travel in good company, but ended up in the circus. The martial artist asked the mercenary what the dungeon they were heading to was like. Tohata replied that because Norris had taken the quest without her knowledge, she knew nothing about the ogre dungeon. This was problematic for the team. The knight suggested that the mercenary go and gather information, as she liked to do. The girl did not understand what Tohata was being paid for, since she was so useless. The hero stopped her and asked her not to scold her. The mercenary said that she was doing her job well, but going into the dungeon without information was deadly. Besides, the story about the demon that killed the ogre lord was not refuted. The master was indignant that Tohata argued with the hero. The girl did not back down from her words. She believed that anyone who thoughtlessly went forward without any preparation would most likely die. The boys didn't hear her. The martial arts master said that they had become much stronger than before, so they would definitely leave the dungeon alive and victorious. The hero agreed. He added that it was a good chance to test their skills. It seemed like 30 minutes had already passed since the room had entered the dungeon. Suddenly, the mercenary felt a sharp change in the atmosphere. When they crossed the bridge, a cemetery valley opened up before the boys. There was a staircase leading down. The hero did not understand what it was. Neither did the mercenary, because there should have been an ogre fortress here. Norris said that everything would be fine and went down. The knight and the master followed him when the mercenary shouted for them to take their time, but as usual no one listened to her. Unknown to the team, the spirits were watching them from afar. The ghost informed the owner that the heroes had already entered the dungeon. Karna thanked him for the warning. He admitted that he would never have thought that they would come here. Besides, the boy did not have the best relations with his former team. Nodens asked why the little necromancer was so sad. The ancient god believed that the boy had the right to take revenge on the heroes. Karna agreed with him. Although they were his former comrades, he owed them nothing. The hero decided that he would not give in to them, but, realizing how monstrous his power could be, he would not fight at full strength. He had already resigned himself to the chance of his demise during the battle with them. Karna reminded himself that he was now an enemy of humanity under the command of the Demon Lord. The boy grabbed the core that was hanging on his neck and commanded the coupon graveyard to release an army of undead and finish off the heroes. He used the skill Eternal Compression. After that, the dead began to climb out of their graves. A barrier and trees rose around the cemetery to somehow delay and confuse the heroes. Karna pointed the crystal at the wall, and it opened a screen, through which the little necromancer could watch what was happening. Nodens was surprised by this. The boy explained that this is what his ghosts were seeing. Cecilia appeared in his room. She approached him and pointed out that his Kwutiwan cemetery was a fairly simple dungeon. Karna explained well that he didn't have much time to make something more complicated. However, Nodens believed that this would be enough. The structure of Karna's dungeon and the one he was sealed in were the same. The undead that lay in these tombs guarded the ancient gods themselves. The spirit believed that the boy's house could not be robbed. The martial artist screamed in disgust. She didn't want to fight the dead and asked to take them away from her. The zombies were getting closer. The mercenary reminded the girl that this was her job. Norris began to fight the dead himself. After the zombies were defeated, spirits descended upon them. They surrounded the people from all sides. The hero ordered the knight to use his extermination magic. The girl tried, but nothing happened. The ghosts began to laugh. The knight did not understand why her magic did not work. Some impudent spirits climbed under her armor. The hero screamed. He asked what the girl was doing. She was the one in charge of magic on their team. Looking at the knight, he saw her just standing there, frozen. It made him angry. Seeing this, Cecilia asked if all the heroes nowadays couldn't even defeat ghosts and undead. Karna said that a hero who specialized in physical attacks was absolutely useless against them. The demon noticed that the holy knight did not have enough magic power to resist them. Suddenly, the mercenary opened the potion and ran up the wall of the dungeon. The girl jumped and poured holy water on the ghosts, which corroded them. Tohata took out a dagger and stabbed it into the big spirit. When all the ghosts disappeared, the mercenary breathed a sigh of relief. She was glad that she bought the silver dagger with holy magic. At that moment, the martial artist began to blame her for Tohata being slow. The mercenary impressed Cecilia. The heroes couldn't do anything without her. The demon was curious about what they were going to do next. Tohata said that they had to retreat. She believed that they would not leave the dungeon alive. The ghosts they had just scared off would tell their boss about their abilities. Norris said they couldn't leave empty-handed. They definitely needed to take something with them. The mercenary said right away that the guy would die. The hero said that if they worked as a team, they would definitely win. Tohata said that holy water was very expensive and asked why they would waste it. The master did not like that the girl was more worried about her money than about the battle. The holy knight agreed. She also believed that heroes with honor do not think about money. The mercenary sighed tiredly and said that they would then pay for the water themselves. The girl was sure that this would not help them. Watching the girls continue to argue, the hero began to get nervous. He said that he would pay for everything necessary himself and asked if Tohata would now use holy water. The mercenary said that she would do so on one condition. She said they would only use it to fight off a serious enemy. That was important to the girl. The hero turned to the other girls and asked if they agreed. However, they did not want to retreat. Tohata felt that their adventure would end very badly. The master promised that when they returned to the city, she would tell Tohata everything. Nominatsa did not respond to this attention. She said that if the heroes decided to surrender, she advised them to do it quickly. The girl pulled her hood up and said that she would go forward to inspect the first section. After a while, the team saw a light ahead. Tohata thought it would be strange if it turned out to be the exit, because it had only gone a couple of 100 meters. The guys, without thinking about anything, immediately ran to the supposed exit. The mercenary wanted to stop them, but she didn't have time. When the heroes approached the exit, the shutters came down in front of them. The room lit up, and they found themselves in a round hall with no exit. The mercenary noticed some magical movement near her and threw her daggers. A hand with a staff appeared from the portal. Karna deftly parried the girl's weapon. The girl was amazed that her silver dagger did not work. The demon noted that the heroes had fallen into his illusion after all. She said that it was time to settle accounts with them. Karna greeted Norris separately. The hero held his sword in front of him. The assistant asked Karna if he should call his grandfather or handle it alone. The boy replied that if they saw him controlling the spirits, his family would be in danger, since for people he was an enemy of humanity. Karna was determined. He knew he had to defeat the heroes at any cost. The boy asked if his enemy was happy to see him. The hero cried out that the demon should not talk like a human. Tohata asked him to calm down and asked if he had seen what happened to her dagger that she had thrown at the demon. The master chuckled, not taking her concerns seriously. The girl explained that it was a dagger that could break through any barrier. It was designed to hunt demons, but their enemy stopped the weapon with his bare hands. Tohata noticed that although the enemy looked like a child, he had pumped himself up well, like a high-level opponent. The girl took out a dagger and said that they should work as a team. However, Hiraki smirked. She didn't need her help. She rushed forward, exclaiming that she had destroyed the enemy single-handedly. Noticing this, the boy asked the thief to use his power. He was completely okay with it. Having accepted the spirit, his body and everything around him burst into flames. This was his fire armor. Tohata shouted at the master not to go into battle alone. The hero assured her that she was a good fighter and had no reason to worry. Their comrade had honed her skills so much that she was called a divine figure in the martial arts world. Hikaru was considered the best young martial artist. Meanwhile, the girl sped up to strike the enemy. The boy was hit by a barrage of her blows, which he parried with his daggers. The girl was amazed that the demon was able to block all of her attacks. Stopping for a second, she gave Karna an opportunity to attack. The boy hit her with fire magic. With one blow, the martial artist fell to the ground and lost consciousness. The group of heroes stood in shock. The thief began to smirk at the fact that the heroes were so weak these days. Karna also thought it would be harder to fight the girl. The spirit noticed that the boy was not even hitting at full strength. The necromancer was disappointed, because heroes are the ones who must confront gods and demons. Karna sighed. He thought that the girl could have done something to defeat him, like counterattack after a blow. But she simply passed out. Despite the fact that his first battle was so easy, Vor advised the boy not to relax. Meanwhile, the Holy Knight chanted a spell in another language. She raised her weapon and asked God to give her the power to destroy the demon. The girl used the skill Holy Crusher. The destructive beam was aimed straight at Karn and Hiraki. The boy knew that only a name would remain of his master after such an attack. He immediately used his necromancy and commanded the dead to rise. A wall of undead rose up in front of him. There was a big explosion when the holy beam collided with the wall. Smoke filled the room. The knight thought happily that she had succeeded. Tohata did not share her emotions, because she was worried about the master. The girl waved it off, saying that she would heal her comrade later. Tohata did not understand why the knight attacked when her comrade was lying there. The girl did not listen to her. She immediately ran towards the fallen enemy. However, due to the smoke, the knight did not see Karna use the wind of decomposition. He immediately dispersed the smoke that hid the boy. A strong gust of wind hit the hero, but she managed to protect herself with her shield. But it did not help her. The wind simply destroyed her shield, and then her armor and clothes. As a result, the girl was left completely naked, but not injured. Tohata immediately went to her and pushed her away, protecting her from the next attack of the wind. She screamed that she was lucky to survive at all. The girl could not answer her because of fear and tears. After the knight fainted, Tohata began to think about how she could get rid of the demon's mist without the holy sword. She understood that the enemy's magic was much stronger than theirs. In addition, he had the master as a hostage. The girl decided to leave the battle for the hero for a while and went to help the knight, who was unconscious. Seeing how fierce Norris looked, Karna wondered what he would do. The thief reminded the boy that if he had not held back the blow of the Holy Knight, the boy would have died. Meanwhile, the hero was filled with strength. He was ready for battle. The damned god was surprised to see Norris still calling for a fight. Karna asked if the hero really wanted to risk his comrades. The guy replied that his team knew what they were getting into. Besides, he wasn't too worried because he had learned resurrection magic from the Holy Knight. He didn't care if the girl died or not because he didn't need her anymore. Although it was not his command, Karna did not like this attitude. Norris shouted that the demon had come to an end. He swung his sword and used a holy strike. The master continued to lie on the ground. The boy understood that he had no reason to help the girl, but he certainly would not allow the hero to eat his comrades again. Karna turned to the thief for help, who, without a moment's hesitation, immediately assumed his true form as the cursed god. Vorvados, sparing no effort, used a fiery fist. Flames rose up. They headed towards the hero's holy strike. When the two different forces met, the pressure in the room rose. Tohata covered the night with her body. At the same time, she was afraid to watch such a huge force. Finally, the fiery fist rained down a holy blow, and it shattered like glass. The flames hit the wall, just beyond the hero's head. Norris couldn't believe that his attack couldn't withstand the demon's onslaught. The thief said that Norris could not defeat them. The boy looked at him nervously. Suddenly he heard a crack and saw the blade of his sword in front of him. It was the end for him. The holy sword was broken. Norris couldn't believe that his weapon was destroyed. After Norris's sword disintegrated, his armor also collapsed. The hero ended up in his underwear. He didn't understand what all this meant. Norris was outraged. He asked what kind of vile magic the demon had used, for he had never heard of a power that could destroy the holy sword. Karna replied that it was not his fault, but the oversight of his hero. Tohata stepped forward. She put on the glasses of truth, which allowed her to see the name, race, and type of monsters. The first person she looked at was Vorvados. She said he was not a villain, but the complete opposite, a benefactor. In this world, beings were divided into two types, those who protect others and show sympathy, and those who think only of themselves. Karna told the god that he was being done to benefactors. The thief explained that he was a spirit called to protect his friends and family, and added that the types of beings depended primarily on their actions. Tohata reminded that a hero must fight evil and show himself only in a positive light. The girl turned to Norris and indignantly asked why he thought only of himself and was ready to betray his comrades so easily. The young man began to justify himself because he did not consider himself selfish. Norris said that when they kicked the little necromancer out of their team, he gave him a purse of gold for nothing. The hero said that he could help his comrades now and then. It would not be considered that he had betrayed them. The girl noticed that inside the guy did not do this at all. She said that Norris's holy sword and equipment had already renounced him. Tohata looked at the hero with her glasses of truth. She saw that the hero now wore the villain type. He lost the signed prophecy and received the seal breaker. The guy screamed. He couldn't believe it. People who have divine prophecy and possess a holy profession are called gifted. However, those who have lost it are labeled as seal breakers. Such people are completely despised in society. Tohata, seeing his reaction, said that it was quite obvious and thought that Norris knew about it. She reminded him of the rule about not abandoning your comrades, and said that the guy failed as an adventurer, as a hero, and as a person. The girl looked at the master and the knight, and said that in a team, everyone should help and protect each other. Norris noticed the demon's gaze and screamed to be protected. Tohata noticed that the boy was ready for the bivda. His staff caught fire. She took out a bottle of potion. Seeing this, Karna immediately struck the girl's hand with lightning. He asked if he should stop, because the video showed that she was at her limit. Tohata declared that she would never betray the hero's code and would fight to the end. While her hand with the potion froze, she pulled out a dagger with the other and threw it towards the demon. However, she missed. The spirits arrived in time for their master. Standing with his feet on their heads, Karna made a dash towards Tohata. He quickly approached her and hit her carefully so that the girl would pass out. Meanwhile, the hero tried to get out of the place, but Cecilia did not let him do it. The demon lord pinned him to the ground with her heel. Norris indignantly asked who it was. Cecilia introduced herself as the Demon of Pleasure. She said that people should know her as the Lord of Monsters. Karna approached the demon and apologized for almost letting the hero escape. The girl only winked. She didn't think so. Cecilia was sure that the boy would have managed without her. Norris tried to escape again, but he failed. The mistress's heel pinned him to the ground. The hero muttered that if he had known that the Demon King owned this dungeon, he would never have gone there. The girl said that Norris had no reason to complain anymore. He had already paid for his actions. She added that if the hero had not repeated his stupid actions over and over again, he would not have lost his divine prophecy, and if he had helped his comrades, he would have lasted longer. Norris began to beg for mercy. With a liar's smile, he promised that he would do anything. The boy was even ready to become her subordinate. However, Cecilia was only irritated by the hero's behavior. She dug her heel deeper into the man's bare skin. The girl said that she did not need a pathetic hero like him. who would only disgrace the demonic army. The mistress added that unlike him, her subordinates had honor. That was the reason they were winning. Without honor, the demons would be as weak and spineless as Norris, who was a semblance of a hero. While the girl was speaking, she looked at the boy. He thought that she wanted to tell him something. Cecilia told Norris that a hero who betrayed his comrades and completely abandoned morality did not even deserve death. She ordered to get out of her dungeon. The guy immediately shouted that he would leave as soon as she let him go. Cecilia and Karna exchanged glances. He understood her. The necromancer used the skill Spirit Flow. The ghosts picked up the screaming Norris, the holy knight, and the martial artist, and carried them to the exit of the dungeon. When they were alone, Cecilia looked at Tohatu, who was also unconscious. The demon said that they would need to talk to her. The boy nodded. The girl asked him what he thought about his fight with his former team, who abandoned him. Karna was pleased. He promised that as a subordinate of the demon lord who relied on him, he would become the greatest enemy of humanity. The boy was glad that he could fight at Cecilia's side. The girl was pleased to hear such words. She said that they would count on him in the future. Meanwhile, news that the hero had been affected and lost the divine prophecy spread in the blink of an eye. There were also rumors that something sinister had appeared in Kalkazan, the dark lands ruled by the lord of the demons of greed. A huge monster sitting in its cave asked a subordinate if the hero was subjected to. The goblin confirmed this. He added that the demon of love, Cecilia, had appeared on their lands. The army of monsters bowed before their master, who sat on a fallen dragon. The king was outraged that Cecilia, after stealing his dungeon, dared to come to his lands and take his spoils. Dargaz, the demon of greed and the ruler, was angry at the impudent girl. He was determined to deal with her. The situation in the kingdom's capital, where the Adventurers Guild was located, was tense. The leader was annoyed that the hero had been defeated. The situation was complicated. The man still harbored hope that the report was fake and asked his assistant about it. The girl looked at the documents and replied that it was true. She read that the hero had lost his divine prophecy and had been labeled as a seal breaker. The girl assumed that he had already been secretly executed. In addition, his two comrades had no chance of recovery. The man listened to her silently. He asked what had happened to Tohata, the mercenary who had trained and watched them. The girl said that she had not returned, but they had information that she had been captured by enemies. This was a problem. The guild leader already understood that information about the state's strongest adventurer had already leaked to the masses. The assistant was not sure that Aisha Alistair, the gifted one, could be captured. She said that the girl had been through many battles with her divine prophecy of being an assassin. Tohata would not betray her kingdom so easily. The man said that at the moment they did not have the means to save her. Mercenaries always get killed, so nothing can be done about it. The girl nodded. While she was talking to the leader, a small spider sat on her shoulder. It was controlled by a demon who sat on the ceiling. He was pleased that he was able to get the information. Now the little monster would report it to Cecilia. Meanwhile, in Karna's dungeon, the boy was looking at what he could do with the defense he couldn't restore. The owner of the dungeon core was free to set traps and improve its structure using creation magic. But there were still limitations. The hero sat on a large cushion. He said that he would definitely protect this place for Cecilia. Nodens asked if it was not enough that they had driven the hero away. The boy said sharply that he had been able to defeat them because they had let down their guard. He knew that it would be easy for veteran adventurers and the Demon Lord's army to penetrate their lair. God agreed with him. At that moment, they heard a noise. It was The hero asked the dragon for his opinion. He replied that the number of traps his creation magic could make was very limited. The boy lowered his head sadly. He already knew that he had a lot to learn. Added that the magic of creating necromancers was used to strengthen fortresses and the dead. It was not suitable for protecting labyrinths, so there was nothing they could do about it. Believed that setting traps must be a difficult task, so it should learn more about them and make a plan of action. Karna said he had an idea, but lacked information. He believed that veteran adventurers would be well versed in this. The boy put on his demon helmet and muttered that they had one option. Nodens asked where he was going. Karna replied that he would go and seek advice from the mercenary. The god followed his master and said that it was a good idea. Meanwhile, Aisha was locked in the dungeon. She was screaming in indignation. She was surrounded by several cats who were fawning over her and playing. The girl asked into the void if her enemies thought that this way they could weaken her vigilance. One of the cats came closer to the girl and meowed. It jumped onto her lap and stepped on her thighs with its soft paws. Feeling the touch of such a cute and charming animal, Aisha tried to restrain herself. The cat stood up on 2 paws in front of her. There was human food in the room besides the cats. She had no idea where they came from. The cats completely surrounded the girl. They pressed themselves against her and hugged her with their paws. Aisha simply melted from such soft, affectionate, and cute animals. But the mercenary tried not to give in to temptation, because she knew where she was. The cat jumped off her lap and lay on its back, revealing its furry belly. The girl flinched. She was sure that she would not fall into such an obvious trap. However, a second later, Aisha had already started petting the cat. She pressed her face to the belly of the animal, which smelled pleasant. No one knew that the mercenary was a rabid fan of cats, so she did not understand how the demons found out about it. Karna approached the cage. He heard what Aisha was saying and apologized for having to look into her memory while she was unconscious. The girl stood up abruptly and screamed indignantly. The boy explained that he had used the necromancer's soul reading. He couldn't read the small facts, but he had learned her name, family, upbringing, and interests. This made Aisha feel creepy. As she had suspected, this demon was too powerful. Although it was obvious that he was inexperienced, he managed to defeat the hero. He could easily be compared to the demon lord. However, the mercenary did not understand why he was standing on the front line. The boy said that her name was Aisha Alistair. She was 23 years old. The girl was a mercenary. Her rank was assassin, and her skill was item master. In her spare time, Aisha was a patron of stray cats in the royal capital. He clearly has video memories of her feeding the animals and giving them potions. The girl asked him to stop. She felt ashamed of being a cat fan. Aisha believed that, unlike humans, cats are not two-faced and would never betray. Karna did not understand her, because he did not think there was anything wrong with it. The mercenary put the cat down and sat on the pillow. She told the demon not to think that he was doing her a favor, because the girl understood that the cats were under his control. Aisha wasn't going to give them anything. The girl bravely declared that if the demon wanted to kill her, he could do it right now. As a mercenary, she was not allowed to reveal any information while she was being paid. She didn't know what exactly the demons had learned from her memories, but Aisha wasn't going to tell them anything, not even if she had to die. Karna said that he understood. The boy took off his demonic helmet and showed his human face to the girl. She was surprised to see an ordinary boy behind the demon mask. Aisha asked if Karna was serving the demon. The boy opened the cage and went to her. He confirmed this and said that the demon lord's army had higher wages and better conditions. The mercenary's answer shocked her. She jumped up and asked if this was the reason why he betrayed humanity. Then the girl began to understand that in front of her was the same necromancer Karna. The boy was surprised that Aisha knew him. She told him that it was she who had suggested him to the group of heroes. The girl said that there were bad rumors about Karna, but the name-giver herself saw him as a wonderful necromancer with excellent skills in defense and attack, so she thought that the boy could be useful. While they were talking, the cat began to play with one of the spirits. Aisha didn't think that Karna would be kicked out before she returned. The boy laughed and asked if it was funny. However, the girl was not amused. She asked if the necromancer had joined the ranks of the demons to take revenge on the heroes. The boy shook his head and said that Aisha was wrong. Although he was a little angry with them, he did not have time to take revenge on anyone. Karna sided with the demons only for money. However, the mercenary found it hard to believe. Then the boy handed her the truth ball he had already used. This object glows red when it hears a lie. Aisha took the ball. The boy noted that the mercenary knew well how to use such magical objects, so she would be able to determine truth and lies. After examining the ball of truth, the girl realized that the object was real. Karna said that in that case they could begin. The boy repeated that he was a little angry with the heroes, but he had no intention of taking revenge on anyone. Karna had only attacked the bottom because they had attacked his dungeon. The girl saw that the ball did not glow red and was surprised that everything the little necromancer told her was true. Karna admitted that he was a little hurt when he was kicked out, but now everything is fine. He was willing to work for Cecilia. Thanks to her, the boy learned a lot from her. Aisha asked what he meant. The necromancer explained that he had learned that humans had completely different cultures. In demon society, strength meant everything, and those who did not have it obeyed the strong. Their society had clear divisions into classes. Appearance also showed strength. Demons from royal families prefer to wear suits similar to aristocrats, like humans. The boy shot at the cat and said that demons don't value cute creatures very much. Being cute meant being weak. Cats were the weakest demons. They were used as targets in training, as food for other monsters. The information shocked one of the main protectors of cats in the capital. The boy explained that because the cats were too weak for the dungeon, humans did not know about it. Karna picked up one of the cats and showed it to Aisha. The girl reminded herself that it was a trap. The necromancer had learned that she loved cats and had gathered them to learn the information he needed. The mercenary saw the cat start to cry. She covered her eyes with her hands and told the animal not to look at her like that. The girl said that she would never understand demons, who were so cruel to such cute creatures. The boy said that cuteness was important to humans, but not to demons. That was the difference between them. Aisha asked what Karna was planning. The necromancer explained that this dungeon was the boundary between humans and demons. So many knights and adventurers came here for loot. It was necessary to take away the magic power in humans so that they would not come here again. Karna said that with the help of these cats, he will pull strong opponents to the right places, which will not allow them to pass the dungeon to the victorious end. This is exactly the kind of place he wants to create. Aisha was indignant. She asked if the boy had no conscience. Karna let the cat go and said that the difference between humans and demons was only in culture. It did not matter to him which side to fight on. He noticed that the girl was a mercenary just like him. Aisha mentally turned to the hero who had foolishly treated his ally. Now he had become the strongest enemy of all mankind. Karna extended his hand. He said that he needed a man who knew a lot about adventurers to help him with the construction of the dungeon. The boy asked if she did not want to sign a contract and become his subordinate. The girl immediately asked what salary she would receive. Karna answered that 1 million now and 10 million annually. He added that once she signed the contract, Cecilia would provide for the girl. Aisha muttered that it was twice as much as what she was paid in the kingdom. The boy picked up the cat and said that the plus would be that these cute, ghostly animals would become her subordinates. The girl immediately agreed. She said she would work with them. Aisha picked up one of the cats and hugged it. Everything she did was for them. The mercenary understood that now she simply had no choice. Although Karna was a child, but if she did not agree, he would have no reason to leave her alive. The girl thought if she should pretend to be his subordinate and then kill him quietly. Each of the 7 lords had 100 million gold pieces on their heads, so Aisha thought that Karna should also have a worthy reward. Noden suggested that the boy show the girl the state of the dungeon, since they were going to improve it. Karna didn't mind. Besides, he remembered that he had finished in the places he hadn't had time for, because of the hero's arrival. Aisha thought that the dungeon was already finished and had a fairly high level of difficulty. God asked the mercenary if it was possible to pass the dungeon at all. After thinking, the girl answered that with rare items she could do it. Karna remembered that humans could be strong too. Aisha mentally doubted that there was anyone stronger than him left among humans. Time passed. The once strongest heroes of the kingdom were losing their powers, and Karna had everything ahead of her. The girl understood that humanity had no one who could somehow resist it. She decided that she would not tell the boy about this. Karna offered to take on the job. He asked if Aisha would go with him and look at the dungeon. It would be a good opportunity for the mercenary to gather more information about the victim. She agreed. They left the dungeon and walked through the dungeon. The guys approached the guard, whom Karna introduced. He asked the zombie dragon to greet the guests. The monster roared loudly. The girl was terrified. Stroking the guard, the boy explained that he had recently defeated an earth dragon and turned it into a zombie. Karna promised to resurrect him if he held back his enemies. The monster eventually became his first guard. Suddenly, the dragon screamed that there was wine behind the owner. The boy calmed the guard. He reminded him that the monster had a limited amount of magical power and asked him not to waste it, because real enemies could come at any moment. The mercenary of the shoot on Karna. She hoped that such jokes would not happen again. The boy said that his next favorite place to take her to was the traps. The boys went on. When they reached the eternal coffin, Aisha noticed that they had been walking for quite a long time, but there was a feeling that it was standing still. The girl asked what was going on. The boy explained that he had altered space and time to create a road that led nowhere. A person could get stuck in such a place for centuries if he didn't know how to deal with it. Karna called it a small, slow-down trap. The girl didn't think that this trap was so harmless, because a person could die of hunger before getting out. Nodens didn't understand her indignation, because in that case it would have been possible to use the magic of movement. Such a trap could only slow down the heroes for about 5 minutes. Aisha didn't agree with that. She couldn't even imagine that such a thing was possible. Not a single great sage could use the magic of movement. The girl felt hungry and grabbed her stomach. The mercenary didn't understand if it was possible to pass through the dungeon at all. Karna led the guest further. A couple of hours later, they returned to the hall. The boy said with a smile that he was ashamed that many things in the dungeon were not brought to perfection. Aisha did not understand what he was talking about, because the dungeon looked like half hell. Hearing this, Karna exclaimed that he knew it. He said that in that case, he would have to make the dungeon even more difficult. But Namanitsa had something completely different in mind. She said that one dragon at the entrance would be enough. The boy asked her why she thought so. Aisha explained that if she had come to this dungeon, she would have left immediately after seeing the huge dragon at the entrance. The girl believed that with such traps, no one would ever pass it in life. Appeared from the portal. He said that every dungeon has its flaws, so Aisha should tell the truth. The dragon demanded that the girl tell them everything they needed to improve. Namanitsa looked at She felt a strong aura from the monster and asked if he was an ancient dragon. The monster came out of the portal completely. Said that he had lost his body, so he existed as a ghost. The boy imagined the dragon as a skilled spirit living with them. He helped set traps in the dungeon. Nodens told him that the progenitor of dragons, had been his enemy a couple of centuries ago. Karna did not know this. Aisha began to remember what the priest had told her. Once upon a time, this world was ruled by dragons, and humanity was subject to them. However, at one point the gods came. They defeated the monsters and freed the people, after which humanity began to worship the gods. But later, the true gods gave me a divine prophecy to one of the people to oppose the false gods. The chosen one became a hero. According to legend, with the power granted by the real gods, the hero defeated the false gods. The dragon said that it was a long time ago. Had no intention of interfering with this world now. He was now just a ghost, who obeyed Karna because it was this boy who had freed him. The necromancer asked if it was not difficult for the monster to speak in such a huge form. He, remembering that he could change his size, turned into a small spirit. Realizing that the god and the ancient dragon were on the side of the sage necromancer, Aisha was sure that humanity would not be able to resist such an enemy. The girl began to suspect that they were acting so openly only because there was someone much stronger. Humans did not have such strong soldiers in case of war. Suddenly, Aisha realized that only she knew about it. The mercenary immediately imagined the demon lord giving the order to get rid of humanity, after which Karna calmly carried out the order. In her imagination, the ground was covered in fire. Just thinking about it filled her with horror. Noticing the change in the girl's mood, Karna asked what had happened. Aisha brushed aside her terrible thoughts and said that she was thinking about the dungeon. The girl believed that the purpose of the dungeon was to draw out all the magic power while remaining untouched, and suggested hiding it. The boy thought that if the enemies went too far, the situation would be bad. Aisha lied that top-class adventurers would still be able to clear his dungeon. She noted that most of the people who would come here were ordinary soldiers and adventurers. If enough of them come, it will be enough to gather the magic power. Aisha advised to make the area at the entrance and in the middle light, so that adventurers will want to enter. The mercenary judged from her own experience. The boy agreed with her. He realized that he needed to build a dungeon, not a fortress. Nodens was glad that they had asked for advice from such an experienced adventurer as Aisha. Hoped that the girl would think through the plan carefully so that improvements could be made immediately. Aisha reminded him that she was a mercenary and hinted that she would not work without payment in advance. The girl was sure that if Karna and his spirits learned of humanity's current weakness, the world would end. Aisha was not from a noble family, so she did not particularly care what would happen to the government, the knights, and the state as a whole. However, she was going to protect her rhinestone friends from the slums and the cute cats she fed on the streets. Karna suggested starting by moving the traps deeper, and asked what the dragon thought about it. Was not against it, and said that they could start with traps with a combo effect. Nodens also reminded them about the zombie dragon. The guy should think about its placement too. The boy noticed that the girl could stand and asked what was wrong with her. She waved him off, saying that everything was fine. She was determined to infiltrate the demon army and hide the fact that humanity was unable to fight. A month after the reconstruction of the dungeon, battles took place at the entrance to the Eternal Coffin. The company of warriors fought bravely with the skeletons, although it was clearly difficult for some of them. However, when the last skeleton crumbled, a chest with a reward suddenly appeared. The boys were happy, because they finally got a good find. But in this dungeon, they almost got rid of the heroes. And besides, almost every chest is filled with a bunch of treasures. The guys were sorting out the chest, examining the treasures, when a wounded warrior extended his hand, asking for help. It seems they had forgotten about him. One of his comrades confidently thrust his sword in, ending the boy's suffering. Then another warrior tried to explain that there was no point in doing so, but the boy explained that they didn't need someone who couldn't even get rid of a skeleton. Their reward with someone else? They walked on, thinking about the information they had received. If she was right, then there was a zombie dragon guarding the gate they were planning to cross. There were also a bunch of traps along the way, but either way, until they got there, they would only encounter weaklings. They laughed happily as they imagined how much money they would earn. After the incident with the heroes, the Adventurers Guild designated this dungeon as a first-ranked dungeon in terms of danger level, so that people would stay away. But some ignored the warning. People from the city came here for fame and money. However, the guardian of the gate in the danger zone has not yet let through even one daredevil who wants to pass. But in the area near the entrance, the enemies are weak. Easy money has attracted a huge number of adventurers. Meanwhile, something was happening in the underground palace of La Roral. An executive council of demons was convened, among whose members were the mother of the succubi and the chieftain of the orcs. Mammon furiously demanded an explanation, because he did not understand what was happening. Belphegor tried to calm him down, assuring him that there was no point in getting angry. But after calling Mammon, he asked why he was so spineless and why he dared to give orders. Who did the recruit think he was? Belphegor asked him to calm down again, and turned away from the loud guy. Meanwhile, the main demon in the room was enjoying himself. With the tea brewed by the Necromancer, she noted his talent in brewing tea. He said that he was preparing it. According to his grandmother's instructions, he hoped that everyone would enjoy his drink. Mammon slammed the table angrily, asking why the girl had decided to change the subject, and how she had even dared to take another of the demon lord's possessions and give it to a new recruit. Now, the demon of greed has no dungeons left, and is forced to exist only on the magical power of his predecessors. The guy asked if she knew how hard it was. Then the girl gave an example that if you take people, it's the same as sitting locked up without money and work, which means the power will soon run out. Mammon asked angrily, since she understood this, it was necessary to act quickly. Although they were getting money from the dungeon, which was very profitable, but despite the fact that they were sucking out the magic power from the adventurers, they continued to rob their gold and items. The girl tried to calm him down and asked the necromancer if the report she had read said that they were in a financial crisis, whether it was true. The young man confirmed this, but added that it was the first consultation with their new financial advisor. A girl just entered the room and was asked to explain everything. She nodded affirmatively. It seemed that the advisor was that same mercenary. The necromancer happily asked her to tell them how everything worked. It was Aisha Alistair, Karna's chief of staff. The orc leader immediately noted that the girl smelled like a human, but he was interrupted. How could Cecilia bring a human here? Belphegor jumped up and screamed furiously that it was a mistake. She clearly couldn't be human. All this made Mammon think that the guy wanted to butter him up. The young man asked not to say that because he was ashamed. However, he had to acknowledge his strength, because he was certainly strong. Mammon assured them that no matter how strong they were, he would definitely find out the whole truth, as the holder of the demonic castle. Pointing his finger at the girl, he suggested listening to what this new recruit would tell them. Aisha noted that Mammon is the type of person who likes to oppress others and drive them into a corner. It turns out that this trait is inherent not only to people, but also to some demons. Cecilia decided that this would obviously be fun, and the Necromancer supported her. Aisha noted that despite their official position as a subordinate and a superior, they were quite close. The advisor understood that there was no other way but to go through this. The girl took out a magic stone and a screen appeared in front of everyone. Obviously she was well prepared. She suggested looking at the true appearance of the dungeon, the eternal coffin. Mammon was clearly surprised by this. Warriors with full bags walked through the dungeon, discussing how easy this dungeon was. One said to the other, he would never have thought that he could collect so many magical items and gold in such a simple dungeon. His comrade, deciding that they had gone too far, suggested going back. Then the man said that everything was fine. They would take another chest and go back, and just in time they noticed the door. They exchanged a satisfied glance, and, deciding that this would be the final zone, they, obviously with a pile of gold, kicked the door down with all their might. When they entered, it was empty inside. There was trash lying around the room, and cobwebs were hanging in the corners, and the only monster there was a small kitten. The boys were surprised by the lack of enemies, and one of them suggested that it was a demonic cat, but his comrade clearly disagreed. One of the guys said that if the room is empty, it does not mean that it is safe. The comrade agreed and decided to approach the small, frightened animal. He sat down and asked if the kitten was lost. The warrior stroked the kitten, causing it to purr quite sweetly. Both guys, noticing that the cat liked it, couldn't tear themselves away and stop stroking him, but it seems one of them noticed something strange. When he turned around, a whole crowd of multicolored furry monsters was already running towards them. Noticing that it was a spell, he tried to bring his friend to his senses, but all attempts were unsuccessful. Then he raised his sword and decided to get rid of them all if it was necessary. However, his comrade did not allow him and grabbed him, not allowing these animals to do anything. And while they were bickering, some of the kittens developed wings. These were no longer those cute kittens, but evil creatures with their claws out and hissing menacingly at the warriors. They furiously attacked the boys, who did not even suspect this, and after a few moments they were already defeated. And the kittens continued to clean their fur. Small ghosts surrounded the fallen men, as if even teasing them, and then the core began to draw in their magical power. The ghosts collected all the warriors' belongings and then approached them, intending to do something. As it turned out, they erased the memory of everything that happened to them, after which, the guys simply... They threw me out of the dungeon and wished me to come again. The Demon Executive Council members who saw this sighed heavily. However, Aisha explained that after the dungeon was rebuilt, the jewels became bait for adventurers. It was a good way to spread the rumor and, by using the weakest monsters, zombies, skeletons, and ghosts, they could reduce the cost of magic. When the adventurer is defeated, they will simply take all the items for themselves. The Necromancer supported the new advisor and noted that ghosts can change the human mind. Once the adventurer is charmed, he will become weak, and when the demonic cats frighten him greatly, it will not be difficult to erase his memory. The Necromancer also added that they could repeat this trick over and over again without being affected, meaning that they could drain magic from the same adventurers over and over again. Everyone froze in surprise, considering this to be something brilliant that only Belphegor dared to voice. It didn't matter how many times they came, because each time they would simply suck the magical power out of them. Mammon asked what if they made a mistake, and the adventurers would start to suspect something. But Aisha assured them that with their memory erased, they wouldn't even think about anything suspicious, and would just go to the end. It worked like a casino. First, a person wins big and starts playing more than he expected. Then he loses his temper, and plays again and again, trying to win back his losses. It was psychology of manipulating human mind, and the most important thing was that in this way, they preserve life. Even weak souls can be a good source of nutrition if used again and again. According to this plan, the zombie dragon divided the dungeon into 2 zones, dangerous and safe. They use this to make adventurers think that if they do not go deeper, they are safe. Even if they are defeated, they will remain alive. The enemies there are easy to kill, and if they meet someone stronger, they will have the strength to fight them. Adventurers will come to this dungeon again and again, leaving their magic power. and the more of them there are, the more you can get from them. The ghost brought a stack of papers and handed them out to everyone who greeted them while the advisor explained that she would now show the results of their work. Mammon froze in amazement. As soon as rumors about the dungeon spread, business immediately went uphill. For this, the necromancer thanked Aisha and said that it only worked out thanks to her. He admitted that the traps he used consumed a lot of magical energy, so he would not be able to benefit from people of that level. The guy expected that high-level enemies would come, but he was wrong. The new advisor said that the main forces of humanity were currently occupied by the demon lords, so there was no point in sending strong soldiers to them. But the girl also could not allow Karna to learn about humanity's current weakness. The orc chieftain laughed, pleased that everything had been thought out in advance, as expected from Cecilia, the leader of the entire demonic race. The mother of the succubi echoed him, but Mammon still doubted this plan. After all, the stage when the weakest monsters cat demons use magic to charm the enemy was incomprehensible. Such weak demons cannot use magic. What is the secret? But the girl said it was a secret, and she wouldn't tell. Then the guy got even angrier. After all, she used the castle's most valuable things without a single mention of it in the documents. Then the girl, who had been silently listening to his indignation, asked why he didn't trust them. She added that they actually did not help these cat demons in any way, which she asked Karna again and he confirmed. After which the guy decided to explain everything to those present himself. Cat demons are the weakest demons compared to other monsters. Their strength is comparable to that of ordinary animals, which is why they are often used for magical experiments or as food, and their lives are not valued at all. However, they have a hidden power, and Karna was sure that the succubus knew about it, since it was in her direction. Then she was asked what was required for the magical charm. The girl thought about how best to answer this question. She explained that charm depends on how much more beautiful you are to the opposite sex. The higher this figure, the greater the chances of success. The guy thanked the girl for the explanation, but corrected her that in his experience, charm works not only for both sexes. Everyone present looked nervously at the succubus, but it seemed the other girl didn't like it at all, and she rose from her seat. She hugged Karna roughly and told him that she knew how charming cats were to humans, but she was more interested in why demon cats could use charm at all. Mammon asked her to stop this behavior, and then the necromancer pushed the girl away and said that it was all thanks to these cats. The guy stepped aside and summoned the succubus ghosts, who immediately happily scattered around the room. Everyone present blushed, unable to take their eyes off the guy. He now seemed to them simply incredibly beautiful and attractive. The ogre asked, unable to contain his admiration, why Karna seemed so cute to him. Mammon fell under the spell, although they did not understand at all what the necromancer had done. To understand something, and while everyone was trying to come to their senses, only two girls stood to the side, watching what was happening. These are the spirits of girls of easy virtue and dancers. They require a powerful spell that can only be used by those with high necromancy skills. This spell affects the brain of the target, who will lose his mind without any resistance. Aisha was surprised that this spell worked on a succubus who should be immune to it. She also noted that it was funny to see adventurers who were not afraid of low-ranking monsters fall into such a trap. The mother of the succubi slapped her cheeks. She was finally able to dispel the spirit's spell, albeit with difficulty. However, she was very interested in why this did not affect the new advisor. Aisha explained that with certain information, one can resist the power of this spell. But without it, even the best generals of the demon army will fall into this trap. The succubus admitted that it was simply humiliating for her, and then she asked if it wasn't difficult to summon such spirits. She asked how he managed to make a contract with the creatures belonging to the Dark Mother, the true ancestor of the succubi. The guy admitted that he simply asked them for help. They were working in a tomb not far from this place, and they happily followed him. One of the spirits said that he had much more fun here than watching the tomb. The succubus simply could not believe it. Unexpectedly, Karna was hugged by his boss again, she assumed, but did not dare to say out loud that the girl who lives there is not like all the succubi. It is quite possible that she is the true ancestor, the Dark Elder, Istasha. If that's the case, then Karna is stronger than the mother of the succubi, and even Cecilia. It seems like he's in a different category. Mammon was indignant at how this could work with his level of defense, and how a weak monster could have such an effect. But Belphegor interrupted him, assuring him that the guy was pathetic right now. But it was obvious that both of them were not in the best position, and each of them had to watch themselves. The ogre simply suggested that it was possible to wait it out, and the mother of the succubi asked, once the minions of the Dark Mother said that they would lend a helping hand, what did that mean? Because there were no summoners here. Having recalled the spirits, the guy said that if you allow the obscene spirit to possess the cat, then he will be able to use charm magic, and his charm and magic already create a powerful effect. Aisha also added that there is no need to use magic when cats can handle it anyway. Despite its rarity, such a spirit is a weak monster, so it is easy to summon it to the dungeon. And if you continue to use charm magic while possessed, the cats themselves will learn to use this magic. The succubus asked again, so it turns out that summoning monsters that can use charm is done so easily. The ogre noted that it was a good idea. You can use the remaining power to improve the defense of the dungeon. It became clear that there were other low-level monsters, with abilities that were effective against humans. Aisha watched everything from the side, and was clearly irritated by everything that was happening, and by some individuals in particular. A couple of days ago, during a discussion about rebuilding the dungeon, Karna suggested using cats against people. The girl held one of the cats in her arms, looking touched. The guy asked, she doesn't want demons to attack cats, does she? Then the girl agreed, even though they were monsters, she wanted to protect them. The girl invited him to look into her mind to make sure she wasn't lying. She hated both humans and demons. Aisha did not believe in allies, because when interests are at stake, everyone betrays each other and fights for trivial things. The upset young man asked, she is a mercenary and is paid for fighting, but she could continue to do this without trusting people. Even though she was gifted with divine prophecy, she still needed money, which is why she became a mercenary. Aisha was sure that people would betray sooner or later, and so her dream was to take care of cats, as if they were her own family. And she didn't care that it might seem stupid, but the young man didn't think so. Karna told her that he had a family too. He wanted his grandparents to live happily and worry-free, and that was why, when Cecilia called him and gave him a salary, he decided to work for her. Then she realized what the guy meant. He was hinting at their similarity. He wants to be sure that she can achieve what she wants, and so they will move towards it step by step. Aisha sternly asked if the guy was sure of his words, but he assured her that Cecilia would understand everything. She was genuinely surprised, because it sounded unreliable, but the necromancer said that they would not understand until they tried. But it seemed that she herself was still sure that people and demons could not change so easily. Once everyone had calmed down and sat down at the table, Cecilia said that she wanted to use this opportunity to stop the unfair treatment of weak monsters. It was worth recognizing their skills and evaluating more than just their strength. Mammon and Belphegor, delighted by the girl's words, agreed with her, and were determined to develop their kingdom. This shocked Aisha, who was standing nearby. She didn't expect that their society was still developing. After the meeting in the underground palace of Le Rural, Karna restored order with incredible enthusiasm. The floor of the room was strewn with papers, and Aisha stood to the side, silently watching what the guy was doing. Cecilia, who was sitting next to him, offered to help with the cleaning, but he assured her that he could handle everything on his own. She then admitted that improving the lives of these cats was clearly the right choice. One of the furry ones climbed onto her lap. Aisha asked if Cecilia was sure that everyone would follow the ban on cruelty to low-level monsters. Then the girl assured that orders from above are carried out by absolutely everyone here, and then she clarified that the girl still had many questions. The former mercenary admitted that if it had been related to people, everything would have been more complicated. But her interlocutor unexpectedly said that in any case, even demons can eat her. But she trusted Karna, and he reciprocated her feelings, and that is why she would like to trust those he trusts. The guy smiled shyly at his boss for her pleasant words. Aisha noticed that the sphere on her neck did not light up, so it turns out that this girl was not lying. If this is all true, they are much better than those who despised her for working as a mercenary. Looking at Aisha, Cecilia said that she had sent a spy to the royal capital to gather information. The young man immediately asked if they were coming to them. She answered negatively and continued the story. The kingdom secretly executed the hero, and there is no one to replace him. But Aisha Alistair, the guild counted among those who left this world. The girl froze in horror. She couldn't believe that it was true. Karna understood that it was hard for the girl, but if there were people left in the capital who were dear to the girl, then she could call them here. Cecilia supported the guy's words and agreed that she was not at all against it, because the girl's assistance would be very useful to them. The demon smiled kindly, but it seemed there was still something scary in her gaze. Aisha decided that she would not do this, even though they trusted her. Alistair awkwardly admitted that humanity was nothing compared to the cats the girl was feeding here, and then Cecilia noted that Aisha was simply afraid that they would get rid of these people. The girl is sure that this was nonsense, because in society the strongest always survives. Cecilia smiled and said that she understood, but Aisha still said that she had one more question that she wanted to ask. She wondered why they were taking people into the demon army. She wanted to know why they were being paid so much money, even though it could lead to problems. The demon was very embarrassed, and admitted that she was ashamed to say such a thing. Aisha thought that it was just an act, but her pearl did not glow, which meant that she was not lying. The demoness herself admitted that she is not lying. She is very interested in human culture, love, romance, weddings. She wants to know the magical connection between a human child and a demon. She wanted love and looked at Karna with this almost direct request. Meanwhile, in another part of the underground palace, Mammon's subordinate was reporting to him. He learned that Cecilia's personal general was actually a human, the sage and necromancer Karna, and then asked what his master was going to do about it. In a rage, the demon shouted that it was obviously unacceptable to have liars in their ranks. After kicking one of the guys lying on the floor, he ordered the letter to be sent to Dargaz. The demon decided to invite the Lord of Greed to them, to the underground palace. The demon lowered her ears and asked what to do with love. Aisha left the room, saying that she was leaving this nonsense to Karna, although the guy begged her to stay. She said that for adventurers, any kind of adventure is always judged as trouble, and therefore she will not interfere in it. He asked the girl again not to leave, but the girl had already slammed the door. Cecilia came very close to the young man and looked into his eyes. She said that she wanted it like in the novel that spies from human lands brought her. They could even go on a date. She was interested in what she should do after that. But the guy admitted that he also did not go on dates and therefore did not know. She took the guy by the hand and asked if there was a girl he liked in his hometown. But where the sage lived, there were practically no girls his age, and he treated those that were like sisters. The girl squeezed his hand tightly and said that it would be the first time for both of them. She was happy, but she didn't know what to do, because it's so difficult to love. Karna took a step back and asked if she found this strange, since according to literature, demons were very particular about concepts such as love and affection. The girl asked if he knew why this was so, but it turned out that he had not read that far, and the spirit added that it was not written there. The demoness suggested that the problem was that the concept of love was unfamiliar to them. But not all demons were lonely. Some of them got married and even had children, which made the girl immerse herself in thought. After some thought, the girl happily grabbed the guy's hand to lead him somewhere. She led the boy down the street to visit the demon who had gotten married. They found themselves outside the demon lord's castle, in a tribe of orcs, low-ranking demons, or, more precisely, in his residential area. Karna noticed that compared to the castle, this place looked more like a human city. There were even leather and fur products here. One of the spirits noticed that the orcs were working as craftsmen. However, suddenly one of them noticed the demon lord and asked what brought her to this barbaric place. The necromancer recognized this orc. He was at the last meeting of the executive committee. The girl said that they were here for a quick inspection and asked to tell the boy more about the orcs, since he was still studying different gear. The boy bowed his head in respectful request, but the orc quickly asked to raise his head, because if other orcs and lower-ranking demons noticed this, they would think badly of him. But the sage did not understand this at all, because they are no different from others. The orc screamed, how could one not notice the difference between them? And the girl just smiled. The demon lord clarified whether the boy felt the difference in magical power between Belphegor and the orcs he had fought before, and then the boy realized that the orc was not that strong. But even his spirits were divided. The demoness wondered if they really needed magical power. Although if the guy fought against the power of God, Nodens and Vorvadas, then the average power of the orcs in Belphegor is not that great. The orc admitted that maybe for someone like him it wasn't much, but that's what separates demons into higher and lower ranks. He said that they don't get their power from magic, but rather like humans they get their power from food. But when he wanted to tell something else, A woman suddenly appeared, yelled at him, and sent him to prepare dinner for the children. When the young man noticed her, he immediately noticed that she was human. The woman, after her husband's correction and his remark that the demon lord was here, apologized and ran away. The demoness apologized for distracting them and promised to steal her husband for just a minute. The woman cast a stern look at her husband and promised that for now, he was safe. The orc sighed with relief. He said that the half-humans were very scary. But Karna was even more surprised. Wasn't his wife a human? The man explained that his wife had a flat nose and chest, which made her half-human. Orcs are a lower race among demons, and therefore they cannot create a child with their magical power. They can only reproduce with humans or demi-humans. The guy remembered that in the past, orcs sometimes kidnapped people, especially girls, in order to marry them. But as far as he remembered, the last orc raid on human settlements was more than 100 years ago. Since the goblins and ogres took over their territory, they live in poverty, under the protection of Cecilia. And it was because of the lack of human women that this orc lived with evil orc girls. That's what he meant. The orc said that the gods chose several pigs and gave them magical powers, which is how the orcs came into being. The same blood flows in them. That is why pigs are exterminated. They have very little magic. The spirit remembered that many years ago, in order to explore the land, they became a race with high vitality. At that time, the orc king looked very different. The children started crying and asked their father if the food was ready. The girls scolded the children for crying in front of the demon lord, but their father stood up for them and asked them not to yell at the children. The orc asked permission to go and prepare food for his children, and the demoness, having given him permission, asked if they could walk around and look around at how they lived here. The orc noted with surprise that they had almost nothing, but if that didn't bother them, then of course they could come in. What interesting things could orcs have at home? They entered the house of the orc chieftain, and the first thing the young man noticed was that it smelled of rotten undead. The demon lord looked out the window and asked if there was a poisonous swamp there. The orc noted that although it was small, it was causing trouble. Looking around, the demoness noted that they fall asleep and wake up in the same room, and this strengthens their union. But the man considered this simply a territorial takeover. Since he was going to cook dinner, he warned that he could not help in any way for now. Karna asked what orc food tasted like. The man, tying his apron, said that if they wanted, he could bring it to them, although he wouldn't call it food, but the guy still wanted to try it. A little later, plates with a hot lunch were already placed on the table, and the orc himself apologized for the long wait. It was a traditional Orcish dish of rotten meat and shriveled vegetables with salt. The demon lords stared at the plate in surprise, and the spirit noted that, for orcs, this was normal, but if a human ate it, he would definitely get poisoned. Orcs eat vegetables and other monsters untouched by humans outside the dungeon. Karna immediately realized that, because of the caves, it is impossible to grow fields here. The man admitted that compared to what the highest-ranking demons eat, it's just awful. Ingredients overflowing with magical energy, fresh meat, and vegetables are just a dream for them. He would like his children to try such food at least once. The young man became inspired and decided to help them with their problem. The guy used retroactive restoration and rewound time to return the ingredients to their fresh state. The result was a Karna-style dish. Fresh meat and vegetables with salt. The couple were terribly surprised by this, and the demon lord was delighted, because this was the use of the aging process, which she had already seen before. Karna scratched his head awkwardly. He was ashamed. After all, this was probably the first level of time magic. However, the demoness knew that even a great master would fall to his knees if he knew about this. The spirits enthusiastically asked to lend them some magic to help the young man. The sage asked Cecilia for permission, and she, of course, smiled and approved this idea. The spirits asked for some more food, and the orc asked fearfully what they were going to do. Meanwhile, Karna gave them his magic. The orcs were completely amazed and afraid of what was happening. Meanwhile, the gods of the lair in front of the rotten, poisonous swamp decided that it was a waste of the magical power of the lord of the demon castle, and took it upon themselves to fix it. When they used the awakening of the earth, suddenly, the rotten swamp seemed to evaporate, and in its place appeared a small lake, around which grass and flowers grew. The spirits gave the blessing of the earth and light. Now the orcs will never have to worry about fresh vegetables, even in the dungeon. Then Karna asked them to do the same for the farm, but the gods admitted that the curse of the tomb was on a completely different level and could not be gotten rid of. The entire settlement came running to the noise, and when they got there, they saw a beautiful meadow. One of the spirits warned that if they ate the growing tom now, they would not be able to grow any more vegetables later, so they should use the field wisely. The orc asked in surprise if the Lord would give them the field. The girl smiled and said that this swamp was not part of the castle's defense plans, and therefore she hoped that the orcs would be well fed and would work even harder. The orc leader addressed his people and announced that they would now be able to eat a lot of fresh vegetables. The orcs joyfully shouted in honor of the demon mistress, even calling her the goddess of mercy, after which they lifted the sage up in their arms and shouted in his honor, calling him the devoted new general. The orc chieftain cried with happiness, along with his wife, and Cecilia just smiled. Karna turned out to be exactly as she thought. Rural's palace. The girl happily fell onto her bed. She had eaten well, and Karna noted that this orcish feast was very tasty, thanks to the fresh meat and vegetables. A snack of vegetables and meat filled with magical power is surprisingly not suitable for demons like Cecilia. The young man noted that, in any case, in addition to the meat, the old men also awakened the earth, and the girl, getting out of bed, agreed. She said that Karna made a contract with Nodens and Vorvados to show the world their power. He probably didn't realize how amazing it was. The guy assured that in reality, he didn't do that much. The demoness shared that she couldn't even tell how many times he made her heart beat faster since the moment they met. Maybe this is love. She didn't know, of course, but she definitely liked this feeling, and it seemed wonderful. Karna said that although he was not sure, he wanted Cecilia to be happy, because she had acknowledged and accepted him, and therefore he would do everything in his power. He promised to try for this love too. The girl asked if this made love work, and the guy was about to make excuses, but the girl hugged him and pulled him to fall together, saying that she was just making fun of him. Lying opposite the guy, the girl told him that demons do not fall in love and do not marry, and there is an ancient legend about the ancient gods about this. Returning to the origins of demons, it can be said that there are real facts about the birth of the 7 great demon kings. The coming of the ancient gods, the rise of humanity, the birth of the hero, the destruction of the demons, and the birth of them, the 7 great demon kings and the demon race. Cecilia, as a demon of lust, received the hereditary seal. Demonica showed the glowing seal on her palm. The girl said that this seal is the 7th part of the legacy of the god Bastet, after which she decided to show her last trump card. The girl rose into the air, radiating a beautiful light, and spoke of a magical power that reached even the outer gods. But unfortunately, she can't handle this oversized vessel of demonic power that she inherited. It gets damaged and breaks into 7 pieces, and therefore her children may not be able to create it. But there was still one way, a method to heal the broken vessel of Bastet's ancestor and his soul. Instead of creating a new soul with magic, create a completely normal living being in your belly. Carry a new life inside you, and create a soul by passing on a hereditary mark. It's like moving the contents of a broken vessel into a new vessel, and the blushing girl added that she would like Karna to fall in love with her. In the underground palace of Cecilia, the demon lord, the existence of a demon who has made a deal with the gods he can control becomes widely known. The demons didn't even know his name, so they came up with it themselves, Lord of the Gods or Sabato. Kanata tried on the armor. Cecilia saw him like that and thought he looked great and very cute. The guy himself noted that the armor was too heavy, he couldn't even move in it. Aisha didn't understand why he was wearing it, because it had been rented before and usually people don't last long after that. But the boy is immune to the curse, and it can even make him stronger. Cecilia asked if the armor fits him. The boy asked if he could change into his normal clothes, to which he was given an affirmative answer. Aisha asked if they could hide Karna's name and race during the demon army induction ceremony. Karna has a human family. It would be bad to tell about it. But the young man himself saw nothing wrong with being a mysterious demon. Aisha said that if this ceremony was held among humans, it would look definitely suspicious. The girl smiled. She was a demon lord after all, and that said it all. The guy looked at his boss with admiration, and then, coming closer, she asked if he could fall in love with her. When she hugged him, he just looked awkwardly into her eyes. The boy awkwardly pushed the demoness away and said that he couldn't go that far. He was still a child, and therefore didn't know if he could make Cecilia happy. The girl smiled and, holding Karna's face, said that it meant it was too early for him to love. Stroking his cheek, she asked, "Is happiness when someone does something for you?" The girl thought that she should already be happy, walking hand in hand with her beloved man of labor. After all, she learned about this from the orcs and people, or maybe she was mistaken. Taking the guy by the hand, she said that he would have enough time to think about it while he served her. They could be happy, little by little. The guy himself agreed with this. Aisha decided to interrupt them and apologized, saying that it was time for them to go. Karna apologized, and the demon lord noted that he was a cutie who looked good in his regular clothes. Opening the gates, they prepared to go out to the ceremony of Karna's entry with the army of demons. Down the corridor. The girl was happy that it was finally time for the introduction. Sabato in the army. The orc noted that this was the beginning of the lowest-ranking demon soldier who defeated the demon general Belphegor. The girl folded her hands dreamily. It seemed to her that Cecilia and Sabato wanted this themselves. He was new here, so he started from the lowest level. The orc was about to be promoted, and so he was going to be more polite than his companion. But the girl asked if he had built the field for their settlement. Without thinking for long, the orc gave an affirmative answer, not noticing the guy behind him. Suddenly, someone hissed behind them, which scared them terribly. It was Mammon with his assistants, and it seemed that none of the 5 creatures were happy about such an unexpected meeting. The orc and the demoness stepped aside, bowing their heads and letting the higher-ranking demons pass. They whispered among themselves that he clearly didn't like Sabato joining the army. The subordinate of the Lord of Lust didn't give in even to General Belphegor. It's only a matter of time from the end Sabato will get ahead of them. But they still didn't like the idea of a power struggle, and so they decided not to interfere. Mammon thought that everyone should take a look at the necromancer Karna. It seems that the angry demon has something in mind. At the ceremonial event, Karna walked proudly between the parted monsters, holding Cecilia's hand. Everyone clapped happily and welcomed Cecilia and their new general, Sabato. However, not everyone was happy. A man dressed like a priest asked, in the name of the outer gods, whether he would donate his powers, merits, and his territory to the dominion of Her Majesty, the Demon Queen Cecilia, and whether Sabato would swear to serve her forever. The guy, without thinking, took the girl's hand and sincerely swore, and the sign on his hand shone brightly. Suddenly, someone burst into the hall, attracting everyone's attention. It was an orc who had come running to report the trouble. He shouted loudly that they were being attacked by enemies. Belphegor got angry and asked the orc not to be such a fool. Only the royal devil family knows about their location. They simply cannot be attacked. But the monster insisted that an army of marauders and cannibals was already trying to destroy the castle gates. After which, there was a roar, and the orc fell to the ground. Belphegor decided to destroy these impudent fellows himself, and quickly flew away. In front of the main gates of the demon castle, enemies raged, breaking down the gates. The gates had already been broken down by cannibals, and the orcs were preparing to defend themselves. The huge monster stepped over the gate, stepping right on the orc. They didn't understand at all what happened to the barrier, why it simply stopped working. The orcs decided that it was broken, but Mammon was responsible for them. The monster didn't stop there, and swung his pitchfork at the orcs. However, he was stopped. Someone shouted for the barbarians not to get too carried away when the orcs were already lying on the ground, waiting for the blow of a heavy hammer. It was Belphegor throwing lightning. He reacted quickly and threw sparks straight at the huge creature, which simply evaporated on the spot without leaving a trace. The orcs admired the demon's strength for saving them. They were overjoyed to see Belphegor come to their aid. He asked them to be on guard, as they had to hold them there until reinforcements arrived. The smug demon thought about how strong he was, much stronger than Karna. One of the demons reported that there were too many enemies, and they could not cope alone. Then Belphegor decided to show everyone the power of despair lightning, granted to him by the ancient god Nodens. He furiously blew up the enemies, helping the rest of the demons. However, while the orcs were admiring, a cannibal appeared from behind the gate, twice as big as the previous one, with a huge, heavy flail. It was the Lord of the Cannibals himself. When Belphegor realized this, he immediately decided to strike him down with his lightning. However, when the dust settled after the explosion, it became clear that he had easily withstood the lightning strike and was already preparing for a counterattack. The demon barely managed to dodge the blows of the heavy weapon from the terrible creature. In the central hall of the Demon Lord's castle, the creatures anxiously awaited news. And finally, a demon came running with a report. The main gates have been destroyed and the castle is in danger as they cannot stop the enemy invasion. Belphegor tries his best to hold them back, but it's too hard. If nothing is done, they'll get inside. This is bad, because if the barrier was intact, they could have prevented the enemy from invading. But one thing bothered Cecilia. How did they know where the castle was? There is an underground passage not far from the human lands, but it is impossible to find unless you have the same research abilities as Karna. The demons began to argue and bicker until their lord realized that there was a traitor among them. Karna asked if it was the barrier he had destroyed, but the girl reassured him by saying that she had immediately restored it. She then sent one of the demons to find Mammon, since he was responsible for the barrier. The girl thought again it was either a mistake or someone, but cutting herself off, she decided that now she should not think about this. The demoness turned to Karna and offered him the chance to work as a warrior for a while. The young man took the demon lord's hand and, despite the fact that the ceremony was interrupted in the middle, he already considered himself the girl's subordinate. And so, having promised that he would protect her, the guy confidently headed for the exit. Clenching his fist, the boy called upon Uru, who quickly understood what needed to be done. A huge dragon appeared out of nowhere, shocking everyone around. No one even suspected that such magic existed. The dragon immediately touched the spatial barrier, a huge field surrounding the castle. This field controls the life that flows through everyone's veins. The dragon bowed his head and apologized for borrowing him for a while because it was urgent. The demons wondered if the dragon was obeying Cecilia, and this was Sabato's power. They didn't believe it, as if it was just a joke. It was impossible to restore the barrier with a 100-year-old dragon alone, but the dragon began to cast a spell to restore the barrier. The dragon itself began to glow, as did the lines of the magical barrier. These luminous stripes went all the way to the castle gates, surprising everyone who noticed them. An unexpected explosion right at the gates frightened everyone and destroyed some of the enemies. Belphegor thought that an army of barbarians opened fire at the castle gates. The magical barrier once again surrounded the demon castle, and the dragon said that it was a barrier of space and time that hides the world inside and makes it difficult to enter the castle. It is now impossible to get here without a special ability, which should slow down the advance. The young man smiled and happily thanked Uru for her help. The demons froze in horror. What kind of space-time barter? What kind of ability to overcome time? How is all this even possible? How strong must the mark be? But they did not dare ask, because they were afraid of dragons. Karna asked Cecilia if everything was okay, because that was the first thing that came to his mind. Cecilia put her hand on the guy's head and thanked him for what he had done, because he had tried hard. The other demons screamed in shock. She was petting this monster, their mistress. Belphegor was glad that he had somehow managed to defeat the barbarian lord. Even though the attack had stopped, there were still too many enemies behind the barrier. The demon decided to attack them with a burst of despair, but unfortunately, nothing came of it. The barbarians laughed. It seemed the demon had exhausted all his magical power, which clearly gave them an advantage. One of the cannibals approached the demon and swung a huge club to strike, but the guy had no choice but to cover himself with his hands. However, he didn't have time to finish. Some explosion interrupted him, and the monster flew off in the opposite direction. Belphegor was surprised that he was still alive, and then someone who had just come up noted that they were just in time. It was Karna with the god Nodens who came to the gates where the battle was taking place. The sage asked if the demon was okay. However, he was clearly surprised by their arrival and asked if they had come to help. Nodens, realizing who had praised the heir to his seal before him, laughed joyfully. Karna said to rely on them now because he could not afford to stand idly by in a place where Cecilia was in danger. He shouted loudly to the god to attack, and he proudly shouted that now the enemies would see a real thunderstorm. He used a lightning bolt of despair that scattered across many enemies and hit them with a loud, ear-splitting roar. When the dust cleared, all that was left was dust and a pile of bodies, which clearly pleased the god. The man chuckled. It was a great workout for an old man like him. And while the barbarians awaited their fate in horror, the orcs were already preparing to attack, supporting Sabato. Belphegor ordered everyone to attack and destroy anyone who tried to enter the castle. A huge crowd of orcs with pitchforks and other demons rushed to attack the warriors. At this time, an orc ran into the central hall of the demon lord's palace, who reported that Sabato had launched a counterattack, and now the only task was to destroy them all and prevent them from entering the castle. Cecilia was pleased. She knew that Sabato could cope without her help. But something still bothered the girl. How did the enemy know where this castle was? Even the other 7 demon lords don't know where it is. The circumstances were too suitable for such an incident. The demons rejoiced, and the Lord wondered if it was Mammon and Aisha who had done this. Mammon, he was indignant. Watching what was happening from the outside, he did not understand what was going on there. This guy turned out to be too strong, which these demons clearly did not expect. Mammon, overcome with nerves, only silently gnawed his claws. He said that they would be destroyed in any case, because they still did not know who they were dealing with. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind the guy who agreed with his words. Aisha held the blade to the demon's throat and said that he had made a great mistake in betraying the demon lord. The girl slowly led the demon away from his subordinates, while they discussed that she was Sabato's subordinate. The girl threatened that if they thought about approaching, she would cut the leader's throat, to which the guy himself called them cowards. But Aisha asked him if he didn't think that only a much greater coward would betray his lord. She was clearly full of anger and determination. The demon asked how she even guessed that it was all his doing, to which the girl assured him that he had acted too obviously. Making a fuss during an attack on the castle was too suspicious. She assumed he knew a lot about money, but certainly not about conspiracies. Aisha informed him that he definitely wouldn't be able to win, so he should either give up or say goodbye to this world. But suddenly, some noise from behind caught her attention, and she turned around to check what it was. Someone dealt a powerful blow to the girl's back, causing her and Mammon to fly off to the side. The girl jumped back, landing successfully, but it was not so important, because despite her perfectly honed movements, someone caught her, lifting her into the air by the throat. She assumed from the camouflage and invisibility techniques that she was being attacked by a hired killer and raised her hand to strike. However, her hand was also grabbed, and then the invisibility began to fade, and the man said that she was wrong. The man who had grabbed the girl's neck tightly introduced himself as the devil. It was the demon of greed, Gurgozaraga himself. The girl's blade fell to the floor with a clang, and the man himself had no intention of letting her go. The frightened demons only silently watched this spectacle from the side. He asked about a certain woman, insulting her rudely. It seems that even Mammon himself was afraid of his crazy look, and then he said that Cecilia could wait for him. Aisha continued to hang in the air, and Mammon boldly asked if Gurgauz had really come to save them, but the man only cast an angry glance at the demon and asked again what he had said. The demon of greed smiled and stated that he had no need for incompetent subordinates like him. Addressing the girl, the demon said that she was an ordinary human who could not defeat him. She was so pathetic that he even found it funny. But Mammon interrupted his monologue and apologized. Gurgauz said that if the guy thinks that breaking the barrier is a real merit, but it did not bring any significant results, so he should not meddle in something that is not his business. The demon was clearly taken aback by this. Suddenly the palace shook so that the demons could not stand on their feet. Then the demon of greed declared that they were here. He was talking about the 3 great demons of greed under his command, which was not the same as the demon lord Bellows. The man declared that he would not lose to their necromancer, but Mammon assured him that he could control the outer gods. Then Gurgauz said that the outer gods themselves have the power of the 7 demon lords, but would he be able to take control of more than one? He would simply be tricking himself into trying to capture the powerful undead, thinking he was a god. And although in any case, a person cannot have more power than a demon lord, Gurgauz assured that they are in the same boat. The main thing is not to lose vigilance. Squeezing his throat even tighter, the man assured that even though he had been replaced, he would still be enough to bury the hero, and he would take on the 3 great demons of greed. The world's strongest cannibal swordsman wields the sacred sword Volvados, which was stolen from the human lands. The best spellcasters and mages of the demon race support them. No one can defeat them. Hearing this, Mammon's spirit was revived. The man swore that he would never lose. Meanwhile, Karna and the 3 great demons of greed had already met on the battlefield. Chosen by the sacred sword, the unrivaled samurai Iha Isle, Susyarusi, a sorceress with an evil eye, and Putatoyarai, a great sorcerer with the mark of spirit magic. They all arrived at the order of Lord Gurgauz, ready to fulfill his wishes. All 3 rushed into battle against the necromancer, but he, without flinching, immediately found something to respond with, calling on Bora. The guy used the absorption flash against several greed demons at once, but Aiha got the worst of it. Aisley, who was standing next to the young man. All three were quickly defeated and scattered in different directions, and while the gods sat on the samurai, the other two tearfully apologized to Karna and the gods. The choreographer recognized Boru and hit the demon again for stealing the weapon. The sage asked if this sword belonged to Boru, since it was the same as the one Karna had borrowed when he was learning fencing. And Boru pointed out that he was right, but that it was now simply a hideous decoration. God continued to beat the demon for what he did with the sword, but the man tearfully justified himself, because the sword was already like that when Gurgaus gave it to him. Grabbing Boru by the head, he asked if this was true, to which the demon swore that it was the purest truth. Belphegor froze in surprise. 3 great demons, who together could defeat a huge army, were defeated with one blow and tearfully begged for forgiveness. Karna asked if they were the strongest of the entire army. The samurai assured him that they were the strongest and were supposed to attack the necromancer as part of Greed's plan to get rid of the mistress of lust. The guy was horrified. He realized that their target was Cecilia. Karna demanded an immediate explanation. And the man said that the war of the demon lords continues until the soul of the enemy lord is destroyed, so it is necessary to get rid of him and not let him escape. Bora noted that they needed to return to the palace immediately. The guy finally said that he was leaving them to Belphegor. The man enthusiastically agreed and asked to save Cecilia. The barbarians, noticing their generals, realized that they were finished and it was time to run, and since there was a guard there, they couldn't get close. In a panic, they lost the exit and ran straight to the castle. Since their boss was eliminated, no one controlled them now, but they still couldn't be led into the castle. One of the demons asked Belphegor and Sabato for help, to which the demon immediately assured that he would take care of them. Then the young man decided to help them a little with this matter, with the help of his magic. He used the control of the dead and raised the fallen cannibals. They rose with a terrible howl, their eyes blazing. The demon was surprised. The guy didn't turn the corpses into zombies. Karna smiled and said, "It's still better when they're fresh." The demon considered it an abomination, but did not argue. But another very noticeable warrior rose up. Among those who stood up was the ogre Rode, who had been defeated with difficulty by the demon. He convinced him that he would handle the rest himself and that the young man could go. Karna bowed respectfully and thanked him. Having called his spirits and stood on them, the sage left using the phantom move. Meanwhile, in the Demon Lord's castle, Mammon asked what Gurgaus would do when he took him to Cecilia. He replied that he would take everything he could out of her and then throw it away, which scared the girl even more. Aisha was spinning around in her head the information about her opponent, who wouldn't let her go. The Demon Lord who ruled the Carcassonne Desert, adjacent to human territories. The king of marauding tribes, mostly cannibals and ogres. He doesn't care about controlling the land, he just wanders from one place to another, raiding the territories of people. It is said that 3 great generals are under his command, while possessing enormous power. Aisha couldn't let this demon win, otherwise there would be many casualties. She was looking for something in her bag on her back. Still, she would rather have a cute little boy and a demon mistress of lust than this. With these thoughts, the girl threw something from her bag onto the floor. It rolled and stopped, shining with a bright, blinding light. Mammon closed his eyes, and Gurgaus, covering his eyes with his hand, asked if the girl had decided to entertain him with some ability of hers, but she sharply kicked the demon, saying that this was simply her way of fighting. She created a smokescreen and rushed to run, realizing that her strength was not enough. However, the demon couldn't let this girl escape just like that. He used a spatial blade. It cut through the smoke, but the girl managed to dodge it, but the other demons did not. A deafening scream from the injured demons rang out. The spatial blade is the final form of a martial artist. Based on his fighting style, Aisha assumed he was an assassin, but only martial artists could use such a skill. While the girl was wondering if he could have 2 marks, he was preparing to attack again. He used a storm to create a huge hurricane and directed it straight at Aisha. The storm is a spiritual wind magic, and the girl was only more surprised by this. The girl could not hold on to such a blow and flew off, falling into the wall. The demon approached the girl and, picking up the ball next to her, asked if she had caused him so much trouble and even blinded him. How could she expect that she would leave so easily? Looking at the ball, he saw that there was nothing unusual about it, which meant that the golden seal holder had been strengthened. Pressing the girl to the floor and grabbing her with his hand, he said that it was big, rare, which meant he needed this power right now, and therefore he asked where her seal was. With a rare movement, he tore the top part of the girl's clothing off, tearing it to shreds. And then he asked where her seal was, on her hands or feet. He grinned smugly and asked to be shown. He asked again where her seal was while the girl was trying to get up. He himself grabbed her and lifted her hands up in search of what he wanted. She tried to resist, not understanding at all what Gurgao's wanted from her. The girl had a seal on her chest that gave her the ability to create objects. The demon placed his hand over the seal and, to the girl's terrible screams, took the seal for himself. After that, he threw it on the floor, because he no longer needed it, and laughed loudly. Having examined the new seal on his hand, he was delighted, not noticing at all that the girl's ring began to glow. At this time, a demon came running into the main hall with good news. Sabato had defeated the demons at the main gate, and their forces had defeated the enemy reinforcements. All the demons were happy. They said that Cecilia knew who they could rely on. They also noted that it looked like Sabato would soon be deservedly promoted. But the girl herself was not so calm. Something was still troubling her. Was the enemy invasion really stopped? After this attack, they learned the location of the castle, which means the second attack will be more dangerous and much harder. The girl, imagining herself in their place, thought that she got rid of the Lord at the first opportunity. A ghost suddenly flew to Cecilia, which surprised her. She thought it was one of Sabato's ghosts, but quickly realized that it was not so and asked in fear what had happened. The spirit reported that everything was much worse than expected. Mammon has called the demon Gurgao's and they are heading straight here, so Cecilia needs to run urgently. The demons immediately began to be indignant, because this could not be, and it seemed that the Lord herself had betrayed them, since she was communicating with some little ghost. Cecilia ordered everyone to be silent, which frightened even the spirit, who did not expect such harshness from her. The demons froze in indignation, silently watching with anger. The Lord recognized this ghost and listened attentively. And then she asked why the girl had gone so far. It turned out to be Aisha, who didn't exactly become a ghost herself. She simply used the ghost ring to leave her body and fly here. The girl said that the demon of greed took her with a seal. Perhaps now he has her ability. She could stay in this world as a ghost only if she had the power. Aisha sadly reported that she had only 3 minutes left. The mistress was no less upset than her subordinate by such news. The mercenary persistently asked the demoness to join Sabato and escape together before it was too late. Cecilia asked if it was time for the humans to pit the two demon lords against each other. The demons whispered in surprise. Did she really have human subordinates? Aisha admitted that she had thought about it herself, but if something happened to the girl, Karna would get angry. And if he gets angry, not only the demon lord but also the humans will be involved and destroyed. Aisha apologized, but Cecilia asked her for help. The girl asked if she could move to Aisha now, if she could help her, which the ghost herself clearly did not expect. Aisha looked at Cecilia in surprise, and the demons began to argue, because she shouldn't have risked her life for the sake of ordinary people. They assured her that it could be left to them and that they were ready to fight for her life, but Cecilia knew that then they would simply disappear. The demon lord took the ghost in her hands and said that as long as they serve her, there is no difference between humans and demons for her, because she loves and will protect all her subordinates. She said that this girl trusted her, and even after she physically began to disappear, she rushed to warn about the danger, and she rewards such loyalty with her love. The demons had no more objections after these words. The girl proudly declared that she was the mistress of the lust demon, having inherited her power from the ancient god Bastet, ordering everyone to remain in their places and do what they were told. Everyone bowed their heads before their lord, but Aisha kept trying to convince the girl. Cecilia smiled. The human race seemed simply amazing to her. She didn't expect that a human could worry about her so much, but demons, whose loyalty should be part of their soul, betray her. The demon lord said that although the girl and the boy were connected to her materially, only by money, they were still always ready to protect her, to which Aisha replied that it was a matter of contract. She is a mercenary who believes in money and contracts. Gold bribes her soul, and she will not betray it, especially when there is so much at stake. Demon noted that it was rather superficial, but sincere and sweet. She promised to remember this, because the loyalty of a mercenary ensures that the demon lord will fulfill her part of the contract. The demon of greed confidently declared that, now that he had the seal, they could go to Cecilia. However, a magic circle suddenly appeared in front of them. And when the rising dust cleared, the demon noticed that it was Cecilia herself who had arrived. He haughtily noted why she was moving between the walls of her own castle. Gurgaoz asked furiously if she had come here so that he could deal with her immediately, without wasting time looking for her. But the girl resolutely assured him that he was wrong, and that he should stay away from her subordinates, otherwise he would pay for it. Long ago, the ancient gods defeated the great dragon that oppressed all of humanity, and this began a battle that continues to this day. People began to worship them and consider them as new rulers. But soon people got tired of the gods' rule. They abused their magical abilities and completed the ritual of enlightenment to receive a blessing for their skills and talents. And after this ritual was completed, courage was born in people. Having gained strength, humanity rebelled against the gods. After a sudden attack, humans won and sealed the souls of the gods. The great goddess Bastet was one of those who opposed humanity in that battle. She divided her soul into 7 parts, and thus her heirs appeared. The 7 great demons that exist to this day. They fight for each other's souls to resurrect their great god. And their battle continues, even now. The girl repeated that her subordinate should not be touched, but Mammon interrupted her. He asked how she could do this. She shouldn't value people, because they betrayed them, but the girl only asked if that was why he betrayed her. The girl suggested discussing this with him, to which he only clicked his tongue angrily and clenched his fists. She admitted that she loves all her subordinates because it is embedded inside her, since she is a demon of lust. And she does not single out anyone, because she loves everyone equally. The demon of greed laughed and said that although it was touching, would his subordinates follow him with the same warmth, but she should know what Mammon said about her. The demon told how her subordinate blamed her for not even fighting people, just a coward. And she also took people to work for her, which put her pride as a demon into question. You just can't follow her. The Lord of Greed asked how the girl could get such information, but she calmly replied that since she took the throne, she had indeed avoided fighting with people and understood the demon's disappointment. She did not blame him for betraying her. But Cecilia admitted that she doesn't like all people, but only those with whom she could walk hand in hand. Mammon could not stand it because people were their enemies, and he shouted to the ruler about this, but she only asked him again if he really thought so. Demons created by the great goddess Bastet have been bred from birth to seek revenge on people. Could this be the only reason? Mammon asked why the girl was denying the will of their progenitor, but the demoness did not understand why he would change anything if he had not even inherited her will. She asked him why he held a grudge against all of humanity, what he felt. However, the man could not answer and only muttered something unintelligible. Gurgaoz patted the guy on the back and laughed, pushing him to answer the girl. And then he asked, "Isn't it nice to win? Lack of food makes you hungry, and eating makes you full." He already knows everything about souls, hatred, and inheritance. The man asked why barbarity was not a reason and why it should be bad. He is the demon of greed and always gets what he wants, which is what he thinks it means to be a king. Mammon asked what the demon was leading to, and he said that he needed the soul of this girl and the throne. He added that he would reward the demon for his betrayal if he proved himself worthy of it. He gave him complete freedom to decide what to do with Cecilia. Mammon clenched his jaw and then shouted with determination that he would prove it. There was silence in the air, all the demons silently looked at each other, and then the Lord finally turned to Aisha. She created a magical barrier around her to protect her. However, this only made Gurgaoz laugh, because he did not mean Aisha. He rudely ordered the girl to come to him, to which she assured him that these were her words and attacked the man. They both used their magic to get rid of the enemy, and their powers clashed, lighting up everything around. Mammon closed his eyes and even turned away from such a bright light. After all, these rays of light were simply incredibly bright and blinding. The light was followed by an explosion that resounded throughout the area, drawing attention to that part of the castle. Karna also noticed this, determining that this was a clash of magical forces, and he and the spirit realized that the demons were probably right there now. The guy was determined to understand that Cecilia must be there too. Standing on the spirit, he assured that he was already going to help the girl, and his companions asked him to hurry. This is the story of a battle that has been going on for a very long time. One day, the ancient gods defeated the great dragon that oppressed all of humanity. People began to worship them and consider them to be new rulers who came from the outside world. But soon, humanity grew tired of the gods' rule. They abused their magical powers and completed the Enlightenment ritual to receive a blessing for their skills and talents. And after this ritual was completed, courage was born in people. Having received this power, humanity rebelled against the gods. After a sudden attack, humans defeated the gods and sealed their souls. The great goddess, Bastet, confronted humanity. She divided her soul into 7 parts, and thus her heirs appeared. Thus were born the 7 great demons, who exist to this day. The 7 great demons are fighting for each other's souls to resurrect their great god. The battle continues to this day. Cecilia orders Mammon to stay away from her subordinates, or he will be greatly hurt, then asks if he understands. The demon addresses Cecilia-sama by name. He screams at her how she can do this, she shouldn't value people, because they are the ones who betrayed them. The demoness turns to him and asks if this is why he betrayed her. She offers to discuss this with Mammon. The man clenches his fists and clicks his tongue. Cecilia says she loves all her subordinates. It is embedded in her, since she is a demon of lust. She does not say that she singles out someone in particular, she loves everyone equally. Does he understand this? The demon of greed notices how touching this is, and wonders if his subordinates will follow him with such warmth. He smiles broadly and asks to be allowed to tell her what he told him. Gurgaz says that she didn't even fight with people, she's just a coward. She took people to work for her and questioned his pride. Like a demon, you can't follow her. The demon asks Cecilia how she feels about it. The demoness replies that it is true. She has been running and hiding from battles with humans since she took the throne of the demon lord. He is disappointed in her. She does not blame him for betraying her, but she has something to add. Cecilia explains to Mammon that she doesn't like all people, she only likes those with whom she could walk hand in hand, and then asks if he doesn't like that. The demon shouts that of course, because humans are the demon's enemies. The girl asks the next question, is he really thinking so? She says that the demons created by the great Bastet have a birthright of revenge against people, and this may be the only reason. Mammon shouts again and asks if Cecilia is really going to deny the will of their ancestress. The girl asks him why he should change anything, he didn't even inherit that will. She asks the following questions. She does not understand why Mammon holds a grudge against humanity, what he feels, and why he hates people so much. The man cannot find the right words. Gurgaz runs up to him. He laughs loudly and asks why they are fighting this scum, and then orders them not to worry and to talk. Mammon pronounces the name Gurgaz-sama in surprise. The demon of greed keeps asking, isn't it nice to win? Lack of food makes him hungry, and eating makes him strong, soul, hatred, inheritance. He knows all this already. The man turns to Cecilia. He says that it is barbaric. Why is it not a reason for her? Why should it be bad? He screams that he is the demon of greed, and he always gets what he wants. That's what it means to be a king. Mammon asks what he is getting at. The demon replies that he wants her soul and the throne. Gurgaz says that he will reward him for his betrayal if he proves himself worthy of it. He offers to do whatever he wants with her. He can eat her, or just use her. Mammon presses his lips together and shouts that he will prove it. Cecilia looks at them silently, and then directs her magic at the unconscious Aisha, forming a barrier around her. The demon of greed screams that she is a fool. Does she really think he meant her? He attacks, screaming for her to come to him. The mistress says that this is her phrase. She orders him to disappear. The demons direct their power at each other. Mammon grunts, the force bursting out and creating an explosion. Karna sees this. He understands what it is. He is interrupted by Nodens. He assumes that this is a clash of magical forces, which means the demon is most likely there. The hero says that Cecilia should be there too. He stands on the ghosts and flies with an appeal to Cecilia, who is already on her way. The assistants shout to Karna to hurry. The boy says he's going to Cecilia-san. The sound of flapping wings is heard. Nodens agrees with Karn. He shouts that they need to hurry and calls him forward. The hero notices something. Goblins are approaching them. One of them is whooping endlessly. The demon sends a bat that sends a silent ultrasound at the heroes. The hero shakes. It hurts. The ghost screams that it is ultrasound. The hero stands on the ghosts and orders them to begin. They happily agree. Karna casts Dead Man's Bullet magic at them. They pierce the monsters. The guy shouts at the ghosts to attack. Then he notices something. The demons have regained their strength and attack again with a whoop. The hero notices how intrusive they are. He asks Borakun if they can burn them. He says that there are no problems, but it is difficult to get rid of them individually, he suggests, burning the entire castle. The boy replies that he can't stay here long. He needs to help Cecilia. A ghost flies up to them, attracts their attention, and asks if they are hungry. They hear some sounds from the castle. An assistant flies there and shows what is happening there. The hero recognizes the ghost. He is surprised to realize that it is Aisha-san. Then he sees Gurgaz, laughing loudly, attacking Cecilia, who tries to defend herself with a shield. The demon tries to kick. The demoness puts out her hand, their magic clashes. Gurgaz starts to strike with his hands. Cecilia defends herself with her hands and in response makes a U-arc with her leg. Now he puts up a shield, and her magic cuts his hand. The demon looks at her and chuckles. The man heals his hand and tells Cecilia that it is a very strong barrier. Even if you hit it with all your might, it is impossible to break. The girl asks if that is all. She says that it is all very fast. Maybe he needs to try harder. He wonders why she doesn't try to attack, since her magic power is definitely higher than his. Maybe she can defeat him with one blow. Cecilia shows her strength and asks if he is already begging. She calls him a little devil and says why doesn't he say please then? Mammon is frightened by this sight. He shakes and says what incredible power. He did not think that Cecilia-sama was so strong. Gurgaz turns his head to him and asks in response, did the demon really not know this about his mistress? He explains that the 7 souls created by Bastet symbolize the 7 sins and are the 7 great demons. A demon can become stronger by defeating other demons and absorbing their soul. If the soul is defeated by someone other than the demon lord, such as a hero, it will still be reborn as a new demon lord somewhere else in this world. However, with each reincarnation, the strength and soul of this demon weakens. Gurgaz continues that, in addition, there is one more point. Israphilia family are the only descendants of the 7 great demons who have never reincarnated. The demon knows that Mammon does not have much experience in the field of combat, but his magical power is off the charts and he must always be on guard. Cecilia lets him finish his speech and asks if he really knows what he is talking about, since the magic from the time of the divine ancestors is much stronger than what exists today. She asks him not to try to justify his weakness. Gurgaz smiles and says that she is really strong. He begins a new attack and shouts that because of this power, she is the best catch in the world. The demoness strikes back and says that he is too cruel, so she really hates him. The demon of greed replies that he doesn't like little girls either, so they are on the same page. He says that they could destroy the demon lords to take their soul, but if they don't have time, the magic power will just dissipate and disappear. They need time to get them out of the dungeon. Gurgaz is sure that with her help, he will be able to do this. He asks if it is not funny. Mammon shouts that this is true, because since the soul is a vessel in which magical power is stored, there is a certain limit to the magical power that can be retained. If the soul is stolen, only the outer limit of the held magic power will rise, but it will only be transferred to one. If a person defeats the demon lord at this moment, it is the same as the demon lord destroying 2 people. He looks at Aisha and continues to say that while the demon is reincarnating, people can expand their territories before his new offensive. The human race, which in theory should be the weakest, has not died out. Mammon doesn't understand one thing, how a woman who didn't steal the demon lord's soul has such power. It's not justified. Gurgaz deals a strong blow to Cecilia's shield and says that, in other words, it's even too much. The man breaks the barrier with a scream. The shield shatters. Cecilia curses and dodges the blow. She jumps back and orders the demon to shut up. This irritates her. She strikes hard, but the demon manages to jump back. There is an explosion. Gurgaz groans and shouts that this is how things are. It turns out she has even more magical power than he thought. He begins to want her more and more. The mistress again orders him to shut up, because he disgusts her, and strikes again. Debris falls around. The demon strikes back, screaming that she must get it. A clash of magical forces occurs. Debris falls from the tower onto the small demons. They scream and say that they need to run quickly, otherwise they will die. The battle continues. Gurgaz is surprised, because his power is dissipating. He He screams as her magic covers him. Mammon dodges with a hoot. Cecilia thinks she needs to stop. If she doesn't suppress the magic power, the whole castle will explode. She grabs her hand and gasps as her nail splits. She manages to contain herself. The demon of greed squats down, laughs, and says that she did a great job. She has more magic than he expected. It makes him want her even more. Cecilia replies that it is too early for him to laugh. If she waves her finger again, he will die. Mammon screams. Is she really talking about Gergao's sama? He is sure that this cannot be. Gergao stands up, laughs again, and asks Mammon not to be afraid. He raises his hands and asks if she sees the marks. These are the marks he took from the human heroes. Aisha screams silently. Cecilia looks at her in bewilderment. The demon continues to tell that he took these marks from the old high priest and the king of spirits. The ghost says she heard that they both went missing over 10 years ago. The girl now understands. She wonders if she knows what talents they had. The assistant replies that the first one was an advanced warrior with incredible combat skills. His talent is the ability to reduce the enemy's magical defense to 0. The Spirit King can use strong resistance to anti-magic. Cecilia understands what it means now the demon can break through her defense and eliminate magic. Aisha says that it is true, while the ruler fights with magic, it will be bad, but there is a way out. She has a huge advantage. What she did before was just releasing magic power. If she uses offensive magic, it will be twice as strong and they will be able to crush anything with anti-magic. Cecilia remains silent in response. The ghost asks what happened. The demoness must act faster. Gergao starts laughing again. He doesn't think that this will happen, but it is quite possible. Mammon asks what the demon means. He replies that they, the demon lords, have their own karma. He is greed and wants to possess everything, wants to get the soul of this demon lord, control over the world, have great magical power. The man calls for an assistant. He wants him to see it. Cecilia explains that the demon lords are the broken souls of the great demon Bastet, the 7 wills, that is, the fragments of his feelings. Karma is the absolute rule. Aisha wonders if her karma is lust. At this time, the demon of greed grabs Mammon, who asks what happened, what Gergasama is trying to do. The demon covers himself with his assistant and says that it's nothing special, he's just his shield now. Mammon doesn't understand what a shield means, because he's on his side. The man tightens his grip on his neck. Gergaz is angry that his shield is too talkative. The mistress asks to let Mammon go. He is his subject, isn't that so? The demon replies that he knows this, but he has already betrayed her once, so he can betray him too. He is sure that as a shield, it will be even more useful to him. If he still survives, then it will give him the promised reward. The demon then asks if Mammon doesn't find it wonderful that the bitch would be so dirty and hot before they killed her. The assistant disagrees. Aisha thinks that Gergao's is full of weaknesses. If they attack him now, they can win. But there is a problem. Cecilia remains silent. She trembles more and more. The man sees this and says that Cecilia Israfelia will not be able to attack him because when she inherited lust, she developed love for her subordinates. Now he understood why all the demons of the lust kind ran away from year to year. They are not even able to remove their subordinates. In his opinion, his demons are just scum. He shouts that this is really the worst karma. The mistress answers him that she doesn't think so. With its help, one can feel love, and this is the blessing of the ancestors. She asks him to shut up again. Meanwhile, Karna continues to send deadly bullets. He is glad that they finally figured this out. Now they need to hurry. The ghosts agree. Gergas strikes and shouts at Cecilia to finally lose. The girl groans and defends herself with her shield. The demon tells her to get it and, using the stolen power, breaks the shield again. The demoness is frightened. The man punches her with a laugh. The mistress says that it hurts. Her finger with a broken nail begins to glow. The demon puts Mammon in front of him and asks what is going on. Cecilia screams that it's enough. She doesn't hold back her power, and a surge of magic occurs. Gergas says that the capillaries on his fingers burst. It's because of the excessive flow of her magical power. She releases pure magical power, so one mistake in controlling it and something bad will happen. The demoness then doesn't understand why he does this, uses magic to attack, even when he can prevent it. He asks in response, she can't use magic to attack. Gergo strikes again directly and says that since her ancestor's magical energy is too great, If used incorrectly, it will go out of control. Cecilia flies back to the wall. She gasps in pain. The man goes to her and says that she came alone, without her subordinates. If she attacked now only by randomly releasing magic power, she would destroy all her people by accident. He tells Mammon that even the demon lord's soul degrades as it is inherited. The outer limit of magical power they spoke of is reduced. If the ancestor's magic power is 10,000, then the limit of the current demon lord's successor is around 500. The magic power decreases with each reincarnation, so it is normal for the demon king. Gurgaus turns to the girl and says that she has inherited the magical power of a divine ancestor and does not know what to do with it. She will never be able to use this power properly. He mocks her for not being able to use her breasts either. Mammon wheezes. The demon continues to say that the slightest attempt to use magic will destroy everything around, and he is very sorry about this. She can only use defensive magic now but can't attack. How upset she must be that she can't even really use her powers. He thinks it's ridiculous. Gurgaus brings Mammon's face close to Cecilia's and tells him that he can pay in advance. He is in front of him. These are the lips of his queen. The demoness turns away and tells the demon that she hates him. He tells her not to worry, because he will continue to do this until he squeezes all the magical power out of her. Then the demon begins to laugh uncontrollably. Aisha thinks that everything is very bad because Cecilia is in trouble. If she had simply lost, Karna could have revived her, but he said he had no intention of killing her. Karna could then submit if she was taken hostage. The spirit understands that if this happens, the human race will come to an end. Aisha understands that she has no choice but to help her, but she doesn't know what she can do in such a situation. She doesn't have any things. She doesn't even have a magic seal. She can't do anything. Then she hears a call. She turns around and looks for Karna-kun. He says that this is a spiritual conversation. He asks if she is dead. He can resurrect her later, but for now he asks to protect Cecilia and promises to fly soon. The girl thinks that she would do it if she could, but what can she do in spirit form? The hero promises that he will make a contract with her and she will be the same spirit as his grandfather. He wonders if she agrees. Aisha is surprised by such a proposal to become a spirit like her and agrees, because she has to do something. Karna thanks her for this decision. He uses the spell Awakening Magic. The spirit is surprised. She feels her heart beating fast. Although it should not be there, she is interested. This incredible power is magic. Gurgaus at this time turns around in surprise. The demon doesn't understand what's happening. Aisha transforms and orders the monster to get out of the way. Aisha calls the demon of greed a monster and orders him to get out of the way. Cecilia realizes that this is her chance. She uses a spell and throws the demons back. Gurgaus closes. He did not expect such a blow. The men fly to the wall and the mistress falls to the floor. At this time, the reincarnated spirit begins to scream. The demon covers his ears. It hurts. He screams for her to finally shut up. Cecilia covers her ears. Aisha is thinking about what is happening. An unstoppable magical force is breaking out with a scream. She can feel it inside her. The girl realizes that this is the death cry, a special ability that drains the life force of anyone who hears it. She knows that the only undead who can use it is the one. Aisha doesn't have time to finish when Karna arrives. He covers the ruler with himself and asks if she is okay. Cecilia is glad he came. She smiles because Karna-kun has come. Aisha sees him too. The girl asks him to wait and tell her what happened to her. The hero smiles and says that he didn't have time, so he enhanced her abilities with magic. He is glad, because it turned out well. Nodens laughs and says she is in good hands, and asks if she likes it. The other spirits ask about the belly and agree. Grandfather ends by saying that the spirit of death, the sad woman, was created as a result of receiving magical power from Karn. But he notes that this is only part of the process. She must have some talent. Aisha understands, but even with such talents, she does not want to remain unhappy. Nodens replies that he has talent and he is proud of it, because it helps him to open up, and so he was able to awaken because his soul became stronger. He asks the girl if she can't feel the powerful force of the bound spirits. Aisha replies that the borrowed power is strong and powerful, but she doesn't even know exactly how to use it properly. Nodens replies that her power is limited by her spirits, and if she becomes as reckless as Gurgaus, she will be doomed. The demon of greed says that Karna is truly a worthy necromancer to be able to do such a thing. He asks if it is true that this is the true form of his external gods. The man does not know in what wilderness he found them, but he certainly will not blame such non-entities for having lost their way. Karna mentally asks the spirit, he is a man, otherwise the story is completely different. Nodens asks not to let himself be deceived, he does not need to believe in this. The guy puts his foot forward. He tells a joyful Cecilia-san that it will all be over soon, she just needs to wait a little bit. The mistress warns that Gurgaz has the ability to steal other people's marks, which is why he is strong. Karna asks again whether it is because of the marks, and says that everything is clear to him. The demon of greed screams that no matter what he says, it will all end soon for him. With the help of these marks, he, the Lord of Greed, Zaraga Gurgaz, will destroy him. Karna asks him not to use this ability anymore, because it is terrible. The man wonders if he really knows the true nature of his power. The hero confirms this. He heard it before from his grandfather. His grandfather told him that the sign and blessing of such a talent is a secret decision of the gods of the magic party of power, and the engraving revelation has two purposes. One of them is a technology that can be used by directly imprinting the knowledge and skills prescribed in your destiny. The second is the blessing of talent, which awakens dormant qualities and allows one to gain strength through honing one's abilities. The hero explains that there is no mark on the body, it is in the soul, therefore stealing the mark means robbing the soul. When he found out that his ability to steal marks, he was very surprised, because dishonoring the soul and stealing marks is vile. Gurgaz starts screaming, souls are torn out of him. The demon gets angrier and asks if the necromancer really thinks he is so smart. He says that the ability greed is to see the true essence. The demon shows what the true greed of the gods means. His power is to take what he lacks and never give it back. This is the ability of the predator, to strip and devour souls. The man says that this is similar to how the demon of lust passed on his magical power from the great ancestor to his children. Cecilia says that he has been stealing marks for a long time, each time increasing the number of victims. In her opinion, this is terrible. She asks if this is really what Ancestor Bastet wanted. Karna does not think that this is just the divine ancestor's karma of greed. He says that many grievances that have not passed are evil intentions that have no specific personality. If you are not able to absorb them, they will absorb you. The hero feels a raging anger in Zaraga Gurgaz that has taken hold of him. He is driven only by greed. His goal is to steal marks, replenishing his ranks with those as embittered as himself. Nodens concludes that, in other words, the anger that lives outside of him is the anger of Bastet. He remembers how it was before. The goddess Bastet was very sweet. She loved people and cared for them more than anyone else. And so the only way to avenge us and fight against people was to decide to abandon kindness in the name of boundless hatred. The spirit feels sorry for this fool. Here he stops and asks not to be offended, because he, as the oldest god, cannot calmly watch this. Gurgaz can still surrender. Nodens will ask Karna to spare him. Now only the demon's answer is needed. The man grins and refuses. The goal, karma, in his opinion, is nonsense. He manipulated everyone and controlled them only by his will. Doesn't it make them laugh? He says that Gurgaz Zaraga, the demon of greed, will never agree to this. Karna asks him if he really thinks that he chose this path himself. The demon only causes problems for people. The hero does not understand why he is luring away Cecilia's subordinates when he has a lot of power. Isn't he already the lord? Gurgaz replies that he wants everything, all the treasures of the world, all the land, all the slaves. He wants the whole world, so he will never stray from this path, because he chose it himself. Then the hero says not to expect mercy. Karna will use his power to protect his grandfather, grandmother, and everyone he loves. The demon finds it funny that he values them, it makes him happy, but Gurgaz is the same. The hero agrees that it makes him happy, but he asks him not to pretend to be a good person. The guy claims that he will eliminate his enemies if necessary, but one must also know when to stop. He asks not to try to understand the world, because where there is happiness, there is also sorrow. It has always been this way. Nodens is offended. Maybe Karna will say something about him too. The hero says that old men didn't have to fight before, however. It seems that humanity has challenged each of them. The guy continues that no matter how much the forces differ, people will always resist. He does not want people to be forced to surrender by force, so there is only one way out. No matter how strong he was, the world was not a place to be ruled alone. in a demon world where humans could live normal lives on their own land. Karna is not going to stop fighting, and if someone wants to fight, he will continue to do so, but still, the hero does not want to hurt those who did not choose this. He does not want to give those who want peace or war what they want. Cecilia is happy that Karna-kun has become so mature. The hero is surprised, he just says what he thinks. The mistress replies that this is correct. Now his dream coincides with hers. She promises that they will live together forever. Karna agrees. Aisha breaks into the conversation. In her opinion, this is absurd. It is much easier to conquer the world, isn't it? However, there is a but. The girl says that in fact, she wants her cats to live in a better world. If they do not allow this world to be destroyed, she will follow them with a pure heart. Aisha offers to use her power to destroy the demon. Karna wholeheartedly agrees. Aisha screams for the hero to use her and win. The hero agrees. Gargaz shouts that the end has come for the brat. He will show him his true form as the Lord of the Demons of Greed, who has been accumulating divine revelation and seals of destruction for generations. He unleashes his power. Using the Sacred Fist technique as a base, he can easily plant attacking talents on it, no matter who his opponent is. He will crush them right at their weak point. The demon does not understand how the hero slipped out of the cordon of demon generals, but now he cannot run away anywhere. Aisha says to this that, giving free rein to his imagination, he apparently thought that Karna had escaped from his subordinates, in which case his naivete would be his undoing. Here the demon understands something. Her face reminds him of someone. He realizes that it is the girl from last time. He is very surprised that when he defeated her last time, she was just a pitiful human, and now she has suddenly evolved into a high-level undead. She replies that she has no such intentions. She is still human. Magic swirls around her. The girl says that she is stronger than him. She is the one who will not allow the demon lord to escape. Karna tells Aisha to go ahead. He uses the power of possession. They are connecting. A seal appears on the hero. Karna thinks that Aisha's specialty is assassin. Although she has lost her divine protection, the girl understands that the skills and experience honed on the battlefield are still with her. As long as the hero supports him with his magic, she will be strong. Aisha screams that she is all his. Karna can do with her as he wishes. The hero agrees to borrow her power. The hero suddenly disappears. He falls upon the soul stealer with dozens of shadows. The demon is very surprised. At this time, the guy tears souls from Gargaz. The lord can only scream as Karna purifies those he stole and bound to himself. Gargaz screams that his marks were stolen. This is nonsense. He does not understand why he cannot protect himself, because magic should not work on him. Karna replies that it was like some kind of stability, like something was clinging, it was some resistance. The demon had collected a large amount of divine revelation and became strong, but he lacked the magical power of the earth. Nodin says that he lacks direct tempering, because the slightly manifested resistance to magic can be suppressed by the difference in power. Gargaz understands that he means that this is a magical power that surpasses Cecilia's. The demon curses and strikes again. The hero attacks back and hits him hard in the face. The man flies up and crashes to the ground. The guy says that greed is a force that steals souls. The demon can only wheeze in response. Karna has more or less figured it out now. The hero repeats that greed is a force that steals souls. He more or less figured it out. Gargaz wheezes and tries to get up from the word that this brat. The hero does not let him finish, moves behind his back and delivers another strong blow. The overlord screams even louder as Karna tries to reach the mark on his soul. The guy finds the right one and asks if it belongs to Aisha. Gargaz continues to scream in response. Karna ignores the demon's screams and tears out the mark and takes it back. The hero then returns it to Aisha, who had been flying above him all this time. The lord does not understand how this is possible. It is the same as his ability greed, abduction. The guy explains that necromancy is also about controlling and processing souls. He more or less grasped the essence, since he saw in Aisha's memory how he attacked her. Aisha continues. She thinks that in a normal situation this would be impossible. However, Gargazaraga was unlucky, because Karna is stronger than the demon lords. She says that the reason for his defeat is that he made them his enemies. Gargaz screams that there is a monster in front of him. He cannot believe that this monster is of this universe's level. The demon asks what they are going to do with him now. The hero replies that they will destroy him, but the old man and the others have something to talk about, so they will wait a little. Nodens notes that it was not good on Bastet's part, because the demon was left alone in this world, without a mistress, and so the annoyance gnawed at him from within. He feels sorry that the Lord's comrades were defeated or sealed, and he continues to fight, and all alone. The other spirit continues to say that the demon was too late, but now everything will be fine, they are all here, nearby. He asks Karna to free him. The hero agrees and begins to do so. The guy casts the vanishing spell. Gurgao screams again as he is returned to nothing. The demon lord dies from the magic of vanishing. Gurgao's eyes roll back as he continues to scream. The hero says what he feels. Cecilia is crying. At this moment, she says that she doesn't want to lose her again, this soul that was broken into 7 pieces. Karna now understands why greed. It is because of the desire not to lose, to hold on. This deep feeling remained here after the grandfather's friend, Bastet. But there is a but. The Lord groans and screams when the mark is taken from him, and then falls unconscious. The hero says that now everything will be fine. He shows Cecilia the mark and announces that it is time for her to return to her origins. The mistress carefully takes the mark and asks if this is Gurgao's soul, and then realizes that it is greed separated from it. The guy confirms that now it is a pure vessel for magical energy. He thought that if he left it as is, it would bring with it all the bad that he had in himself, so the hero cleaned it. Cecilia is surprised that the mark has moved to her hand, asking if Karna has cleansed the demon lord's mark that was engraved in his soul. The hero returns to his normal form and confirms this. He did not think that everything should be left as it was. In this way, he wanted to give her the ability to take away marks without negatively affecting her mind, so Karna arbitrarily and purified his soul. The hero bows his head and asks for forgiveness for this. Cecilia replies that everything is fine, she does not need the power to take away the marks. At this time, Aisha returns to her body. The mistress tries to use magic and notices that it has become easier to control the magical energy. Karna puts on her mask again. He says it's because her maximum mana has doubled, but it won't change if she accumulates more mana. Therefore, the hero thinks that it is better for her not to use offensive magic, as it may get out of control. The girl thanks Karna because he saved her from the regrets of the goddess Bastet. She counts on him in the future. The happy guy agrees. Aisha comes to her senses and approaches Gurgao's. She notes that his soul without the mark is now completely destroyed. He will not be able to become undead, let alone be revived. She then looks at Mammon and says that he can still be revived, but there is no reason to. This is the end. The girl watches the happy heroes and thinks that the overthrow of one of the 7 great demon lords could once again shake the balance of the world. Most likely, humanity will launch a counterattack, and the target will be the dungeon, the deserted domain of the Demon King of Greed. Demons won't be left out either. Someone will try to occupy these lands before humans arrive, and there's another problem. There is a high probability that there will be those who will see Cecilia as a threat, as she is a demon lord who has become stronger and will attack her. Karna does not seem to be the first to attack, however. If he is attacked, he will fight back. Aisha understands that the war is not over yet. It is just beginning. Cecilia's assistants fly to the heroes. They ask if she is safe. Then the men examine the defeated Gurgao's Zarag, the lord of the demons of greed. From this moment on, the era of the 7 great demon lords is over, and a completely new era begins. Belphegor cries with happiness that his mistress is okay. The other, lesser demons celebrate the hero's victory. It is the morning after the attack by the demon lord of greed. The pig demons are getting ready to work. Everyone is busy reconstructing the castle after the fierce battle. Belphegor says that everything is finally starting to look right if they don't hurry up with the repairs. He hasn't finished when he is called. It is Lady Aisha. She comes closer and points at the 2 demons. The girl asks if this couple are his subordinates. They were locked in a secret room, so she helped them. The boys start crying and ask Mr. Belf to forgive them. The demon recognizes them, says that he was worried about them, and asks where they were. The first one says that they thought they were called by Mammon's subordinates and they were caught. The second one says that they were tortured, so he, the guy points at his comrade, gave up information about Mr. Sabato. The demon is angry that they blabbed everything. The boys bow their heads in shame. Belphegor says that this is sad news. However, the failure of his subordinates is his responsibility as a superior, so he will personally apologize to the Demon Lord and to Lord Sabato. The demons run to embrace Mr. Belf. He asks them not to cry, because the main thing is that they are alive. Aisha silently looks at this picture. She did not expect this. She sees that demons are no different from people. There are those among demons who can be trusted. If you say this to humans, you will be considered a fool, at the very least. On the other hand, although there are traitors among demons, there are also traitors among humans. The demon looks at Aisha. Even though she is Lord Sabato's subordinate, she looks no more than a human. The other girl asks if he wants to freshen up and tells him that it is just a disguise. She reveals that her true identity is an incredibly powerful evil spirit that cursed the demon Lord Gargaus. Lord Sabato's confidant, the fiery youth, the thunderous old man, and the wise dragon. Together they are the 4 heavenly kings. The demon girl heard rumors that each of them is much stronger than Mr. Belphegor. The pig demon starts whistling in fear. Aisha hears this and thinks, what other 4 heavenly kings? She doesn't want to be assigned to any strange company. Out loud, she tells Belphegor that, anyway, she handed over the subordinates to him, so she went back. The man asks her to stay. If she is heading to the demon lord's castle, then he wants to go with her. He needs to report on the progress of the construction and apologize for leaking information. The girl silently considers this offer and says that he can go with her, but will he regret it? Belphegor is happy and says that he is ready for anything. The demon says goodbye to his subordinates, and they head to the room of the demon lord Cecilia. At this time, the demoness asks Karna, who is lying on her lap, for just one small kiss. He blushes and says that he is very shy. The spirits are watching the heroes. Cecilia says that she broke her nail during the battle and it hurts a lot now, but if Karna kisses it, she is sure that the pain will go away. The girl asks the hero to quickly open his mouth. The guy starts kissing her finger. Cecilia screams. It seems to her that he is licking her whole body, although it is only the tip of her finger. The girl takes out her finger and licks it, saying that the hero is a very bad boy. She screams even louder. It's amazing, just as she thought. The demoness feels that Karna's mana is very saturated. The guy blushes even more and asks what Cecilia is doing. It's dirty. The mistress doesn't think so. It's a finger that Karna's lips touched, or she has another option. They can do it directly, so she will get much more mana. The guy is confused and asks her not to be sarcastic. He jumps up and tries to leave. The girl calls him. She grabs him in her arms and tells him that he is not allowed to be rowdy. She will not let him escape. The hero can only shake his arms and legs in an attempt to escape. Here, Aisha comes in with Belphegor. The assistant is surprised and falls from shock. The girl reminds him that she warned him because they have been like this since yesterday. The demon is surprised and asks again. He thinks that it is a disgrace and, no matter how you look at it, it is unacceptable. Aisha offers him to speak out. If he thinks so, she does not know what to do. Everything is useless. Belphegor begins to roar and calls for Mrs. Cecilia through tears. Karna notices this. He manages to get out of the embrace. He is all red, asks how long they have been watched. The guests interrupted the lovebirds. Cecilia wouldn't mind them watching if they spoke up, but it's very rude to sneak a peek. Karna is embarrassed that Aisha and Belphegor have witnessed the indecency. The ruler stands up and says that everything would be fine if they spoke up, but it is not polite to peek quietly. The subordinate notes that they actually knocked, that they didn't hear and continue to flirt with each other. Not their fault. She reports that the restoration of the castle is in full swing. The barrier is active. The transfer of the entrance is complete. The girl thinks that this will confuse the enemies for a while. Karna gets dressed and remembers that here you can get deep into the dungeon if you just leave the city. It's surprising, because it became closer than usual. Cecilia explains that the castle is located in a huge cavern that is located in the demonic lands, and there is no direct road connecting it to the surface. She continues that, however, since this place crosses space and time, it is connected to other dungeons, so it is used as a passage yard. One of the caves is located near the human lands. Sometimes they change the entrance to divert attention from others, so as not to be attacked. Aisha continues, no matter how large the enemy's army is, if they do not know their location, they will not be able to attack. The mistress reminds them that Mammon told them about the entrance they have now, so not only has the secret of the entrance been revealed, It is only a matter of time before another passage is found. The subordinate says that it is possible to take a fearless risk and hide right under people's noses, precisely because this place is so close to people. It is in their blind spot. Cecilia is happy and laughs. It's true. It's all. Because of this, she's happy that the girl understood everything right away. Karn wonders to himself if they are not here because it is convenient to go to the bookstores. Nodens also says to himself that it is because she is crazy about romance novels. Cecilia coughs in embarrassment. She suggests looking for another passage anyway. The girl asks if there is an administrator here. She would like to make a deal with some powerful owner of another dungeon. Then someone shouts that there is. This is the hero. He offers his parents' house. Because it is big, but there is no one there except his family. Nodens listens to this offer with a smile. The mistress asks understandingly if the boy misses home. Perhaps he wanted to see his mom and dad. Karna laughs and says that too, but he would like to give them some of his salary. His parents would be happy with the money sent, but if he delivers it in person, they will be happy. Cecilia says that it is indeed a good option for a new place, but there is a problem. She looks at the spirits and asks Karna that his parents' house is the burial place of these two respected persons. The hero confirms this. He is sure that they will allow it. If you ask nicely, the ruler does not agree with him. She is afraid that it is impossible. The status of those lands is too different from this one. If they move there, the castle will come under their control. Nodens remembers his lands. In their tombs, faith is collected, that is, magical energy from all demonic lands, and they unconsciously give divine protection to those from whom they receive this very energy. The ghost asks Belphegor for support. He confirms that he himself was awarded the, quote, lightning of despair. Aisha sighs heavily and asks about the demonic divine revelation ceremony and seal of destruction ceremony. Since all demons give magical energy in the form of faith, its amount will be on a completely different level. Belphegor humbly asks for forgiveness from Ms. Cecilia. The information leaked from the subordinates who were tortured by Mammon. The mistress is aware from the moment the information leaked. She knew what it was about, so he should not worry. The demon is surprised and asks how she found out. Cecilia excitedly asks Karna if she can have him demonstrate. The hero agrees, and after a second of tuning, he shows the gathering of ghosts. They scream with happiness. The little ones circle around the hero and explain something to him. Aisha asks what they are doing. Nodens explains that after the battle with the army of the Demon Lord of Greed, Karna collected the souls of the defeated enemies, maybe even the souls of Mammon and Gurgaz. The ghosts interrogate these same souls, summarize the information, and report it to Karna. The hero carefully studies the huge amount of information received and develops a plan of action. Karna shouts that everything is clear to him. The guy says that Mammon told about all 7 passages to this castle, and apparently he also leaked information about the hero being a human. However, apparently he only told this to Gurgaz. Aisha is surprised that the guy learned such detailed information in an instant. The guy says that yes, his guys tried very hard to collect information. Collecting memories from souls is actually a very time-consuming process. Karna thanks the assistants, who are spinning and laughing with joy. The hero asks if they will help them with the preparations. They, of course, agree. The guy shows a map and says that Gurgaz has almost no memories left, but they were able to extract the most important information. The map in front of them reflects the current balance of power, with Gurgaz's lands in the midwestern portion of the Carcazan holdings. It shows the Coffin of Eternity, Karna's dungeon, and the underground palace of La Rural. Since the Carcazan domain is a valley covered with grass, there is little magical energy in the ground there, and therefore its value is high. But there is one but. For generations, the Demon Lords of Greed have attacked humans and other Demon Lords, and so there are countless riches hidden everywhere. Aisha reasons that the Lord of the Demons of Greed controls the orcs and goblins. How much could they have plundered on the borders? Taking this into account. Here, a joyful Karna interrupts her and finishes for her, saying that there is a huge pile of money there, which he cannot even imagine. The girl supports him and assumes that there is probably more than just money there. Cecilia says that for them, magical energy is much more valuable than money. Magical items, precious stones that accumulate energy, are also called the heritage of the gods. With the defeat of Gurgaz, there is no protection, and the treasures lie idle, so she is sure that a fight will begin. Both humans and other demon lords will send huge troops, and there will be a large-scale war. Belphegor is happy, because war is what they wanted. He says with inspiration that with the power of Lord Karna, who is accompanied even by the outer gods, there is a possibility that they can take over all of Carcasand before the information spreads. He is sure that with the subjugation of the power of greed, Lady Cecilia has also become stronger. If other demon lords attack them, it will only be to their advantage. When they defeat them, she will become the sole ruler. Nodin says that they too will spare no effort to free Bastet's soul. He wonders if the lady wants to try to conquer the world. Cecilia listens to them silently, lowers her ears, and, pouting, refuses. Even the capricious demon lord is still as beautiful as ever. The mistress is not interested in world domination. She does not want to conquer the world. Belphegor screams in surprise. He doesn't understand why Lady Cecilia refuses, because this is a rare chance to revive the glory of ancient times. The assistant asks, to unite the souls of all the demon lords, awaken the power of the ancestors, and become a great demon lord. Isn't this the cherished wish of any demon lord, or even an ordinary demon? Cecilia agrees that the revival of the great demon lord is exactly what she wants. But there is a problem. World domination sounds like a headache. She doesn't need that. She can lead those who submit to her of their own free will, but nothing more. The girl doesn't think that anything good will come out of forcing someone to follow her. Belphegor seeks support from the ghost. Maybe Mr. Nodens agrees with him. He thinks about it. Karna asks if the old man wants to conquer the world. The ghost chuckles and says where to. He says that he already had the experience of taking over the world, and then Nodens failed. They rebelled against him and overthrew him. The assistant continues to chuckle, because this is no more than part of the story, and in any case, it is not for him, the loser, to say anything. Cecilia grabs Karna and says that even if they claim they have a chance of winning, it is still too dangerous to send a hero alone to fight the armies of humans and demons. The boy does not understand what she is doing. The mistress hugs the boy and says that she won't let her cutie take such a risk, but she will have to deal with the demon lords who are at odds with humans. Otherwise, if they threaten humanity, it will take her away from her goal. The girl believes that conquering the demon lords and world domination are not the same thing. They are completely different things, so they should be thought of separately. Isn't that right? She explains her true goal is peace and cooperation with humans. Karna's parents' house. His mother calls her dear to see what gift Karna has sent them. Father screams in surprise. He didn't think to see so much money. He is glad that Karna is trying so hard in the group of heroes. Mother reads the letter and says that it seems that everything is not quite like that anymore. The letter says that the heroes were not so brave. For this and other reasons, their son left their group, after which he started everything from scratch, joining another group as an adventurer. The father hopes that this group is not like those that the city bards sing about. He wonders if everything will be okay with his son. The mother replies that who knows. The main thing is that he seems to like his new group. When my son first started working, it was not easy for him, as more experienced people did not recognize him, but now it seems like everything is fine with him. Dad smiles, because if Karna is happy, nothing else matters. Mom smiles too and supports him. The heroes come to the lands of people, to the border town of Danich, to the Adventurers Guild. The guild administrator asks to forgive her for she has brought adventurer cards. She begins to read the first one. On it is the name of Mrs. Cecilia Necromos. The girl says that the heroine's profession is a dancer. Her talent is healing magic. She can confuse monsters with the help of a magical dance, and also heal allies. This is a very useful blessing that must be used wisely. The mistress takes the card and thanks for it. Karna wonders if it worked that they used the mark magic created by the Demon Lord of Greed. Divine revelation, God forbid they were dubbed demon lords. The administrator reads out the next card of Karna Necros, who belongs to Miss Cecilia. The girl ends up being surprised to learn that he is her husband. Cecilia asks if this is not possible, although according to the law, everything should be fine. The administrator says that after the blessing ceremony, a person is considered an adult, and all people are different. She continues to think about the wedding. The girl says that's great, she envies them. Karna laughs and asks them to forgive her, but not to mention it too much. Then the administrator notices something. She asks if Karna Necrose was in the group with the heroes. The guy confirms this and says that he was fired, so he would like her to seal his sage profession and necromancy talent, because it's okay if he starts all over again as a warrior. The adventurers around are discussing Karna. They heard that he was fired by a group of heroes. They are wondering what he did. The administrator replies that this is not prohibited, but without a blessing, and this fact will need to be entered into the new card. She explains that without the blessing, it will be difficult to take on new quests, and other adventurers will be prejudiced against him, and the guild cannot be involved in such problems. The girl adds that she will also have to learn everything from scratch. All the information and skills. She asks forgiveness for the immodest question about whether the hero has experience in handling weapons. Karna replies that everything is fine, he has a sword, although he borrowed it from a friend, but he knows how to use it. The administrator sees that he has experience and equipment. She agrees to change the profession on his adventurer card to warrior, which she does immediately. The girl assumes that the hero has a difficult path ahead of him, so she wishes him luck. Karna smiles happily and thanks her. At this point, the two adventurers discuss that the hero is the boy who was kicked out of the group. One of them laughs, because it looks like that, and this useless splint is walking around with such a beauty. The second one grins and says that he annoys him and offers to teach him a lesson. The atmosphere is heating up. The heroes arrive at a pub next to the guild. There they are met by Aisha, who asks if they have registered. Karna replies that she just did and asks if she was able to. The girl replies that she has also registered, her profession is thief, and her talent is flea market. Aisha is now considered fallen in battle. She says that with the help of the disguise mark it was possible to fake the blessing, however, it seems that a hero was actually executed here. Karna inquires about the fate of the holy knight and the martial artist. Aisha replies that one of them is the daughter of an aristocrat, and the other is the daughter of a major merchant, and there is a high probability that they are still alive due to their connections. However, their career as adventurers is definitely over. The hero lowers his head and sniffles. He has realized how things are. The assistant asks if the hero is happy with this outcome. He probably hates them. Karna replies that this is a strong statement, but he does not have a single good memory. The girl is surprised that he is so kind, and probably sympathizes with them. The guy asks her not to talk nonsense and takes away her food. Aisha screams that she has only just started on it. The hero eats the sausage with a happy face. He chomps and says that it's not bad, tasty. The guy thanks her. The girl screams and blushes. Cecilia wonders what happened. What a funny expression Aisha has on her face. She turns away and says that it's nothing. Aisha thinks what kind of feeling this is. From the smile of this boy in her chest, is it really some kind of magic? She slaps her cheeks and tries to calm herself down. She doesn't understand why this is happening. Cecilia, meanwhile, calmly drinks the drink. The girl screams with delight. It is very tasty. She finds it strange that there is absolutely no magic in this drink, but it is so tasty. Nodens laughs, because demons that feed on magical energy do not digest regular food, so they can eat as much as they want and not get fat. Cecilia wonders if it's okay to offer human food as entertainment. She heard the demon lord of gluttony did something like that. She notices that she answered her own question right away. Karna says that it's all very well. He asks if everything is all right, that she left the castle. The mistress replies that there is someone there to look after him in her absence, and she will teleport back in the evening, so he should not worry. Moreover, for the sake of her goal, she must get to know people as well as possible. The hero asks his grandfather if it is really possible. Peaceful coexistence of people and demons. Nodens does not know the answer. Demons receive magical energy from people, so they cannot destroy humanity. He says that while in the present day, it seems as if they are squeezing magical power out of people by enslaving them or winning in battle, in his time people gave them magical energy in the form of their faith. Cecilia stopped a large-scale war with many casualties and will now receive magical energy from the dungeon. It is better that the casualties be for her to be an adventurer, and not for the war. Karna concludes that humans and demons cannot coexist peacefully after all. Aisha interrupts his reasoning and says that they should leave the city after they eat. Cecilia is surprised. She thought that they were in no hurry, so she wanted to see the bookstore and other things. The assistant thinks that she just wants to see the sights. She agrees to use counterintelligence magic, because sooner or later they will stop pursuing them, but let the heroes not think of doing anything stupid. She especially asks Karna not to do anything. The guy is surprised that they are talking about him. He happily asks not to worry, because he has already traveled alone for some time. Aisha explains that they are both known in local circles, and in a bad way, and that this could get them into trouble. Then someone puts a hand on the hero's shoulder. These are the adventurers who wanted to teach him a lesson. One of them asks if this is the boy without the blessing. The second asks to step aside for a minute. Cecilia groans, and Karna confirms that it is he and asks how he can help. The bald man shouts, why does he then underestimate the adventures, call himself a warrior, without having a blessing? Does he really not value himself? Because being a warrior is not just waving a stick. With the mohawk, he continues that he probably thinks that in a critical situation he can resort to magic. Calling himself a warrior with such naive thoughts will not lead to anything good, does he get it? A blonde girl interrupts him and says that, in other words, wouldn't it be better for him not to be stubborn and return to the profession of a sage? This is exactly what the guys wanted to say. It would be a shame if a kid like him died. She understands that the heroes have told him all sorts of things, but he shouldn't be so careless about himself just because it didn't work out the first time. He has a strong inner core, he just needs to think again. Karna, confused, agrees and thanks her. He turns to Aisha and asks if these are good people. She replies that, as everywhere, adventurers come in all shapes and sizes. There are plenty of fools who rush headlong into dungeons for gold and die, but in places like Danich, worthy adventurers are not uncommon. The tall seeker asks him not to embarrass him, they are not that worthy. The bald one pushes him and says that it was not much of a compliment. The one with the mohawk gets angry, because it hurts him. The second one asks him to forgive him. Karna thinks that he joined the Adventurers Guild because he was kicked out of the hero group and had a bad reputation, so no one would even come close to him. He tells Nodens that he refused to be a scout for the heroes, but could he become a regular adventurer? Cecilia blows in his ear and begins to speak. She hugs him and explains that it was because of this that they were able to meet each other. She calls him darling and kisses his ear. Aisha looks at this in shock. The guy with the mohawk says he almost had a heart attack if they insult his feelings with their showiness. The second one says that his friend, although he seems bad, is still untouchable. He hasn't even held hands with anyone. The first one shouts that his only joy in life is going to Kiabakura as soon as he has money. Let the brat show sympathy. Cecilia is surprised. The blonde girl says that he doesn't have a girlfriend because he goes around wasting all his money in Kiabakure. The guy asks her not to pressure him with logic. He suggests the hero to brush off. How did it all come to this? The adventurer asks to get rid of him. The second one says that they will not make concessions. It is time for the boy to learn the severity of this world. The first one suggests using medicinal herbs now if he is wounded. They boast that they are incredibly strong. 1 = 1 is not 2 for him, but 200. Does the hero get it? This means that they have the strength of 200. Karna asks in shock what they are talking about. Their calculations do not by any chance diverge from mathematics. With a mohawk, he asks embarrassedly not to focus on the details. Baldy states that his name is Denibu, warrior of darkness, a warrior blessed with the talent of dark magic, who can use magical dreams. The tall one says he is a warrior blessed with a talent of poison, poison warrior Vega. One touch to his pride, his snake spear, and he is dead. Aisha asks about poison. Is it possible to use something like that in this ridiculous competition? Vega chuckles. Therefore, of course they will fight with wooden swords. Real ones are dangerous. But the boy can use familiar weapons. They give him a head start. The girl does not understand why Vega makes such noble speeches in such an angry tone. She does not understand anything. Cecilia notices that something interesting is coming up. She is rooting for Karna. The hero firmly calls them senpai and says that since they allowed him to train with them as more experienced, he is going to give it his all. Denibu is angry at being called senpai. He shouts that they are not here for noble reasons. The guy with the mohawk laughs and says, "That sounds good, he will teach him properly." The adventurer rushes forward and uses the snake spear. Karna is surprised that he is so fast. The hero draws his sword and tries to strike back, but cries out when he misses a few maneuvers. He jumps back and thinks that he is smart, attacking right at the gap in his defense. Vega asks what happened. He offers to give up since it hurts so much. The guy refuses. He can still do something. He tries to repeat and does something like this. The adventurer screams in surprise. Karna starts to attack. Vega doesn't understand what happened. Did he copy his move? The hero deals a crushing blow. Denibu enters the battle. He says that the hero has good eyes and talent, but will he be able to withstand the blow of his peasant sword? The bald one strikes from above. Karna holds him back. The adventurer is surprised that he actually held out. The guy happily thanks him and jumps. He asks if this is correct and copies the blow. Denebu is very surprised. The adventurer trembles and asks to wait. Did the hero really use magic? After all, techniques cannot be copied so easily. Karna agrees that it is impossible, but since his talent is necromancy, then during the battle, thanks to touching the soul of the enemy, he can directly study his experience. Nodens thinks that there is no need to use magic. Compared to those who have the talents of a warrior, Karna is weaker, but if he learns in battle, he can become stronger. The hero uses ghost training. Denebu yells that this isn't fair. Karna considers combining the basic moves he remembered when Volvados was possessed with the moves he learned just now. He shouts that it is his turn now. The adventurers are surprised and scream in horror. Karna deals a crushing blow. The warriors scream silently. They fall unconscious. The hero exhales and thanks them with a smile and asks if he can ask them for one more favor. The blonde girl also asks for forgiveness. Could he please have mercy on them, since their pride has already been broken into small pieces. So the fencing techniques were learned. At this time, Aisha goes into an alley and calls on the telepathy amulet, which allows you to talk to someone at some distance. This is a rare item with a limited number of uses. She asks if her grandfather can hear her. She calls the imperial capital, the city of Sram. She calls her grandfather again. He answers and asks if it is really Aisha. He shouts why she didn't contact him earlier, since she is alive. The girl says she couldn't. She asks to keep the fact that she is alive a secret. It is necessary for work. Does the information trader agree? He rocks on his chair and asks if she really got caught up in the mess around the heroes. Aisha replies that it would be great if it were that simple, no matter. Right now she's interested in her money. The man says that according to her will, he disposed of them as her official representative and donated them to an orphanage, as she wanted, for the defenders of stray cats and for finding owners, for the request of the Guild of Cleaners for street cleaning with special attention to cleaning cat litter boxes. He thought that was it. He actually buried her. The girl asks for forgiveness and asks if there was enough money. The man says that it's enough for now, but she knows that the situation in the capital is, to put it mildly, not very good. She heard that the Lord of the Demons of Greed is this is a great chance to invade the western lands of the continent, where Carcassonne is located. The aristocracy is gathering troops and buying supplies for the soldiers, which is why food prices are rising. Moreover, they have even hired many adventurers. Because of this, there is now no one to tame the monsters in the area, and they have become completely unruly. In turn, this has led to the fact that public order in the capital is now, to put it mildly, not very good. But on the other hand, he wouldn't say that the military situation had worsened. Several border dungeons had already been cleared by troops, and fortresses were being built there now, although the heroes had suffered a defeat in the, quote, Coffin of Eternity. Aisha notes that they obviously never had a chance. She thinks that the, quote, Coffin of Eternity is currently being watched over by the founder dragon Ulthar. Returning to why she contacted him, she asks him to send all the things she left with him for safekeeping. The man agrees. He will send them as soon as possible. The girl is happy that she can now get her things back. There is only one thing left to do. Karna, bowing his head, asks her to accept his deepest apologies for hurting them. He asks if they are okay. Denebu laughs and asks what the kid is apologizing for. Does he really think he hurt them that much? He wonders if he really believed that they fought him with all their might. Vega also laughs. It's all because they fought on an empty stomach. If they ate Mommy's bento, they would have easily won. Karna is glad that they are okay, but Cecilia notes that their wounds still look painful. She offers to treat them, if they don't mind. The adventurers jump up and say that they would be delighted. They ask if they can lie on his lap. He will pay for the extra service. Just let him name the price. A bag is thrown at them. The fair-haired girl asks them to cool down, let them heal with herbs. It's nothing serious, but for now, they can be patient. Karna asks again about lying on his knees. Cecilia calls him a naughty boy. She hugs him and tells him that when they are alone in the evening, he can lie on her lap as long as he wants. The hero breaks away and asks her to stop saying such embarrassing things. The mistress responds by saying that he is so cute when he blushes. The blonde girl calls them cute. They are such a cute couple. She calls the hero a strong guy out of place and says that you might not know it from looking at them, but her kids are experienced warriors, and he dealt with them in no time, so even without the mark, he will become an excellent warrior. The guys are very jealous. The girl continues to stroke Kana's head. Cecilia pouts and grabs him, telling him not to look at other women. The adventuress laughs and asks not to worry. The hero is married, so she is not going to raise her hand. She extends her palm for a handshake and says that instead of pestering a married man, she would like to become friends with Cecilia. Besides, it seems like they are about the same age, so they can try to get to know each other better. The mistress is surprised by the offer to become friends with her and falls silent. The girl confirms this and asks for consent. Cecilia agrees, thanks her, and shakes her hand. The girl says that her name is Gyaru, so she can call her too, and she will call her Seeli. The demoness notes that this is an unusual name, and asks if there is a backstory to it. Gauder replies that this was the name of a girl in one of the legends. They say that they are similar. Cecilia does not remember goddesses with such a name. Maybe she only appears in human legends. She is very interested. The girl says that imitating the image of the gods is a sign of disrespect for them, but she just dresses as she pleases. She hopes that they will get along. The adventurers chuckle and remark that female friendship is a wonderful thing. It is sacred. Aisha returns and asks her forgiveness for being absent for so long. She is glad that they have found a common language. Karna agrees and asks if she has finished talking to that man. Aisha says that she has, and along the way she has obtained some information from the guild. The road leading out of this town is constantly haunted by the remnants of the Demon Lord's army. They seem to have set up camp nearby and are attacking merchants and travelers. A quest has appeared to eliminate this threat, albeit a small one. Aisha asks if they want to take it on together. Everyone is very surprised. Yaru asks if they want to too. Aisha's unexpected offer is to take on the task of clearing out the remnants of the Demon Lord of Greed's army. She thinks that Cecilia is currently aiming for peace with the humans, but she might change her mind when she learns how weak they are. It is possible that she would prefer to turn them into slaves instead of making peace, but that is not quite her style. Still, humans, adventurers, must show her their strength. Karna asks, does that mean there is no one left to hunt demons, now that the pacifying troops have gone on a campaign? Yaru says that the army prioritizes supply routes and turns a blind eye to other places, so they are unlikely to look into such a remote area. Vega chuckles and says that the mail is generally delayed for 2 weeks. Karna replies that they deliver, well, he can't even contact his family now. Aisha asks them to stop comparing their villages. For her, a city girl, they are all the same provincials. The guys answer that they will stop. The girl continues, there is no point in counting on the pacifying troops anymore. The local lord has ordered the Adventurers Guild to clean up with all expenses. The fee is 180,000 gold. If they split the reward in a group of 3, each would receive 60,000, which is not enough for such work. Mere mortals receive 150,000 per month. The adventurers agree with her. However, they say that they have no other choice. Gyaru agrees to go with them. They can't leave everything to them. Denabu says that he was born and raised here, and that his family lives here. It will be bad for everyone if the roads are blocked. He will not ignore it. Vega laughs and says that of course he will go with him, because their friendship is unbreakable. Aisha comments that they are such simpletons. Cecilia calls them interesting boys. They look like villains, but their souls are kind. Karna shouts that he also wants to help, since the townspeople are in trouble. But does Cecilia-san mind? She replies that, of course, she doesn't mind. Aisha asks to listen to the end. They need to forget about the Adventurers Guild. She received a task from the Merchants Guild. On the way to the city, many traders and travelers disappeared without a trace. Most of them must have been kidnapped by bandits. As a reward for the release of the captives, the Trade Guild promised 1,000,000 gold. Everyone is shocked by such a sum. The girl says that everyone will receive 190,000. The rest she will take for herself for mediation, whether it suits them. The adventurers shout with joy. Karna says that this is incredible. He didn't think Aisha-san was so good at negotiating. She proudly replies that it wasn't for nothing that she worked as a mediator between professional adventurers, and she even gets an extra kopeck. The hero hugs her and calls her amazing. He didn't even suspect that she was capable of such a thing. Aisha gets embarrassed and asks him to get away from her. It's not necessary to hug like that. She tries to tear him away from her. Meanwhile, on the Berry Isles Highway, in the mountainous area, demons are screaming that they have nothing to eat. One approaches the cage and laughs, because fresh meat will soon be here. He grins at the girls, opens the cage, and grabs one of them. She starts screaming. The goblin laughs and says that this is a delicious female. Maybe they will get something too. He is roughly pushed away by a huge demon. He asks him to know his place, or he himself will be eaten. He orders her to be tied to the spit immediately, whole. The goblins do so. They ask the sobbing girl not to struggle. She continues to moan as she is carried when the heroes appear at the camp. Karna takes a determined pose. Nodens asks him if he is ready. The spirit will lift their flimsy tents into the air. The girl stops him. Aisha says it's too early. They need to wait. The hero wants to argue, but the girl interrupts him. They will save them. They just need to follow the plan. This way, they will definitely be able to save all of their lives. If they act thoughtlessly, they can make a mistake or even harm the prisoners. She says that magic is not able to heal the body or even the soul, because the former hero, Norris, said that the dead can be simply resurrected. Karna is very surprised, calms down, and says that he believes her. Aisha announces that, since he agrees, it's time to begin. Since they are already here, heavy sighs are heard. The adventurers appear and attack the goblins. Denabu asks what they are planning to do with the girls. Vega laughs and threatens them. Someone is shouting at someone else to die. One of the goblins shows the others a weapon and says that these are enemies they need to be torn to pieces. The goblins then rush to attack the humans, but the largest of them prepares to counterattack with a shout, holding 2 weapons above himself. He first swings his weapon with a scream, and then, having prepared himself, he attacks the goblins. Goblins fly away because of this. The head says that he is a hero, Denabu has the profession of a warrior, and the talent of dark magic. But instead of magic, he transfers pure mana to the weapon, and due to this increases his strength. But this is not as effective compared to real magic. The guy then attacks, and shouts for the enemy to get the snake spear. It hits him, and he writhes in pain. The enemy falls to the ground, and the guy screams. The head says that the poison talent is initially great for the assassin profession. For the best effect, Vega combines it with fast spear strikes. Their resourcefulness and cleverness in wielding their blessings are good, but are there fewer and fewer talents who can do this? If so, then perhaps humanity is on the threshold of its decline, something he did not expect. One of the goblins hits a healthy man, causing him to fall to the ground. The goblin tells him not to get cocky, and calls him a little man. The guy says that he urgently calls for support. The girl tells him that she hears him. She will be there now. The girl opens a jar of honey and starts pouring it on herself, asking to see how delicious she is. This is Aru Tairu. Her profession is a slacker. Her talent is the queen's temptation. The goblin is surprised by this and says that she is a delicious, appetizing girl. She asks if this is true. She will let him try herself if he listens to her first. She takes out some kind of whip and tells the ogre to listen to what she tells him. After this, the ogre, with loving eyes, begins to attack his own minions, who look at him in shock. People understand that he has taken the bait. They are thick-headed, but the effect will not last long. You need to attack while he is awake. Then the guys rush into the attack and attack all the enemies they come across along the way. One of the goblins says that they are strong and that they need to report to the boss, but someone attacks him. It turns out to be a young guy and girl. The guy asks the people in the cage if they are okay. They came to save them. The girl starts to open the lock, from which girls come out, happy that they are free. This is their plan. Denabu and Vega distracted the enemies so that the ogres would not notice them, so they could calmly save all the captives. In fact, most adventurers fight in this manner, with knights being the ones who attack head-on with magic and weapons, but many heroes died before they adopted this tactic. The girl says that they may seem weak, but they never lose their vigilance. That's the kind of people they are, adventurers. The blonde boy is happy and shows respect. The girl thinks it's great. Technical and combat skills compensate each other, but not infinitely, needless to say. It wouldn't have worked if Karna had simply invaded them with his power. To save the captives, you need to sneak up on the enemies. They would easily win, even if they simply sent a flock of ghosts there that can fly and disappear without a trace. But he is so simple-minded that he would not have even thought of this if she had not told him. At this rate, she will be able to convince the guys that adventurers are not fools and save the fragile one. The girl thinks that she needs to fight, but her stomach hurts. Someone attacks the goblin, screaming for him to die. Suddenly a huge cyclops appears. Everyone is amazed by his size. People ask what he is doing here. The giant stands right in front of the people. They ask where he was hiding. The Titan is a low-ranking demon, and its size is 10 times greater than a human. It lives in the wastelands and mountains. While the people are escaping from captivity, the giant suddenly throws a huge boulder at them. The girls notice this and start screaming in fear. Suddenly a magic circle appears under them. The girl starts casting a spell. She won't let them die. She stops the boulder in midair, causing it to fall right on one of the goblins, leaving his partner in shock. The girls ask the savior where she came from and who she is. She says that it doesn't matter, it's better for them to be saved quickly, because they don't want to die. They worship her and thank her. She understands that she did the right thing by taking on the role of support. From the top of the cliff, she had a perfect view of the entire wasteland. Cecilia is shouting that it is so good that she is here. They spent a lot of time freeing the prisoners. Where did the giant come from? The girl says that the magic of the seal. He was sealed in the object that served as a catalyst and was with them all the time. But this magic is not simple. The creature in the giant's hand says that everything is correct. They are not so stupid. His name is Nezuru. He is a wizard with a talent for seal magic. He calls him a loyal titan. Let him crush these people. The giant is going to attack with his foot. The guys say that they will delay him. Let the girl run. Suddenly, Cecilia appeared in front of them. She will leave the rest to Karna. The guy agrees with her. Then the girl uses teleportation on the three of them. The girl in the dust asks what that was. She asks if this is really teleportation magic. It can't be. It's a complex spell. They look down at what the kid is doing. The guy then sticks his sword right under his foot. The goblin orders him to be quiet, not to panic, because of such a brat. The protagonist then uses a slime pillow. The giant steps on it with his foot and falls, slipping. After this, the goblin falls out and falls to the ground with a scream, while the giant is already lying on the ground. The main character says that only the Titan remains. He holds his head and tries to grab the guy, but in vain. The guy uses partial possession. This skill allows you to borrow from the spirit with whom you made a subordination contract his experience, abilities, and blessing. Now he took the blessing of the killer from Aisha. If he uses the assassin skill, he can fight with this sword using his swordsmanship. Assassin special skill, basic technique, deadly technique, which allows him to easily hit his weak point. He uses a vulnerable cut. The protagonist lands on the ground and blood begins to pour from the giant's neck and he falls back in shock. The main character tells Aisha that he did it. He defeated the enemy not with brute force, but with the help of a clever trick. Did he do everything right? The girl scolds him, asking if he's gone crazy. It was too much, Cecilia thanks everyone, because that's all. Everyone is shocked that this boy defeated the Titan. His sword is sacred. It's incredible. He is a new hero, and this beauty has teleportation magic. She is probably a famous sorceress. The guys talk about how this is a group of the new hero and the holy maiden. They thank them for everything. The guy asks that this is not true. When they calm down, you need to explain that he is an ordinary adventurer. The girl does not understand how he can be called ordinary. In the border town of Danich, in the Adventurers Guild, someone says that the pacification of the demon general, Nezuru, the massacre of the remnants of the army of the demon lord of greed, and also the rescue of the survivors. The girl congratulates them and says that their reward is 30 million gold, putting bags of money on the table. Everyone is amazed at how bright it is. Someone asks, is it okay if they walk down the street with so much money in their hands? Suddenly they will be attacked. They are told that in such a wilderness, there is no one who would dare to attack the heroes who killed the demon general. She also says that the Lord sent them a letter of thanks, and local dignitaries threw a feast in their honor. They say that they don't need so much. There is very little here. The minions of greed robbed the kingdom. There was a real buzz around the new heroes. They too can now be proud of them. They're glorious, brave men. They expect great feats from them. The girl asks if they are not confusing anything. The girl reports that they rescued the prisoners and dealt with the goblins, but the demon general was defeated by Karna. She says that this simply cannot be. She says he's gifted, but he was cast out by a former hero. Now he's a warrior who sealed his blessing. Could it be that he used particularly powerful magic? They tell her that he simply summoned a slime. The girl says that this is not enough to kill a titan. It seems that his partners did not have amazing blessings. Did they kill him? They say that he did it. It's impolite to reveal all the adventurer's cards, so they won't tell her anything. But they don't deserve this 30 million. Let them keep it in their guild. 1 bag is enough for them. The girl says that she can only count on her fingers. They ask if she knows, although he himself does not know. The guy says that this is a lot of money. How much food he will buy now. The girl wonders if this means that he is the black swordsman that everyone is talking about. He says that it is Karna. He is not capable of such a thing. She understands that the beautiful girl who helped him. The girl says that it is not her, but Cecilia, she also treated the wounded. Her blessing is healing magic. She asks where Karna is now. He said that he is not feeling well. He will not be there. She asks how this is possible. And the personal envoy for the pacification of the demon general. What to do with the invitation from the Lord. The boys talk about how they'll wait until he has to. They need to pounce on the treats. They all start eating. The girl asks if it's okay if they eat everything without permission, but they are simply obliged to eat everything here. The girl asks if it wouldn't be better to give everything to Karna. The guys say that then he will 100% accept the assignment. That is, he will not be able to refuse it. And rich people, for the most part, like to hand out rewards. In gratitude, he will give him some hard work, but in the current situation, look, they will send him to war. Therefore, if they gobble it all up, they will take the blame on themselves, because they themselves want it. The girl understands that Karna will be free. They are smart. She wants it too. One of them is going to write a letter of apology to the sender. The main thing is care. The girl says that there are so many requests now, it will take a lot of time. The guy says that he values this time. They themselves will decide whether they will leave the city or contact them. This is what he calls care. They say such reasonable things but act so unreasonably. After all, this is their peculiarity. The girl is happy that she went to a bookstore for the first time. She is very happy. Karna tells her that she is happy. If she doesn't mind, she will carry her books. The girl says that this weight is like a trophy for her. Cecilia says that her free hand is a bit lonely. Will he help her? The guy looks at her hand with embarrassment. The guy agrees and takes her hand. She thanks him and asks if they will go now. He says that she created a magic teleportation circle just to accept her delivery of books. Is she really that fond of novels? The girl says that, of course, at first she just got information from them. The more she read, the more she fell in love. Beautiful love. Hearts that found each other after overcoming various difficulties. It's so wonderful. Cecilia began her journey from the Pregani Danicha, because from there it is more convenient to get to the magic circle, which is located in a cave remote from human eyes. But she didn't create the magic circle just to buy books. She'll tell him later. He asks her if it's okay if they show up at the Adventurers Guild. She asks if it's for the best. If they become famous, they will have a hard time leaving it. They will just get the money and move on. The guy asks if this is the last day in this city. Cecilia wants to say goodbye to Gyaru and her friends, so they will stay for a couple more days. She asks if he will go on a date with her. The guy is shocked by the date. It makes him nervous. What should he do? He doesn't know how to go on dates. A guy is thinking about how to go on a date. He has no idea how to do it. Do they know? A flying creature asks if a date is dinner. The second says that, what about hunting divine and ghostly animals? If he generously presents the girl with their meat or fur at a victorious feast, then no beauty will be able to resist you. The third says that there is such a thing. Let him roast the animal. The guy says that overall it's a good idea, but where in the city will he get a divine beast? The main character is surprised that she is waiting for this so much. She has no idea where to take her. They walk hand in hand, and he thinks that it would be much easier to lead her to hell from the whole of the spirit world. He's thinking about how to find the perfect place for a date, and suddenly he gets an idea. They head to the hotel with their pets. The girl lies down and says that this is the highest bliss. There are cats lying on it. She says that enjoying drinks and snacks on your day off and lying on the bed with cats is the best thing you can think of. There are packages of chips and soda lying nearby. Someone shouts at Aisha that they can see her for a minute. She asks what she needs. She said that she had a day off today, if she is still used to the telepathic connection. But she doesn't like that it's like she's being watched. If it's not something urgent, they'll talk tomorrow. The guy says he's going on a date with Cecilia, but he has no experience at all where to take her. She's probably more experienced. He was hoping to ask her. The girl reminds him that she has nothing to do with love affairs. The main character apologizes because he has no one else to rely on. She tells him that, surprisingly, he behaves so childishly. She thinks that he is still too young, but it is probably worth giving advice. If this couple quarrels, then the whole world will come to an end. Without exaggeration, among adventurers, there is one place. She asks, how about going to a suitable pub and playing gambling? If he uses spirits, he will be able to cheat. He will definitely win. The guy says that he is not good at cheating and does not know how to gamble. If they were in the capital, it would be okay. In such a remote place, there is nowhere to even buy a guide to delicious restaurants. And in complete confusion, is there really nowhere to take her? The girl suddenly remembers that she herself has never been on a date. The guy asks about this. Despite her age, the girl gets angry and asks if it is her fault. She was born in the slums, didn't trust anyone and lived alone, relying only on cats. And after she received a blessing, she got a job as a mercenary. She certainly wasn't up for dating. The main character apologizes and asks where they should go. The girl gets angry, asking how she knows. He broke her heart. And that's the end of the conversation. The girl hangs up and angrily goes to bed. She thinks that he is rude, because he would have found the answer himself if he had thought carefully. The problem is not where to go, but with whom, and you can take her anywhere. He's probably just too happy. That's why he doesn't understand it. After all, he's still a child. She becomes interested in what it is like to have a family, a younger brother or a son. The guy understands that she has broken off contact and what he should do. The girl guesses that it was telepathy and probably with Aisha. The guy is surprised and asks her how she understood this. The girl says that she knows everything about her beloved husband. The guy awkwardly admits that he didn't know where to invite her, so he consulted with Aisha. She thanks him for taking the issue so seriously, but feels sorry for her. After all, he disturbed her on a day off. Then Cecilia suggests changing plans a little. There is one place she would like to visit. Let her go after it. They walk through the city and look around. The girl talks about this place. She looks at it happily. They stand in front of beautiful doors, and Cecilia says that this is a cat club. She has wanted to go here for a long time. The boy asks if this is a place for adults. He is still too young. She says that since he has received a blessing, he is already considered a wealthy adult. There will be no problems. It is time to go. The girl winks at him and tells him that she will entertain him to the fullest. Karna takes the path of adults. The girl says that she has long wanted to go here, to this cat bar. They are standing in front of the entrance. She calls Karna inside, promising him that she will entertain him to the fullest. The girl asks him to open his eyes and he agrees, apologizing to her. The girl inside tells Cecilia that they were waiting for her arrival, asks if she has a beautiful disguise. Only people see her like that. The protagonist is surprised when he realizes that she is a succubus who is at the meeting. The girl admits that yes, she is the head of the succubi. She runs this establishment. The guy is amazed that she is a demon, but owns a club where people come. The girl asks if he is surprised. Some succubi are very good at disguise magic, with the help of which they turn into people. Because they lure men, do different things to them, and take away their magical energy, there used to be many dungeons created for this purpose. Due to the long war, there were few men among the adventurers, but there were more women, and they began to fight to expel the succubi. In the end, they simply had nowhere to go, and they found shelter in an underground palace. The dungeon would be destroyed anyway if it was built. So they opened their own establishment, hiding behind the magic of disguise. So now they can legally get magical energy, money, and information. Isn't that a wonderful plan? The spirits are surprised that they get all the information about the capital like that. Cecilia tells the boy that his salary is paid from the proceeds of this club. Karna understands that he gets it thanks to his sister's efforts. The girl winks at him, because it seems like he likes this kind of work. The guy suddenly denies this, saying that not at all, it's hard work, he's grateful to them for everything. The girl happily says that it's wonderful, she will also have fun with them, they need to go to the VIP room, they have alcohol and sweets. One of the spirits says that it brings back memories of a long time ago when people would sacrifice beautiful maidens. They would pour alcohol into them and they would bring them back. But over time, much has changed. It seems that the original purpose of the succubi is now forgotten. Cecilia is surprised. She is interested. She asks if he will tell her more. The spirit says that succubi are sacred priestesses. Men who did not have a partner sacrificed a part of their soul, and in return they created descendants for them. They were salvation for types who were not popular with women. Ogres, or orcs, are born looking like men, so succubi used magic to create children for them from their souls. The girl asks if it is true that low-ranking creatures can give birth to children from humans. The spirit explains that those born from high-ranking succubi mix with normal demons, and they can maintain the amount of their magical energy. The amount of mana a child born from a low-ranking creature and a human has is less than that of its parents. while a child born from a succubus has superior magical energy. Nowadays, low-ranking creatures have the same amount of magical energy as babies. In ancient times, if a low-ranking creature has a lot of mana, then the succubus will be able to drink more, a beneficial relationship for both. The girl says that she didn't even know that such magic exists. Cecilia asks that since it exists, it means that high-ranking creatures and people can conceive children together. The spirit says that, in general, yes, they can give birth to children, like people, after which the girl looks at him with a loving look. She is amazed that the spirit knows so much about this magic, but he admits that it is not his specialty. The girl thinks that this magic was lost, so more and more children began to weaken and were born from the union of people and low-ranking monsters, and succubi began to consume less magical energy and starve. The succubus approaches them and asks Lord Sabato if he knows how to obtain this magic, but he admits that he does not know. She is tearful. The succubi can no longer make a living in the dungeons and are completely weak, and those who possess the seal are very few. In Danish there are only 2, and in the capital 3, there are so few of them that they hire human children. The girl says that if there were more people, they would receive more magical energy, and without the seal it is very difficult to study magic. This is a serious problem. Suddenly the main character understands everything. The protagonist asks that maybe it can be solved if other succubi learn camouflage magic. Cecilia understands that it is possible, but how to help them remember her? The guy says that they will rely on the master in this matter, and here they will certainly be able to get the catalyst. The protagonist turns to the succubus, asking her if she could bring a lot of strong alcohol. The girl agrees and asks to wait a little. Then the protagonist stands in front of a lot of bottles. She asks the boy what he has in mind. Obeying the new contract, he sacrifices these gifts, asks the Great Mother to come down to earth, and a magic circle appears under him. Suddenly all the bottles open themselves and the alcohol bubbles out into the air, and someone's hands reach out to it. A girl appears and drinks one bottle. The succubus is amazed by this power, thinking that this cannot be. The girl says that she is a mother. Cecilia understands that she is the progenitor of the succubi, the Great Mother of Darkness, Aisha, whether he made a contract with her. The girls are amazed that he made a contract with the progenitor of the succubi, the Great Mother of Darkness of the Astashi. She has a very complex character, so high-quality alcohol accelerated her summoning. She asks about the problem for him to summon her just like that, calls the guy a disturber of balance. The main character says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He thanks her for lending them the succubi. The girl asks her not to call her mother. The guy says that he has a mother. The girl asks him to repeat after her. She counts, and the guy asks her to help him. The girl asks to rely on her. She will do everything in the best possible way, she laughs. They called her for the sake of the succubi. Does she know what is going on? The girl asks if they are her distant relatives. The succubus asks Istasha if she is really their ancestress. She says no, let her call her mother, otherwise she will not help her. The girl asks her mother to save their family. Istasha asks her to stop talking. Because she has heard everything, she apologizes for not helping them all this time. She didn't even know that they had become weak. Before, they had transformation magic, with which they easily subdued males. For many years they left them, and generation after generation they lost their strength. She understands what happened, so now she will try to finish. Suddenly she kisses the succubus on the cheek, after which it begins to glow. She screams and asks what is happening to her body. It turns out that she has placed the seal of Mother's Kiss on her. By kissing her relative, she grants him a sign of disguise magic. Great power requires great retribution. It is painful, but you'll have to endure it. The girl falls to the floor, and Cecilia closes the guy's eyes. The spirit looks at this in surprise. The progenitor asks her to hold on. Cecilia asks Nodens what it is, and he explains that long ago, succubi had a power greater than disguise magic, but they lost it due to the loss of magical energy. Therefore, Istasha gave the head of the clan a seal that allows her to return the magic of disguise. If the head of the clan kisses a relative and shares the seal, she will be able to temporarily use this magic. In the same way, with the help of the succubus, you can teach the goblin cat charm magic, and everyone can just create seals like that. It's the same as if the spirit shared power with them. However, if the vessel cannot withstand this power, it will burst and die. Do they want to try it? Cecilia says that she will refrain, but she is worried about the head of the succubi. The girl turns to Istasha, who says that she is a second cousin of Bastet's relative. She says that she is very flattered that she took her for a relative of her ancestor Bastet, But will everything be okay with her subordinate? Istasha says that everything will be fine. Are there any other questions? Cecilia says that if she allows it, there is one more question that she really wants to hear the answer to. The magic of creating children of the ancient succubi. Could she teach her this magic that allows low-ranking and high-ranking beings to have children from each other? In gratitude, she will do anything. She asks Cecilia if she wants to use it on Karna. She replies that naturally, if possible, she wants to learn the succubus rite. Istasha says that it is very sweet. She says that she will not tell anything yet. He calls her granny. She gets a little angry and, flying up, asks him to call her mom. Then she flies away. Cecilia says that she disappeared. I wonder why she didn't want to teach her. The spirit suggests that it's because this woman is incredibly capricious. Perhaps some circumstances do not allow her, Cecilia asks Karna, that maybe he will be able to summon her again. However, right now, it is unlikely. If she is not in the mood, she will not listen to them, no matter what they tell her, and it is really a pity, but for now, this matter will have to be postponed. However, one day they will definitely try to make a child together. She winks at the guy. He is surprised. The domain of the former lord of the demons of greed, a human city near Carcassonne. People look out the window and ask, what is going on there? Whose troops are these? Is it the army of the Holy Church? The Lord of the Greed demons has been overthrown, so they have a great chance to seize the western lands of the continent. The man tells the woman that the church has started a holy war, and the king has ordered all the princes to gather around the hero, and the hero has died in a recent incident. The man says that it is not Norris, but a hero who can be relied upon has awakened in distant lands. It is Lord Heikels, the strongest former hero who was sent into retirement. The girl thinks that it is necessary to urgently report to the demon lord that people have begun to act. Former territories of the demon king of greed on the border with the province of Carcassonne. One of the demons with a weapon in his hands rushes to attack. Demons are coming out against humans. The commander is shouting about the blessing of the phalanx army. Humans are using shields. Demons attack people, but cannot penetrate their defense, hitting directly at their shields. One of the demons is shocked to think that they are winning. One of the people is thinking about the blessing of the army. Then the Laiads begin to use the assault. The commander shouts to the soldiers that the god of war is with them. The soldiers go straight to the demons. A bloodbath begins. People kill demons, who understand that they are too strong. They need to run and save themselves. The commander understands that they defeated them, a very cowardly army of the demon king. He is told that they did it, thanks to their talent as a god of war. They look at the guy and think that here he is, the hero who will save humanity. With him, they will not be defeated. This is Heikel's Armitage. Everyone says that the battle of war gives all soldiers the blessing of the army, and even weak warriors get the class of the Keeper of the Golden Seal. He is invincible. Now, to Ogad, his excellency has returned. People will be able to return the desired Carcassonne. They say that this disgusting seal of the sinner was not needed from the very beginning. Someone does not understand how they can say so. The hero turns to Norris. The hero talks about how it is impossible to win on the battlefields of this world without an incomparable personality. He has led the troops and protected the people for many years. But he could not defeat the demon general and the demon king, so he must cultivate a powerful warrior personality to put an end to him. In general, he had to educate himself, but these tired bones fighting for 40 years in a row are good for nothing. He believed in this, returned to his homeland and retired from business. He thought that he could finally return to the times when he peacefully grew roses, and someone came to him with an order from the capital. Zeta Abigail Prynne reveals that orders have been given to mobilize all troops, invade the former territory of the demon king of greed, Carcassonne, and establish control over it. The man says that the half-humans haven't arrived yet. They are busy destroying human lands. Does she want to say that they need to leave them for later and focus on subjugating enemy territory? She agrees with this. She asks that the cut piece of pie not be allowed to disappear, because His Majesty personally wrote this decree. So he asks to turn away from the suffering people. He demands the impossible, but this is their chance. They will be able to win back Carcassonne. They will have to deploy troops along the border. They will concentrate their forces and deal with the other demon king. This is a well-thought-out plan. If they don't hurry to clean up the remnants of the army, a lot of innocent civilian blood will be spilled. The troops of the princes should stand nearby in reserve, convey this order to them, let them deal with the remnants of the Lord of Greed, and liberate the provinces of Julian with its cities. They ask him whether to convey it to them. They cannot be trusted completely, but this should be enough. In the dungeon of the Coffin of Eternity, Uru is asked about this urgent matter. He thanks them for responding to his call. The guy says that they were just about to leave the city. It seems that the people they saved found out their names. They came to their tavern and overwhelmed them with errands. The girl says that yes, and none of them were too urgent. It's probably better to move the base to another city, otherwise they won't even be able to achieve their goal, researching targets. It's a pity that they only found new friends. The spirit says that unfortunately, the unpredictable actions of people always catch them off guard. By the way, there are a lot of cats here from the dungeon. What happened here? A group of fighters against the spells of cats robbed their dungeon. They are shameless. The villain in the suit releases the chains and orders them to go forward. They agree and go on the attack. The girl thinks about it and says that it is disgusting to even look at him. The guy asks her if she knows him. She says that he is a mercenary like her, a famous robber. He's mainly involved in the gambling business, an underground boss, which means criminal syndicates don't just exist in books. His power is the profession of a slave trader. A contract of subordination enslaves those who have signed a contract with him. She asks the spirit to show him the breath in the dungeon. They are surprised that he has a whole city there. The spirit says that merchants usually hang out. Where there are a lot of upper-class people, they create cities on the surface and run everything in them. The girl asks if this is an underground city. She says that a settlement that lives off the resources of the dungeon. Particularly popular are the Pearl Dragon Vein, where you can mine precious stones, and the Forest of the Gloomy Lilliputians, which is full of mushrooms from which medicine is made. People gather around them in search of resources and build cities, but until they are controlled by a specific boss, they are considered illegal. Apparently they have something like that going on there too. They don't go near zombie dragons, so they can't even collect magical energy from them. They start to experience a mana deficit. Probably because of his talent hand of friendship, the spirit knows such. It is needed in order to defeat a strong monster. You can share the effects with a friend if you take his hand and use a special item. The girl thinks it's a dirty trick. This talent works through the touch of hands, but the merchant's power allows him to activate it through the chains. The exhausted man says that he can't do it anymore, but the seller tells him that he is already healed, so he should get up and go. Enchanted healing potions are expensive, but one bottle can restore your health completely. The servants went into battle completely without strength or motivation. The spirit calls him a sly one. He couldn't even think of such a thing. The second one says that he uses his own kind as cannon fodder. Such people are disgusting. The girl says that she did the right thing by not sending the cats. The slaves would have been cured anyway, despite their charms, and they would have revealed their tricks and exposed themselves to attack. The spirit admits that this is why they asked for help, apologizes for distracting the guy. The girl realized that they had already taken a lot from them. The main character feels from the core of the dungeon how much anger has accumulated there. If he releases it, it may have its influence on these lands. The spirits say that because people's malice remains on the surface. The second one is going to destroy this merchant. The guy understands that if they teach him a lesson, another one will take his place. The girl suggests increasing the difficulty. The adventurers will escape from the dungeon, and then they will not be able to collect magical energy from them. That is why the main character will establish a rule. He looks at the anger and understands that a lot of it has accumulated in the dungeon. He's going to use them and cast a spell on these lands. The guy is using the Cursed Return enchantment. He's holding some object in his hands. The guys are carrying the girl, and one suggests leaving her because she is no use. Let her die. Suddenly, a black aura enters her. After this, the girl walks down the street, and everyone runs away from her. The girl with the children sits under a tree, and the man brings her bread. The man offers her some kind of deal, and when the girl signs the contract, her children are taken away, and she is kept on a chain. She lies there, exhausted, and then suddenly wakes up and, filled with anger, screams that she will never forgive them. She jumps off the stretcher and throws herself straight at the guys who are carrying her, who are shocked to think that she is dead. The girl bites him on the shoulder and demands that he return. Her brother and sister, the girl asks the main character what he did. The dead walk forward and say that they will not forgive him. The merchant in shock asks what is happening. Let his guards protect him from these creatures. The guys on chains rush into battle, but the dead men do not touch them, but go straight to the merchant, who looks at them in shock. They rush straight at him. He asks the guys what they are doing. Let them immediately neutralize these dead people. One of them demands that he return it to her. She screams at him to give her brother and sister back. They all start gnawing at him. The boys watch him and the chain falls off them. They are happy that the chain has fallen off them, so they need to run away from here. The girl asks the main character about what she did this time. He explains that he poured his magical energy into the earth, and the evil spirits turned into undead. They will take revenge on those who did evil to them, and then they will be cleansed of filth. She tells him that he has gone crazy. The main character asks her to wait until he makes a statement. The guy puts on a helmet. People think about what happened to these zombies. They are like crazy. People look up at the black silhouette and ask what it is, and it turns out to be the main character. He informs them that he is the ruler of the underground labyrinth, sends them a warning. From this moment, he allows them to carry out revenge on his lands. Embittered spirits can turn into undead and carry out judgment. They will not attack the living sinless. He grants them the right to undergo the test in the dungeon and live on its territory, but let them not forget that he is constantly watching them. He will visit them if they continue to commit atrocities. Suddenly he disappears. People discuss that it seems like the lord who defeated the former hero almost crushed them with his gaze. The main character takes off his helmet and asks his friends how they feel about this. The girl understands that he took advantage of the thirst for revenge and put a curse on them. The criminals will be punished, the innocent will remain untouched. According to human laws, everything is fair. The guy explains that if the spirit's malice is not strong, she directs it so that he does not overdo it, so he will not allow mutual hatred to arise. The main character reports that the dungeon core is such a cool thing. With its help, he was able to easily return the memories of these lands. The spirit says that his blessing can help him master the basics of magic, control it, and use it in his territories. A common thing. The guy understands that he kind of did the same in the lands of the orcs. The spirit informs that the principle of operation is the same. The guy thanks him for showing him an example. The girl asks the spirit if he understood why that warning was necessary. He gave the inhabitants of his domains the right. She understands that good people are safe when they live in peace, which only attracts refugees and those who hate war, resulting in an increase in population. The spirit turns to the advisor and says that she is counting on their support. She understands that Karna is an amazing person. In the camp of the noble united army, someone asks someone what she said. The man slams his fist on the table and says that their united army of 20,000 men has accomplished a feat by winning the battle to suppress the unrest in the west, and they must finish what they started. Zeta Abigail tells the Duke that his lordship Hycles does not think so. The ruler of these lands died at the hands of the lord of the demons of greed. The capital is shaken by enormous destruction. Most of the other cities have also fallen into the clutches of the enemy. If they liberate them as soon as possible, the people will continue to suffer. Everyone says that she makes loud speeches. Has she really forgotten that the blame for the hero's defeat is on her shoulders? How the ogres grabbed his armor and tortured him. The girl thinks that they are right. She is to blame for this. She was unable to convey the impending threat and caused trouble. Therefore, she can no longer afford to stumble. She must strengthen their rear so that he can fight without unnecessary worries. The man asks to wait and asks if the Order of the Royal Knights is advancing on Carcassonne, and the border remains on them. Isn't this a chance to seize some of the spoils? One of the guys says that the army of the demon, Lord of Greed, has eaten a dog on robberies. Their treasures have not yet been found. They must snatch them from the dirty demonic clutches and return them to their owner. Sounds very good. The girl insults them in her mind. The man says that the army will be engaged in liberating the capital. He guarantees that along the way they will get rid of the remnants of the demon army and clear the supply routes. Will my Lord Hycles be satisfied? The girl asks who will take care of liberating the rest of the territories. The man asks what is the need. The bandits mainly operate in the capital. It is enough to deal with them. The rest will run away. The girl asks them to wait, because His Excellency ordered to deal with the remnants of the army. They must liberate not only the capital region, but also the cities. She begs them, but the man says that she should take care of it herself if she needs it. He would rather keep the scum that brought the hero to the grave away from his army. He pours alcohol on her head. Before the kingdom, everyone is equal, both knights and soldiers. He doesn't need inspectors. Let her go. She thinks that she won't be able to return to the order if she doesn't fulfill her duty, but he still tries to save someone, even if it's just one person. After all, it may be that the newly minted hero who defeated the demonic general will be able to. His name is the Black Swordsman. In the provincial town of Komorium, it is a distant town separated from Danik City. He was turned into hell by the paws of the soldiers of the greedy demon king. One of the demons screams that the drink is delicious, we need more. They torture people. The demon pulls the girls by the chain and tells them to come to him. They release them into a huge barrel of water. The voice says that the sacrifice has been accepted. It is necessary to begin collecting magical power. The man says with a smile that there is still magic in them, and they have plenty of it, even too much. The girl asks to spare her, or better yet, kill her. The man says that he will squeeze all the magical power out of them without a trace. An absorbent cauldron that sucks out all the magic from stupid people. How wonderful are the inventions of the ancient gods. They were originally intended for monsters, but it drains people perfectly too. The girl says that humanity will not lose. Reinforcements will come here. The man hits her on the head with a ladle, and he is glad that she is full of energy. She will make an excellent broth. The man tells her kindly that help will not reach here, because Hykles and the royal knights have gone to Carcassonne, and the allied army of lords is trying to defend the capital of Lyon. Humanity has abandoned this city. The man in the cap says that he likes the expression on her face. Her despair is an excellent seasoning for soup. If Gulgaz were here, he would let him try the greatest delicacy, soup of despair. He tries it and says that it is delicious, but the princess has no strength left. It would be possible to return to Carcassonne, but it will be difficult to unite with the other troops of the Demon King. Maybe they should build a dungeon here. He will survive in the name of delicious demonic dishes, because the main trump card is in his chef's hands. Then, right from the roof of the building behind him, a girl flies at him, stabbing a dagger right into his neck. She says that he will not be able to live. He falls to the ground dead, and the girl reaches out to another girl in a huge pot, asking if she is alive. She takes her in her arms and says that she has reinforcements, but she is not a soldier, but just an adventurer. She understands that she saved her, but there are still enemies here. The girl asks to leave her and run further in order to free the rest of the people. She asks her not to worry, because now everything will happen. A spirit appears from above, which surprises the girl. The flying spirit reports that Aisha is a good guy because the enemy boss was defeated. Cecilia tells Karna that everything is going according to plan. How many orcs and goblins are left? The guy replies that there are about 3,000, just right for a warm-up. The guy turns to Mrs. Zeta and asks to hide. They will finish quickly. She says that there are as many as 3,000 enemies. Karna reports that, according to intelligence, there are no strong opponents among them, so for him it's like having 0 enemies. The girl tells him he's wrong. The guy says it's really weird. Where have all the strong ones gone? They defeated Gulgaz, and there is no one stronger than him. However, one should not lose vigilance, which means one must act carefully, but quickly. The protagonist says that they will save everyone, and Cecilia supports his words, the protagonist thinks. He did not expect that after meeting Zeta again, whom he saved from the ogres, she would ask him to free an entire city. In Dansai a few days ago, Cecilia, with a suitcase, suggests checking out and moving on, before anyone asks them for anything urgent. Suddenly, Zeta runs up, asking if they are the Black Swordsman's team. They say they have not heard of such. They understand from her dirty clothes that she has been on the road for a long time. She is wearing the armor of a royal knight. However, she is wearing medals indicating her title and robes with her family crest, meaning she is a knight who has lost her status due to misconduct. Zeta asks if she is the traitor Aisha Haifisha. The girl asks how she knows the name. She asked not to be disclosed. Zeta admits that no one told, but many influential people are looking for her. The girl was asked to show her this. It is the signature of the great former hero. She shows the document. She is Zeta Abigail, a royal knight, but a former one, who wants to ask the Black Swordsman to free the city. Aisha understands that she is an influential person. She will have to return to Cecilia's room. Zeta eats and says that this is how things are. She has been cast out of the Lord's army and cannot return to her order, but she intends to carry out the order even alone until Lord Hykles returns. Aisha asks what she can do alone. So it was she who created the pretext for Norris to go and capture Karna's dungeon. She sees her for the first time, but it's better not to mess with her. She will take on the role of the evil one. She tells her that she only has a piece of paper with an order. No soldiers, no money. The girl says that she has plenty of money. Aisha asks why rich people gnaw cookies with such hungry eyes. Zeta understands that she is not fooled. She is given the responsibility for the hero's defeats and is treated coldly. And when she finally receives the task, she is quickly banished. Now she is left with only her own life. She didn't expect that the Black Swordsman would be the boy that the hero had banished. She falls to the floor and begs, "If we leave the surviving enemies, then people will suffer." He was also an ally of the hero. Doesn't he really want to save the world? Cecilia tells her that she expressed herself incorrectly. People will suffer because of the enemies, and not because of Karna's inaction. It is the army that should save people. Cecilia admits that she understands her feelings, but manipulating her feelings of guilt is mean. The girl understands that she is asking for a lot, but humanity is in danger. She reports that in addition to the remaining enemies, the hero killers and firecasters are also gaining strength. If nothing is done, humanity will perish. They must unite in the name of their families and friends. Aisha asks about the firebenders. They are definitely gaining strength. The guy is not going to do anything, but people do not understand this. But if you kill the remaining enemies, then they can target the eternal coffin. Does this mean that saving humanity means potentially harming Cecilia? The girl looks at him with a smile. She hugs the guy and asks him not to worry about her. Let him do as he sees fit. The guy shyly says that people are looking at them, so they need to continue in a secluded place. The girl with tears says that not far from here, in the mountains, there is a city captured by villains, asks for help to free at least these lands, her homeland Komorium. Cecilia asks if she knows exactly where the enemies are. She has fresh information. She was contacted by Belphegor, the 3 greedy demon generals that Karna captured. Everyone is surprised they are alive, they told about Komorium. As for the place where the greedy demon king hid his centuries-old treasures, the greedy legacy, the guy is shocked by this. In the border town of Komoriome, the protagonist kills an enemy with a steel sword. People shout joyfully that they are saved. They call him a respected sword, a true hero without any doubt. People run up to Zeta and say that they believed that she would bring them a hero. She says that she did nothing. Let them thank the black swordsman instead. The girl cries and says that she is glad that they are alive. Cecilia tells the child that everything is fine now and he can go to his mother. The boy thanks her. Cecilia smiles and says that the children are not to blame. She asks Karna if he is finished. He says that yes, it is true that half of the enemies have fled the city, but they kindly agreed to deal with them. The man says that it's nothing personal, but leaving them alive means getting into trouble. One of them is furious that they weren't called to fight right away, so he'll destroy them. The demons look at them in horror, and the man grabs the weapon, using the purple lightning of despair, killing the demons. One of the survivors shouts that if this is the case, then they need to bring the monsters here, and that's what they do. The girl drinks wine and says that the monsters are so cheerful, which means there will be meat for dinner today. The dragon calls monsters pathetic, inferior creatures who dare to grin at him. All monsters are afraid of him. The monsters fall to the ground, and the demons are shocked by this. The girl says that this meat is much smarter than them. The demons are shocked that the monsters, who could easily devour even the highest demons, just gave up without a fight. The girl tells the demons that they are making so much noise, they need to be quieter. She uses Petrocrowd. She casts some kind of smoke on them, they scream and then turn into stone. The dragon says that he wanted to thank the dungeon professor, but it looks like everyone has already been killed. They shout at her that this is too much, let it not deprive them of their fun. The girl says that whoever got there first killed. The man says that the points should be distributed equally. He won't give in to her. The protagonist says that it looks like everything is finished. Grandfather and his team did a great job. Cecilia understands that this is exactly how things are with Aisha. Aisha found that cook's trump card in the city cave, a treasury that had been filled with stolen treasures by greedy demon kings for generations. It was a mountain of treasure. The main defensive point of the border region of Zirwan, the fortress city of Lyons in close proximity to the lands of the demon king, the city, captured by the surviving soldiers of the greedy army, was looked upon with angrily by the allied army of lords. Someone asks how they can't attack. The knight says that the fortress is protected by a 4-layer magical barrier. Neither their magic nor weapons can try to capture the fortress. They can't take it by force. The man is angry, because the demon king of greed somehow captured why the pathetic demons could, but they, the aristocrats, cannot. The man says that the demon king, like the hero, has a special power that can incredibly turn the tide of battle. The demon king Gurgaz has overcome the fortress walls and attacked the gates. They won't be able to do the same, so they besieged the city and wait until the invaders run out of magical power. True, this will lead to the deaths of the inhabitants. The man shouts that he doesn't care, let them die at least. He thinks that if the demons kill all the inhabitants, then all their wealth will go to him. In that case, you can wait. From the thought of how all the rabble will die of hunger, even the disgusting field food becomes tastier. He notices that there are 2 suns in the sky. A man appears and attacks the place with a huge fireball, calling them thieves. He asks if they coveted his riches, if they thought too much of themselves. Let them consider it an honor that the flame of his divine protector, the Fire Emperor Vorvados, punished them. This is the Demon King Belyarnak. He destroyed the thieves. Then they acted according to the plan. A separate detachment, take possession of the heritage. Let them scare the lazy one who didn't think and blabbed all the information. Let them take the Mudblood city, Komorium. Before he gets there in person, they're going to get to work right away. In the Carcazon area, in the military camp of the Royal Knights, one guy offers to fix the wall faster. Then their improvised fortress in an abandoned castle will be ready. Suddenly a multitude of rats appear, and people scream in shock about who they are. The rats bite into them. People understand that the enemies are attacking. They are shouting from above that the knights below are being attacked. They need to go to their aid. What is that strange cloud there? This cloud turns out to be a bunch of locusts. The knights want to attack them with magic, burn them with fire. They manage to burn some, but there are too many of them, and the locusts eat the people, leaving only bones. A rat brings a bone to a little girl, who takes it into her mouth, from which sharp teeth protrude. The woman next to her hits her on the arm and tells her to stop, because it's not right for the Demon King to eat such nasty things. The Demon King of Jealousy tells the King of Gluttony that all she does is eat. It's amazing how she manages to hold on to her post. She says she's hungry. The woman says that she is so beautiful, and this is her older sister. She is not suitable for her at all. But she will make a significant contribution to the destruction of humanity. And so she'll overshadow the unpleasant fact that she's this glutton's younger sister. It's time to finish off the old hero Heikels. A conflict over the centuries-old legacy of a greedy demon king began in the mining town of Komorium, where the legacy was kept and gradually escalated, involving Karna and the demon king Cecilia. Pride, jealousy, greed. 3 great demon kings are about to clash in a battle that will determine the fate of humanity. In the city of Komoriomi, the streets are finally calm. A man gives a boy a plate and asks him not to drop it. The girl says that she is the eldest daughter of Count Komorium, Thelma, expresses sincere gratitude. They even fed the residents. The protagonist reports that he simply returned what the minions of greed took. It's a trifling matter. They met the locals. Maybe now they can talk about that legacy. The guy offers to give it to the city to restore. The girl asks what he is carrying. It is the treasure of the Demon King. For several years, there is a lot of money there. Cecilia winks and says that they will still earn money, so they need to give everything except the magic stones and artifacts. And if anything remains, it can be used to restore other cities, the girl asks, if she agrees with Karna. Humanity is weakened now, and it would be undesirable for the Demon Kings to destroy it. Magic resources are theirs. The rest they can take. The girls are surprised that they give them all the money that could buy a whole country. Are they sure? The spirit looked at the magical resources and said this: they are not able to satisfy their souls, but they contain power that is enough for 5 or more demon kings. The girl says that because of the comparison between them and kings, she does not understand the difference. The girl asks if they are sure that they will be able to build a career and gain fame. The main character says that they don't need this. He wants to be a simple adventurer, so if anything, they can make donations in their own name. Karna only sent money to his grandparents. The girl calls them grateful, if they need anything for saving the city. The girl thinks that they can't be called heroes because they have a demon lord and her fiancé on their team. Suddenly a meteorite flies at them from above, reaches its target, and destroys everything around. The demon laughs and says that the pathetic humans even threw a feast, thanks to his meteorite false seal. They tell him that this is too much, that way they won't know where the heritage is. He says that they must find it. He orders them to find the legacy before the King of Pride arrives, or he will turn them to ashes. The demons listen to him. He feels pleasure in burning cities, and the smell of burning human fat. But why does it smell only of fire and smoke? What is wrong? The demon notices that the city is protected by a dome. He asks what kind of nonsense. Who could protect themselves from the greatest destructive power of his seal? What kind of pressure is this? He is going to attack directly at the main character, who silently looks at him. People are surprised that this is the army of the Demon King. How did they manage to defend themselves from the attack? It's good that Wall was far away from them, otherwise it would have been difficult for him to defend himself. They were very lucky that he hit it, because Zeta saw it. It was incredible fire magic. The demon is shocked that someone could protect themselves from his flames. He can't believe what they should do. The demon king of pride ordered them to take over the inheritance, let them help burn the city. Then all the demons begin to prepare fire attacks. The demon added the magic power of everyone in his elite squad to his flames. Now they are turning into ashes. Then they use the sun's fall, and the girl asks the princess to hide behind her. She wants to save her. Cecilia tells Karna that Zeta has lost consciousness, now he can act. The guy agrees. The protagonist suggests Wall to make trouble, Wall tells Karna to beat them, and the guy asks the fiery heat to appear. The protagonist flies up to the demons, swings his fist, and uses a fiery kigutsuchi. The guy repels 3 attacks back at the demons, and the demon is shocked that his attack was repelled. The attack reaches them, and the demon screams in shock and pain, after which a huge explosion occurs. The demons fall dead to the ground. Burning right in the air, the main character lands and is surprised that the blow was more powerful than he thought. Wall says that the flames of the enemies turned out to be his seal, so they are no match for him. Their attack became more powerful in proportion to their attack. This is a scale. Now it is clear why he did not use this magic. During the battle with Gulgaz, he would have destroyed the entire castle of the Demon King. The god of fire is pleased. The demons were defeated. The girl says that only the soldiers of the Demon King of Pride can have such a strong seal. No army of other demon kings has such strong fire spellcasters. The guy asks if they are descendants of Wall. He says that maybe they are descendants of the races he once ruled over, but that was a long time ago. Someone runs up and the spirit disappears. The girl apologizes. How could she lose consciousness? What happened to the enemies? They are amazed at the high-level demon, how they repelled his attack. They are truly worthy of the title of hero. The girl says that perhaps they came for the inheritance. They need to extract everything from him. But he is dead. It's like interrogating a corpse. It sounds funny, but it is still possible. The main character uses memory juice on him. A creature flies out of the mouth of the demon general, looking at his hands, and being frightened by this. The protagonist pulls him towards him and looks through all the memories of the demon general. He received information from his soul. The Demon King of Pride destroyed the city and the entire allied army of the lords. And these warriors needed the legacy. The knights are currently dealing with jealousy and gluttony. Cecilia asks about an alliance. They will eat each other anyway. Karna says that the reason is unknown, but the Demon King of Pride has somehow subdued the 2 kings. The girl asks if Heikel's and the knights are okay. The guy says that they are on their way here, but the Demon King will get there first. The girl asks Karna to protect the people. Cecilia says that they can protect them, but if he fights the Demon King, even a simple attack from one of them can destroy everything around. One of them asks if they are going to send a child into battle. It would be shameful. The girls apologize for that. How about leaving a trace and letting the people escape? In a deserted place, they can fight. However, it is difficult to implement. There is no city that would accept so many people. Cecilia explains that they cannot give up the inheritance, because the 3 kings will sooner or later stand against each other, and the inheritance will go to the one who devours the 2 opponents. In this case, a triple demon king will be born, possessing the souls and powers of 3 at once, and thanks to the magical power of the inheritance, he will not even have to restore energy. Cecilia thinks that Gulgaz wanted to take her soul and then restore his strength with the help of the legacy and go to conquer the lands. But why, even after Gulgaz's death, his henchmen remained here? The guy asks if he can tell. The protagonist knows a way to fight the Demon King without harming anyone. He understood why they were sitting in this city. Both the reason and the method are the same thing. He asked the ghosts to find out everything. It turned out that everything was already ready. We'll take care of everything. Tabi, all that remains is to activate it. He will help them. Everything will work out. They will create a dungeon, and Mrs. Thelma will be its mistress. The girl is surprised by this. Karna fought for a long time and finally came up with an ingenious plan to fight the Demon King without harming the innocent. He wanted the attention to be focused only on the enemy. The essence of the plan was to create a special hangover, a magical trap, where the main element was Mrs. Terma. His proposal surprised Terma herself. There were doubts about whether a person could withstand such a test and implement a complex plan. Terma, skeptical, nevertheless became interested and tried to understand how realistically it was within her powers. The answer was a confident argument that the main work had already been done by the minions of the Demon King of Greed. They had created the necessary conditions. Now they only had to slightly supplement the structure. The soaking cauldron at the very end of the ruined settlement was supposed to be used as the magical engine of the entire dungeon. This artifact was the center of energy. The cauldron left by the servants of greed emitted a soft glow, illuminating the entire street like the pulsating heart of the ruined settlement. Its magical energy filled the surrounding space with a special light and warmth. The next step was to hand the cauldron over to Mrs. Aisha, a skilled tool merchant, so she could remake it and make it bigger. So many people could fit into the cauldron, it would be more than just a device. The girl with short hair summarized the plan. Create a dungeon based on the city's energy, and then hand it over to the owner. This move ensured the cohesion and unified control necessary for a successful defense. However, Mrs. Terma, upon hearing about the need to climb into the cauldron again, immediately became frightened. The memories of previous trials were painful and full of fear. The protagonist calmed her down with gentle confidence, explaining that Aisha would make the vessel safe and would not affect Terma's body in any way. The girl in armor was amazed that a tool merchant of a lower rank could do something that an artifact master could not. She herself was a master and could hardly believe in this miracle. Cecilia assured everyone that the dungeon was always reliably protected, and the barrier was capable of repelling even a powerful and serious threat. Her words sounded firm and brought calm to the hearts of those gathered. She reasoned that the minions of greed were trying to arrange their own secluded place in the mine, where they could hide from dangers. This place was a real refuge and a strategic point for them. But for the city to be complete and live in peace, the unity of its inhabitants was necessary, and Lady Terma was the link that ensured this. In addition, Terma had a high level of magical energy, which may have been a manifestation of natural talent, a special gift that could help them in the fight. However, Terma herself said that she had talent, but it was not very strong and did not stand out among other magicians. Modesty was her distinctive feature. To show off her abilities, she demonstrated magic. A mysterious glowing sign suddenly appeared on her hand, attracting attention and causing admiration. She then cast a spell of boiling water at the foot of the tree, which filled the surrounding space with hot energy and magical power that was felt by everyone present. Everyone watched in amazement as one of the floor tiles was replaced by a hole filled with deep, clear water, like a portal to another dimension. Terma explained that her gift was related to hot springs, which had healing properties. They healed wounds and restored strength to tired souls. Cecilia, inspired, took off her shoe and carefully dipped her foot into the spring, feeling the pleasant warmth and life-giving energy of the water. She was in complete ecstasy, feeling how her magical power seemed to come to life and be filled with new life-giving energy, which inspired everyone around her. The whole company was happy. Now they were ready to create an incredible dungeon that could hold the defense. And they also had a dragon, their powerful ally. The dragon himself impatiently demanded that construction begin immediately, as if sensing his important role in the upcoming undertaking and striving for action. The girl was inspired. The awareness of her own importance and unique talent filled her heart with joy and confidence. The wise grandfather confirmed her words and added that they would use not only their strength, but also his rich knowledge to build an impregnable shelter. Cecilia shared their enthusiasm and said that she was also ready to take on the task. Her energy and determination were at their best. The main character asked her with an important look if she was ready to go through all the tests and make every effort to succeed. Terma was deeply moved by such trust and the proposed responsibility. Tears of support and determination glistened in her eyes. She agreed and promised that she would do her utmost to justify the hopes placed in her and help the common cause. The hero turned for help to the girl and the mighty dragon Uru, who was ready to take up construction at any moment. Soon he and Terma soared into the sky on the dragon's back, leaving behind the bustle and tension as they headed towards the construction site. Having risen high to survey the entire territory, the girl felt a slight fear. The height and flight were a new and exciting experience for her. Meanwhile, the town began to rapidly change its appearance. Columns, walls, and other architectural elements began to appear everywhere, as if by magic. They landed near a huge fountain in a spacious room with high walls, which was already filling with life and energy. Everything was erected in just half a day. The credit goes to the dragon, whose breath and strength worked real miracles. The girl compared this creation to the act of creating the world. For the dragon, it was a simple and natural thing. The protagonist looked anxiously into the crystal, where disturbing images of advancing demonic troops appeared. The threat was real and close. The crystal clearly showed an army of pride demons, ready for a powerful attack, and the hero's heart sank with excitement. The young man and Terma joined forces to fight off the enemies and protect their dungeon from destruction. They were determined and ready to stand up for their defense, not retreating a single step in the face of danger. The demon carefully examined the interior of the bathhouse, in which hot water flowed from all the statues, filling the hall with vital energy. A column of water also shot out of an old hole in the floor, giving the room a lively and mysterious feel. The demon thought with disbelief that someone was playing a joke on him. A public bathhouse in a human city seemed absurd to him. It was hard for him to believe that he would ever see such a place in the underworld, where cruelty and cold usually reigned. After a thorough search of the city by demons, it became clear that not a single living person remained here. Only one checkpoint remained. The ice general looked at the soldier with anger, expressing dissatisfaction with the failure and concern for the future. Aquas snapped that his opinion had not been asked, and that the soldier was thinking too much, complicating the task and distracting himself. The soldier fell to his knees, begging for mercy, and at that moment, the ice magic suddenly disappeared, filling everyone with surprise. His comrade helped him up, telling him he was lucky to be alive and reminding him to be careful. The general asked a question, amazed by the scale of the dungeon. Could people really have built such a defense? Aquas launched a powerful ice attack, the spell Cositis Cold, covering everything around him in ice and forcing everyone to seek cover. Cold magic penetrated every corner of space, binding the buildings and streets of the underground city in icy shackles. Snow whirlwinds swirled rapidly over the square, filling it with frosty silence and stillness. However, what was surprising was that the building itself remained intact, without the slightest damage or scratch. The demons were shocked. Usually, such attacks would destroy everything around them, but here the walls stood firm. Usually the dungeon was susceptible to destruction, but this barrier was so strong that it withstood all the blows. The general assumed that this was not just a barrier, but most likely a separation of space, a magical barrier of extraordinary power. In addition, the owner of the dungeon was assisted by another powerful magician, which made the defense almost impenetrable. The general gave the order for everyone to attack, believing in the power of his army and magical powers. The dungeon was created to collect and accumulate magical energy, so it could not reject such a large-scale invasion. Hundreds of winged demons rushed into battle, brandishing weapons and casting deadly spells. At this time, Terma tried to immerse herself in the healing water to restore her strength and prepare for battle. However, the water turned out to be too hot for her, and she quickly left, unable to withstand the temperature. She was persuaded to rest aside so as not to harm herself and not lose strength. The protagonist entered the command room, preparing to control the course of the battle and make important decisions. He informed Mrs. Saria that all security systems had been successfully configured and were working properly. Karna was thanked for his work and invited to join the team, recognizing his achievements and skills. But the young man's thoughts were occupied with caring for the dungeon, and he politely declined the offer, wanting to continue helping the fighters. They tried to joke with him, but he firmly stopped any conversations, focusing on the main matter. The girls who watched all this were amazed by the scale and possibilities of the created dungeon. The wise grandfather explained that such magic is not available to every wizard, but only to those who have made a special contract with demons. They planned to turn the magical cauldron into a huge, safe bathhouse, where the inhabitants could rest and recuperate. They became interested in finding out how the inhabitants were doing and what was happening in the depths of the dungeon. They looked at the screen, where they could see many baths with happy and relaxing people. The residents were glad that they had found such a method of defense and felt completely safe. Zeta ran out of the steam room, all red from the heat after a long stay in the hot water. She hurried to the princess, trying to find out the latest news about the enemies and the state of the defense. She was told that their magical barrier had just repelled a powerful attack and was still holding strong. Zeta tried to show what was happening through the crystal, but it did not work properly, causing concern. The princess asked Karn for help, as the crystal did not display the state of the dungeon. Grandfather explained that the young man could only create a dungeon of the dead, so they chose the princess to manage the defense. The magic of the hot springs and the cauldron was a powerful tool that maintained life and order in the dungeon. Through the crystal, they saw the demon army preparing for another attack, and the tension rose. The protagonist asked the princess to activate her protective powers to be ready for defense. The princess, using magic and artifacts, summoned guard monsters ready to protect the territory. Spa elementals emerged from the water, magical creatures called upon to protect the dungeon. But the Demon King's army continued to advance, not giving the defenders a moment's rest. The demons approached the large hot water bath, preparing for the final confrontation. The water in front of them began to bubble and rise, as if preparing for a powerful explosion of force. It gushed upward towards the ceiling like a huge geyser, causing the demons to become confused and lose their concentration. A giant spa elemental emerged from the water, menacing and majestic, ready to defend. The demons tried to break through the elemental, preparing to attack and destroy the enemy. But the elemental clapped his hands, creating a powerful stream of hot water that fell upon the opponents. The torrent of water drowned the demons, forcing them to retreat and seek salvation from the burning embrace of the elements. The general used anti-water barriers to protect his men and hold their positions. The elemental desperately tried to break the barrier with powerful blows of its fists, not giving the enemies a chance to rest. He bombarded the floor around the defense, trying to weaken it and break through the enemy's defense. The demons began to cover their faces with their hands. They were scared. The floor beneath them began to crack, foreshadowing the imminent destruction of all defenses and a possible enemy breakthrough. The demons' defenses began to crumble with a roar, and the outcome of the battle hung in the balance, ready to change in any direction. Suddenly there was a deafening explosion. The air was filled with noise and dust, and the people with wings were thrown back, losing their balance and support under their feet. They, still stunned, began to look at each other and whisper to each other in bewilderment, trying to understand what kind of boiling water had just appeared. A huge monster appeared before them, its eyes sparkling with malice, and its roar echoed throughout the area, awakening fear in the hearts of everyone present. They, seized with horror, answered him with screams and froze in stupor, not taking their eyes off this monstrous creature. It moved slowly towards them, and at the same moment, they, seized with panic, rushed to run, trying to escape the imminent danger. Suddenly the monster let out a piercing scream, and whirlwinds began to swirl around him as if the elements themselves had submitted to his will and began to circle in a furious dance. An evil laugh burst from the monster's chest, spreading throughout the space and sending a chill into the hearts of everyone who watched this scene. The characters stood motionless, peering at what was happening, as if trying to understand the meaning of the events that were unfolding before their eyes. The young man grabbed the girl's hand tightly and declared that they could destroy these creatures with one blow, asking if the princess was ready to fight. The girl replied that she was ready. They held hands, closed their eyes, and clenched their fists, focusing on the great power within them. At that moment, a powerful beam of magic burst from their hands and headed straight for the monster, causing the earth to tremble and awakening hope for victory. They gave him power. The monster looked at the demons with a grin and malice, and said that it was time to begin the real battle, as if anticipating the upcoming fight. The characters noticed that the monster had suddenly grown even larger, its size and strength causing alarm. Suddenly a holy waterfall fell upon them like a divine weapon, and they hurried to run away, escaping from the stream that fell from the sky. The stream of water quickly carried them out of the room, sweeping away everything in its path. The crowd watching this roared with delight, declaring that the demons had been driven away. The princess closed her eyes and placed her hand on her forehead, as if trying to look into the depths of her mind, and asked if the enemies had disappeared completely. One of the characters noted that they did an amazing job, especially considering that it was their first battle like this. The girl lay there, tired, and asked the young man not to look at her, embarrassed and hiding her feelings. He understood the situation and closed his eyes, respecting her wishes not to show himself. The princess became sad and admitted that she may have appeared in an unsightly manner, feeling internal awkwardness. The girls, brushing off the tenderness, declared that it was enough to be affectionate and that they needed to see what was going on outside. One of the characters noted that a truly powerful magical force is manifested here, exceeding normal capabilities. He stood in front of the building, deep in thought. The hero pointed his finger forward and warned that they would not be able to handle this power without the help of an expert. His hand was still outstretched. He said it was time to go. Clouds of the mysterious substance began to swirl around him, creating an atmosphere of mystery and tension. People who were watching what was happening realized that it was all over, but they still couldn't understand what exactly had happened. The young man suggested that the ghost's vision was impaired, and he could help restore clarity and see the truth. He looked at the building. It was empty. There was no one left inside. The characters were shocked to realize that the ice general had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only silence and emptiness. Several days had passed since the Demon King's army had attacked. The characters were constantly searching for their enemies, trying to figure out where they were hiding. No one could explain where their insidious enemy had gone. They stood motionless, lost in thought and doubt, trying to solve the mystery of the enemy's disappearance. Each tried to find at least some clue, but the answers kept eluding them. Tension and anxiety hung in the air. The three girls noticed in their conversation that the enemy was supposed to be in a hurry, rushing somewhere, but instead, he suddenly just disappeared. It seemed strange and suspicious to them, as if there was something more behind it. They were both confused and worried about the future, whether they would have enough food until help arrived. Supplies were rapidly running low, and the uncertainty made them nervous. The young man suddenly suggested that, if necessary, he could fly for provisions, although he himself understood that this was a risky and undesirable option. But he was ready to do at least something to help. He added that it was better to somehow support the city's residents than to regret his inaction later. He looked at the girl as if expecting her approval, and she seemed to agree with him. Suddenly, the young man touched his head with his index finger and closed his eyes, deep in thought. His face expressed concentration and seriousness, as if he was searching for a solution within himself. At that moment, he was informed of the approach of the royal knights. The scouts were almost there. The news caused a mixture of anxiety and determination in all the characters. The girl expressed surprise that the scouts had arrived so quickly and suggested that these people were reinforced by some force. This was alarming, as it could mean that the enemy had received serious support. The princess declared that she must meet the knights in person, her voice full of enthusiasm and determination. She quickly headed for the exit, ready to act. She quickly left the room, leaving the others in tense anticipation. Her determination was evident in every movement. At this point, Cecilia shared with the others her bad feeling that had been with her since the morning. She felt that danger was waiting for them ahead. A large crowd had gathered on the steps of the huge building, watching the proceedings attentively, waiting for events to occur. The atmosphere was tense, as if before a thunderstorm. Two of those present admitted that it was a dungeon, and their suspicions were confirmed when they saw the entrance. Their words inspired respect in everyone for the place that hid secrets. Zeta greeted them, expressing her gratitude for their visit and support, her voice sounding warm and sincere. She was glad that the helpers arrived on time. One of the knights gave the order to draw their blades, and all of his subordinates immediately followed. The anxiety in the air grew, sensing an impending conflict. Zeta began to loudly object, trying to remind them that they were comrades and should act together, expressing strong surprise and disappointment. But the knights categorically accused her of being a demon, not wanting to listen or believe her words. In their eyes, she was a traitor. The heroine tried to explain that everything was wrong and tried to convince them that she was right, but her voice remained unheard and ignored. She furiously declared that they had retaken the dungeon from the enemy, trying to convey the truth, but her efforts were met with only disbelief. One of the knights became angry, accusing her of sin, and rushed at her with a sword, intending to finish her off. Zeta dodged the blows, trying to convince them that it was a lie and an injustice, although fear still pierced her heart. With her arms outstretched, she firmly declared that she would not back down, despite the threats and danger. The man running towards her shouted that she must die and swung his sword, preparing to deliver the killing blow. At the very last moment, a young man stood between them, protecting Zeta from the blow, and saved her from certain death. He admitted that if he had not intervened, everything could have ended in tragedy, while the girl loudly expressed her gratitude for being saved. The knights were surprised to see that the young man was standing on ghosts and could not believe their eyes. The two characters continued to insist that everything they were being told was complete nonsense, accusing these people of betrayal. The young man stood on two ghosts, and everyone present was amazed, opening their mouths in amazement. The girl reminded the knights that building dungeons is not prohibited by law, trying to defuse the situation. However, the knights insisted that if they were able to do this, then they were in collusion with the demons, not wanting to believe her words. The girl objected that the dungeon had been recaptured from the demons, and they had acted for the good. She tried to explain in detail the intricacies of the dungeon, trying to convince her listeners that she was telling the truth. Meanwhile, the knight shouted at her harshly, declaring that human pride was above the law and rejecting her arguments. The girl cried out in disappointment, reproaching the knights for their blindness and cruelty. She called them supporters of genocide, which caused great shock among those present. The young man asked her what she meant, and she explained that these people were burning down slums and were under the influence of the church. Meanwhile, two knights began to threaten them and demand immediate surrender. The characters began to fear that they were about to be tortured and exchanged anxious glances, trying to understand the next course of events. Suddenly the knights charged, shouting threats and rushing towards the characters. The young man raised his sword with confidence and a slight grin, preparing for battle. He declared that he would catch every one of them, and a whole crowd of knights pounced on him. However, the knights, one after another, began to fall unconscious from the power of the young man. He admitted with sweat on his face that perhaps these were not real knights at all, but someone else. The knights' bodies lay unconscious, and a tense silence reigned all around. The princess noted that the young man was very strong, and everything that happened was normal. She was confident in him. The young man became embarrassed and admitted that he did not consider himself a strong hero. The girl reminded that now is not the time for talking, we need to act quickly and decisively. She was determined and thought that there might be traitors among them, and this was very disturbing. In the hot springs dungeon, people wondered who the genocide advocates they had heard about recently were. The word sounded alarming, and they tried to understand its true meaning. One of the characters explained that it was a church institution that had been established about 10 years ago and had influenced many events. They take valuables, money and artifacts from the dungeon, thereby reducing its magical power and upsetting the balance. The followers of this teaching claimed that this was a deal with the enemy and insisted that all the dungeons should be burned. The girls began to suspect that enemies were hiding in secluded places, remaining unnoticed. They believed that these enemies were disguised as ordinary people and that they all hated demons. 3 girls in a conversation came to the conclusion that the city's residents were in serious danger. They also thought that their leader, Heikel's, was not devoid of humanity and might be acting with some purpose. The characters realized that they needed to leave this place as soon as possible to avoid danger. Cecilia admitted that she was familiar with the method of such actions and that the Demon King was hiding among ordinary people. She remembered Nyarlathotep, the faceless king of the sloth demons, whose legend still haunts minds. The next day, a knight approached the dungeon, his foot stepping on the ground with a determined step. He asked if the knight Zeta had reported this dungeon, trying to understand the situation. It was the leader of the knights, who stood courageously and confidently, as if ready for any challenge. One of the knights greeted his master and reported that their scouts had been found unconscious nearby. He handed the leader some paper, explaining that it had been found next to the unconscious bodies. The leader carefully read the paper, thought for a moment and frowned, pondering what he had heard. He realized that they had recently fought off an attack, had had to deal with internal strife, and now faced a new challenge. Images of 2 scary girls came to mind. He handed the paper to his colleagues and invited them to also read the contents and assess the situation. Looking at his comrades, he resolutely declared that he would go into the dungeon alone, taking full responsibility upon himself. The soldiers began to shout that it was too dangerous and expressed great excitement and fear for the fate of their leader. The leader explained that he could not entrust this matter to others, as they were blinded by hatred and unable to see the truth. He said the letter was about people who needed help, and he said it with seriousness and firmness. One of the men objected that these people were apostates who had broken all the prohibitions and considered the letter a trap. They thought the letter was a trap and did not trust the information they received. The hero remembered that he had been absent for several years and now realized how low some had fallen. He also realized why the princess had said in the letter that she could not surrender to these people, and he thought about it. The leader then began to present his point of view to his allies, who listened attentively to his words. He declared that he would go there alone, fully prepared for any trials and dangers. The soldiers asked for permission to go with him, but the commander firmly replied that they had to remain on the city's borders for protection. He touched his armor and spoke quietly to them, asking rhetorically if they were stronger than him, wanting to shame and motivate them. The soldiers looked at the commander with respect and admiration, considering him a true hero. Heikel's was known as the god of war, a stern, talented man with great strength and will. His talent and leadership qualities inspired his subordinates, who were proud to serve under him. He endowed his soldiers with a special seal, a symbol of strength and dedication to the cause. Subordinates have repeatedly stated that Haikles is the best commander they have ever served with. Standing before his men, he asked if anyone had any objections, wanting to hear their opinion. He then asked them if they considered him a hindrance to their tasks, expecting an honest answer. The soldiers bowed their heads in respect, and the man drew his sword, preparing for battle. Suddenly, he rushed from his place and ran forward, demonstrating courage and determination, which aroused the admiration of his subordinates. The hero rushed into battle with the monsters with burning determination, his eyes burning with the fire of fearlessness. Every movement was precise, as if he lived only for this fight. He rushed towards his enemies, sword in hand, cutting through the air like a menacing whirlwind, ready to destroy everything in its path. The sound of metal cut through the silence of the dungeon and terrified his opponents. With each blow, he chopped off the heads of the monsters, and they soared beautifully into the air, flying apart into pieces with a powerful effect. His blows were not only deadly, but also graceful, like the dance of a blade in the hands of a master. Looking back, the hero realized that the blood he saw was just an illusion. These monsters were created by magic and did not have real flesh. His thoughts quickly analyzed the situation, realizing that everything was far from right here. Reflections on the owner of the dungeon came to the conclusion that the main elements of this place were fire and water, which made the defense even more cunning. This balance of elements created a powerful magical curtain, difficult to overcome. Haikles came to believe that the master was cleverly using steam to conceal his presence and limit the visibility of intruders. This was confusing, and made it difficult to focus on the true threat. He began to reason that the dungeon was far from simple. Its magic and traps created a complex labyrinth for anyone who dared to enter. This place was thought out to the smallest detail to scare off and destroy enemies. The hero's gaze fell on the water, which began to bubble, resembling a living creature, ready to soon reveal its secrets. The water was not just making noise. It seemed to be waiting for a signal to act. Suddenly, two heroes emerged from the water, as if trapped in a bubble that slowly rose to the surface and approached Haikles. Their appearance was unexpected, but at the same time, it inspired hope. They quickly ran towards him, shouting, "Your Excellency," with respect, expressing deep respect and devotion. Their voices sounded firm and confident, strengthening Haikles' spirit. One of the new arrivals, Zeta, said he could cut off her head if he saw fit, and asked for forgiveness for her mistakes. She seemed sincere, and her words had a touch of repentance. Haikles realized that the heroes were testing him to see if he had come alone and was worthy of the trial he would have to endure. It was a necessary test of trust and strength. He accepted it without further ado. At that moment, Princess Terma ran up to him and informed him that he had successfully passed the test, earning respect and trust. Her voice sounded joyful and relieved, as if the long-awaited news changed the course of events. Terma admitted that she had been too bold with him in the letter, and that the blame for it lay with her. Her gaze was full of regret and readiness for atonement. She sought forgiveness and understanding. She handed Haikles the core, a symbol of test and trust, but he stood still and silent, pondering every nuance. His eyes studied the object carefully, as if searching for hidden meaning. The princess looked at him with big, hopeful eyes, and he noted that the dungeon had been built with great care and skill. It inspired respect for those who had created such a place. He asked who would help them build the dungeon, and the girls began to visibly hesitate, clearly trying to hide something. Then he asked about the mysterious black swordsman. Terma exclaimed that this man was one of the adventurers who had saved them all, and that this young man had been protecting them everywhere. Her voice was confident and grateful. She expressed her wish for the hero to meet this black swordsman in person, to clarify everything and establish mutual understanding. Her request was serious and sincere. The commander thought that the girl was unlikely to be lying because her words sounded convincing and trustworthy. He began to seriously consider his next steps. He continued to think, noting that his defense against psychic attacks was strong, and he was not afraid of the underhanded methods of his enemies. This added to his confidence and calm. His thoughts turned to Zeta, suspecting that she might know of some conspiracy. and he felt anxious that they might try to eliminate him. He stood there, deep in thought, aware that he lacked vital information to make a final decision. Hyclex returned the sword to its place, putting away the weapon, as if symbolizing his readiness for the next stage of testing. Firmly and decisively, he declared that he was ready to meet the Black Swordsman and find out the whole truth. His voice sounded confident and without hesitation. The girls said they would see him through with respect and full understanding of his position and determination. The two boys looked at the food greedily, their eyes shining with hunger. They hardly looked up from their plates, as if trying to get their fill with just one look. Their faces expressed deep desire and impatience. The characters entered a huge room where many people had gathered. The commander looked around and asked what kind of place this was. He was told that this was a dining room, a place for rest and food. Suddenly, all the people turned around and greeted the commander in unison. They said that he had come to help, and everyone was very happy about his appearance. Their voices sounded warm and heartfelt. However, someone present advised to wait for now, so that everything would go smoothly. People looked at the characters with enthusiasm, feeling the presence of hope. The crowd began to shout joyfully as people expressed their joy and relief. The sounds filled the room with bright energy and confidence in the future. Hyclex watched the people around him carefully and realized that the humans were severely magically exhausted. However, it was clear that they had not been abused, and this gave him cause for relief. Zeta showed him the room, confidently leading him along the corridors. The man looked around carefully, trying to understand how life was arranged in this dungeon. Then they entered the bathhouse, where many happy people were bathing. There was an atmosphere of calm and comfort, unusual for a dungeon. He was surprised that people could relax so much in the dungeon. Usually there is fear and tension here, but here there is joy and relaxation. Zeta led the hero to a certain door, preparing to introduce someone important. She was smiling and looked happy. She opened the door, and there was a serious man standing behind her, with other people standing behind him. The atmosphere was filled with tension. Cecilia greeted the commander warmly and said that they had been waiting for him for a long time. Her words sounded sincere and hopeful. The commander was amazed by what was happening. He was silent, only his mouth opened in surprise. His eyes quickly recognized familiar faces. Among the people he saw Karna, a former ally of the old hero Norris. Next to him stood Aisha Alistair, a mercenary who had gone missing. The commander called Zeta sharply and demanded that she tell the truth about who she knew. The girl was stunned by his sharp reaction. The women did not immediately understand what was happening and admitted that they knew about Karna, but had not heard anything about the heroine. Their faces expressed confusion. The girl looked calmly at everyone present, especially attentively at the commander. Her gaze showed confidence and hidden strength. Suddenly, she announced that her name was not Saria at all, as everyone thought. This statement left everyone shocked and confused. The girl introduced herself as Cecilia, the queen of the demon of lust. This confession shocked those present and changed the atmosphere in the room. All the characters opened their mouths and widened their eyes, not believing what they heard. Anxiety and tension hung in the air. Hyclex began to draw his sword, his face filled with determination and aggression. He was ready to face the new threat and protect his allies. The commander said with a cold smile that the Demon King in Lust was a real big shot whose power and influence could not be overestimated. His words sounded with a hint of irony, but the tension in his voice was not hidden. Aisha stood silently, staring at Karna, her gaze a mixture of distrust and anticipation. The silence between them was palpable, as if each was waiting for the other's next move. The young man broke the silence abruptly, stating that the conversation was far from over and much remained unsaid. His voice sounded confident and insistent, as if he was about to reveal a secret. Suddenly, Hyclex swung his sword at the boy, causing confusion among everyone present. A tense pause filled the room, everyone trying to figure out what would happen next. Hyclex shouted something with anger and determination, and Aisha quietly said that Cecilia was right, confirming the importance of what she had said. There was respect and agreement in her voice. Fierce battles were taking place in the Royal Knights camp, where magic and blades flashed in a furious clash. The air was filled with the sounds of battles and spells. 3 demon kings suddenly appeared among the combatants, their presence immediately causing chaos and fear. Their power was obvious to everyone nearby. The knights claimed that they had a magical barrier that should protect them. But one of the demonesses exploded in rage. She exclaimed about what other magical barrier could be hanging in the air. The demoness bit her finger in thought, her hair writhing like snakes, reflecting the flames of inner anger and intent. She was preparing for decisive action. She exclaimed with fury that this was outrageous and unacceptable, showing all her anger and contempt. With a wave of her hand, she used absolute superiority and ordered everyone to disappear. At that moment, the strongest magical barrier collapsed, leaving the knights in shock and completely powerless against the onslaught. The demoness laughed with a wicked smile, knowing that her cunning plan had worked perfectly. The little demon asked curiously if it would not be possible to eat the knights now that they were left without protection. One of the knights remembered his commander and realized that all the knights were left without protection, plunging into despair. A demon with fire magic began to prepare a destructive firestorm that was supposed to wipe everything off the face of the earth. The knights screamed in fear, realizing the horror of what was to come and their helplessness before the elements. Flames poured out towards them, engulfing everything around them and sowing chaos and destruction. The demon stood watching the forests burn, his gaze cold and merciless. The three demons, having completed their task, looked at each other with a sense of satisfaction and were pleased with what had happened. One of them expressed dissatisfaction. She didn't like the burning smell and she complained about it. The little demon complained that he had nothing to eat, showing childish naivete and irritation. The man admitted that he'd gone a bit overboard and had accidentally burned everything around him, watching the fire grow. The demons began to quarrel among themselves, blaming each other as the forest continued to burn. But then something went wrong. They didn't understand what exactly happened and why the plan went wrong, which only made their fights worse. At this time, new people appeared, an elderly man with a warlike appearance and confidence in his movements. The demoness began to argue with him and smirk, showing disrespect which made the man angry. The man turned to Bastet's children, asking if they were ready to fight, and received a confident answer about their energy and strength. The evil character thought that some scoundrels took his blow and survived. This deeply angered him. At this point, the glutton happily asked if she could now eat these survivors, causing a storm of rage among the demons. The Demon King suddenly encountered the gods, powerful beings whose power and majesty exceeded all expectations. Their meeting was like a clash of two worlds, filled with tension. The gods displayed their incredible power, radiating light and magic that seemed insurmountable even to the mightiest demons. Their presence blinded and awe-inspired their enemies. The demoness, overcome with rage, began to scream that these gods infuriated and irritated her to the limit, not hiding her hostility towards them. Her anger grew stronger with each passing second, and she was ready to unleash all her fury on her opponents, seeking to destroy them with all her might. Soaring high into the sky, she concentrated all her magical power and released a deadly stream aimed at killing enemies without mercy. At this time, the knights froze as if struck by a spell and could not move, being in a daze before the horror of what was happening. The gods, watching what was happening, thought that this demon had inherited Bastet's envy, the source of her extraordinary magical power. Their opinion was that the demoness's power increased precisely when she was overcome by envy, making her practically invincible. The demoness made a menacing face and sarcastically asked why the gods could move, since they were supposed to be under a curse that limited their freedom. She was told that the curse was indeed working, but only partially, and that such a weakening did not pose any threat or hindrance to the gods. She screamed in anger, not understanding who was really to blame for her defeat and who she was really trying to become by engaging in this battle. The character, jumping into the attack, said that they are gods. The demon thrust his palm forward, concentrating all his strength and launching a powerful counterattack against the gods, not wanting to retreat even a single step. There was a deafening explosion as the two mighty forces clashed in a frenzy, showering the battlefield with magical blasts and devastating blows. The girls screamed, recognizing the new characters as the Lord's friends, and were stunned by this discovery. Their eyes opened wide, filled with surprise and hope for a bright future. The characters unanimously agreed with this statement, confirming that they really came to help and were on the side of good. The atmosphere around was filled with trust and warmth. Cecilia stepped forward once more, introducing herself confidently. as if wanting to clarify the situation and strengthen the alliance between all participants. At that moment, Karna waved his cloak pompously, demonstrating his strength and readiness for serious affairs. His appearance caused admiring glances. The young man firmly stated that he was the servant of the Demon King, and gave his name, Sabbath, causing respect and a little fear. Zeta suddenly remembered the helmet and its meaning, which added tension and importance to the conversation. The heroes apologized to their allies for hiding their true nature, hoping to avoid misunderstandings and conflicts. Zeta got angry and quickly rushed into the fight, but the princess stopped her, gently but firmly holding her back from doing anything rash. The princess explained that the two had indeed helped them in difficult situations, and were trustworthy and respected among their allies. She took Zeta by the hand and asked if she was really ready to kill those who showed kindness and supported them at the right moment. Cecilia reminded them that it was Karna who had saved the girls from the ogres, emphasizing that it was their shared achievement and a manifestation of true friendship. She spoke with warmth and respect, trying to build trust between everyone. Zeta lowered her head and asked with some anxiety if the heroes were telling the truth and if they were hiding something important from them. Her voice trembled, reflecting doubts and a desire to know the truth. The heroes confirmed with friendly smiles that they were on the side of allies and good. They assured that they were ready to fight for the common good, uniting their strength and hearts for a single goal. Hyclex stood there frowning, not believing in the sincerity of the words, believing that the demons were lying and playing with their trust. His serious and suspicious mood did not allow him to accept what had happened as the truth. He remained wary and persistent. The demoness stated that she wanted to stop the war because she had traveled a lot and understood a lot about the world and life. She spoke with determination as she approached the commander, who responded by drawing his sword, preparing for any eventuality. Cecilia admitted that she loves human culture and appreciates its diversity and richness of traditions. With sadness in her voice, she said that she did not want humanity to perish, but demons were also afraid of their death and wanted to live. Extending her hand, she offered to unite to find a path to peace and understanding, opening a new chapter in their story. Hyclex was deep in thought, his gaze becoming focused and serious. Doubts were running through his head. Should he accept Cecilia's offer and trust the demon, who until recently had been an enemy? The characters stood silently, staring at each other, their gazes intertwined in a tense silence. The demons showed a desire to unite, wanting to end their long feud. Hyclex said with cold determination that the demons were extremely powerful, and the peace they would impose would not be freedom, but tyranny. In his opinion, such peace would be nothing but lies and oppression. The demoness gently replied that these creatures were not servants, but true friends, who were ready to work for the common good. She spoke with sincere hope for mutual understanding and peace. Her words made one want to believe in the best. The commander said thoughtfully that he wanted to put a curse on the young Norris who had been expelled earlier. His words were filled with bitterness and reflections on the past. He could not forget the mistakes that could affect the present. Later he said that he had understood a lot and was now expressing his guesses about the true nature of the young man. His speech was filled with caution and deep reflection. He was looking for the truth in the situation. The demoness kindly declared that Karna and Aisha were her servants and asked them to trust her, showing her sweet and sincere side. Her warmth touched the hearts of the listeners. The commander watched intently as the demoness tenderly embraced Karna, feeling a mixture of surprise and slight concern. This display of affection among demons seemed unexpected to him. Cecilia, holding Karna tightly, told him that they were engaged, and he was not ashamed of it, although he was a little embarrassed. In her eyes, there was genuine love and pride for their connection. She added that they are officially registered as husband and wife in the guild. This caused surprise among the three characters standing nearby. Two of them were shocked by this news. Cecilia approached the commander with a request for peace between demons and humans, wanting to end the war that had taken too many lives. Her voice was full of hope and determination. Hyclex replied that such matters were not within his power, and he could not make decisions alone. It was a matter for the entire community, and required the concert of many minds and hearts. The demoness calmly stated that she was willing to wait, showing patience, understanding that great changes take time. Her fortitude inspired respect. She noted that the girls asked her for help without knowing about her demonic nature, proof of her true kindness. This added weight to her words and intentions. The commander turned to the princess and Zeta, asking if everything they had heard was true. The girls confirmed the truth without a moment's hesitation. The commander asked warily if the demons had brainwashed the young man, trying to understand if there was some trick or deception in this. His doubts were justified by experience. Karna assured her that everything was fine, explaining that he had accepted Cecilia as his master because of her faith in him and the work she had given him. His words were sincere and calm. He asked everyone to unite, to stop the war and start building peace based on trust and mutual respect. His determination inspired those around him. Aisha and Cecilia looked at the commander with kind, hopeful eyes, instilling faith in a better future in the hearts of those present. They stood there, exchanging silent glances, until the commander turned away and quietly noted that loyalty was important, but it rarely came without its problems and complications. He addressed the young man with a warning that if he were under the complete control of the demons, he would immediately kill the mistress and free himself. But here, everything is different. The hero remembered his past, about the journeys and battles next to the hero who was an example and a mentor to him. These memories filled his voice with strength and sadness. He revealed that he had dedicated his life to saving humanity in the war against demons, sparing no effort to achieve this goal. His words were an oath and a promise. After the death of his best friend, the hero, Hyclex inherited his will and continued to fight for a brighter future. This duty lay heavily on his shoulders. He watched as the man reached out to his friend's body, realizing the depth of the loss and the responsibility to continue the work. The hero watched as a mark was placed on a man's fist, a sign of strength and duty that would change his destiny. The country was in chaos. The king and the nobility cared only about their personal wealth, and the church was inspired by hatred, sowing discord among the people. When the man finally returned home, his wife was dead, and in her place he was greeted only by roses, his favorite flowers that had become a symbol of sadness and love. He spoke of this with bitter sadness, admitting that he thought there was no more hope and was ready to die to save humanity. Concluding the story, he said that now the heroes offer him to live for the sake of ending the war, but the price of such a choice is betrayal of the country and the church. Zeta looked at him with deep sadness, and he admitted that he had placed a heavy burden on her and needed proof of trust and support. Sabat wondered what kind of evidence would be convincing enough, marveling at the complexity of the task ahead. The protagonist promised that if the Demon Queen Lust and her army win, he will vow to stop the elite order that threatens the world. Zeta cried out, indignant that fighting 3 kings at once was too great a risk and an unbearable burden for them. Sabat replied that he would leave them for a while to contact Wall and inform him that they could fight at full strength without restrictions. The gods were delighted with the news, filled with hope and determination to use all their power to achieve victory. He contacted the hero, conveying an important message that the fighters were now ready to act without restrictions. The gods greeted this news with joyful cries, staging a celebration of strength and unity before the coming battle. The envious demoness screamed that it was impossible, her voice piercing the air with despair and rage. She was completely consumed by anger, which grew like a raging fire, leaving no room for reason. As she came down to earth, she was aware of her rage and how much she had disgraced herself in the eyes of those around her. The inner turmoil, mixed with uncontrollable anger, making her feel vulnerable. The snakes that grew out of her hair rushed forward, as if reflecting all her rage and determination. The demoness screamed, filling the space with her powerful anger, causing everything around her to tremble. At that moment, God began to defend himself, his face showing a confident expression, ready for any attack. His steadfastness and determination inspired hope, demonstrating his steadfastness in the face of threat. A powerful explosion was heard, and the monsters began to let out piercing screams, filling the battlefield with sounds of horror and pain. The explosion shook the ground, creating a wave of energy, causing everyone gathered to freeze in tension. The glutton, lying on the ground and crying, began to cast a spell with full concentration, directing her magic to protect and summon the forces of nature. Her tears intertwined with a powerful energy that began to penetrate the earth and air. Animals began to emerge from the ground, and insects rose into the air in great numbers, preparing to attack the gods. It was a living and numerous horde that could cover the entire army. The glutton increased her sorcery, and a multitude of rats and insects rushed towards the gods, creating a continuous stream of hostile living force. Their swarms of rats and insects swirled, filling the air with terror. God looked thoughtfully at this countless horde, realizing the danger and scale of the disaster. His gaze reflected the seriousness of the situation and readiness for action that could change the course of events. He commented that it was a pitiful sight, a symbol of madness and chaos, while the demoness glutton herself continued to want to devour everything in her path. His words sounded with a hint of regret and condemnation. The demoness grew to an unprecedented size and began to scream loudly that she would not leave a single living creature in her path. Her power and fury seemed limitless, and fear covered everyone present. God said that if she and Bastet were happy with this arrangement, she could act, but she did not understand the consequences of her actions. His words were both a warning and a sign of regret. He declared that he would free her from this heavy burden by beginning a powerful spell that would remove this anger and destructive fury from her. It was a promise to help and save her soul. In response, the envious demoness began to defend herself, striking with the huge snake tail that grew out of her, trying to break the enemy's magical defense. Her movements were fast and deadly. At that moment, she grabbed the baby glutton with her tail and saved her from the deadly trident, showing an unexpected instinct for protection and care. This action added depth to her character, showing her inner contradictions. A bolt of despair struck them, knocking them off their feet, gradually depriving them of strength and movement in a fierce fight. The tension grew and both opponents felt the approach of a decisive clash. A powerful explosion thundered, and all the insects and rats perished, clearing the battlefield of the horde and changing the balance of power in the battle. This event became a turning point in the battle. The hero said in surprise that he did not expect a demon to be able to save another demon, expressing his amazement and respect for such a display of strength and devotion. Envy snapped back at him to shut his mouth, her voice full of rage, but deep down she felt a strong envy towards God that was causing her internal pain. She looked at him with absolute superiority, her eyes burning with anger and determination to destroy the enemy. Her aura filled the space with menace and power. God assumed a tense fighting stance, preparing for his next move, and noticed two demons flying away from the battlefield, disappearing into the distance. He watched their departure closely, amazed at their strength and speed, realizing that these creatures would still play a role in the events to come. The character asked Karn if he should release the demons so they could return later or keep them under control for safety. He replied that he would be arriving soon to deal with the situation. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the fierce battle between the little god and the fire demon continued, their powers clashing with might and fury, causing outbreaks and destruction. The knights cried out excitedly and looked forward, preparing for the coming battle. Their hearts beat faster, feeling the tension and threat emanating from the clash of forces. The atmosphere was filled with fear. Two flames collided. The demon, consumed by rage, was ablaze like a wildfire, ready to destroy everything in its path. His body was glowing with heat, and his eyes were sparkling with uncontrollable rage and determination to fight. He began to attack with fire lightning, throwing it with incredible speed and force, engaging in a fight with the god. Their powerful forces collided, creating a blinding light and a fiery whirlwind. God took a defensive stance, serious about the fight, and ready for any turn of events. His gaze was focused and unwavering, like a rock before a storm. Suddenly, he screamed, releasing a powerful blast of power, and pushed the demon away with incredible force. His blow was so powerful that the demon was thrown back, shocked and stunned. There was a loud explosion, and at that moment all the knights, frightened, rushed to run, trying to escape the danger. The battlefield was filled with confusion and chaos. The god stood watching the demon, who began cursing and accusing him of stealing his combat techniques in response. His voice was bitter and aggressive, filling the air with conflict. God calmly replied that his technique was the foundation of all foundations, the foundation on which all other skills and abilities were built. He was not going to justify himself, knowing that he was right. Suddenly, he used a second technique, creating a huge ball of energy that pushed the demon back with great force again. The demon was knocked down, shocked by the enemy's strength. The demon, overcome with rage, began to defend himself with all his strength, trying to resist the onslaught and hold his ground. His body crossed his arms tensely, ready to defend. He was shocked by the god's skill, not expecting such agility and strength that surpassed his own. His surprise was mixed with anger and despair. The stream of light came straight at him, and although the demon tried to dodge, he was unable to avoid the blow. The powerful energy blew him to the side, knocking him off his feet and off balance. The god watched the scene closely, his gaze cold and penetrating. The demon disappeared from view as if melting in a bright glow of power. The demon was crushed, not believing what was happening, uttering words of despair and incomprehension. He could not accept defeat and the impossibility of being stronger than a god. Suddenly he stood up abruptly, declaring that he could not be defeated and that no one could be stronger than him. His voice sounded proud and defiant, as if he was trying to convince both himself and others. God replied that he had restrained himself and had simply spared the demon without using the full force of his power. These words were a kind of challenge and warning. The demon was deeply hurt by these words, increasing his anger and thirst for revenge. His anger became even more uncontrollable, and he was ready to continue the fight. The young man intervened, saying that the demon was annoying him by calling him a boy. The girls approached the demon, and one of them touched the ground with her feet, approaching him defiantly. God noted with a slight smirk that she was a girl after all, adding a hint of mockery to the tense confrontation. His gaze was playful, full of confidence and a little cheek. The demon said in surprise that he could not believe that such power was coming from a girl. He tried to comprehend what was happening, experiencing mixed feelings of bewilderment and anxiety. The girl responded with a smirk, which irritated the demon even more. He claimed that she was just squeezing out pity, trying to belittle her powers and influence. Their dialogue was filled with sharp emotions and hidden threats. He proudly said that she considered herself superior to him, but he was a descendant of the fire god, possessing unprecedented power. The demon was confident in his superiority. The girl replied that he was originally a sun god who liked battles and movement, which is why he was dubbed the god of war. She also said that her true purpose is to warm the earth with warm rays, bringing life and light, not destruction. She then asked if he called himself by the name of the outer god, Varvatos, to which he nodded in agreement. The girl soared into the sky, declaring her intention to borrow power from Karna. She prepared for a new and important stage of the battle, feeling a surge of power. Her determination was unwavering, and there was a fire in her eyes. At that moment, a metamorphosis occurred. The girl's body was illuminated by a bright light, and a stream of fire suddenly appeared around her. This fiery whirlwind filled the space with incredible power and grandeur. Her hair seemed to turn into a living flame, dancing and shimmering with all the shades of fire. The demon looked at this with deep amazement and confusion, completely not understanding what exactly was happening. She transformed into a beautiful and powerful woman whose beauty and strength were breathtaking. The god became majestic and invincible, causing the demon to be shocked by his impressive appearance and aura. The demon screamed in bewilderment and surprise, and the goddess said that she had not taken such a form for a long time because it drained her strength. The goddess said that she had not been in this form for a long time and was very happy to meet them again. Her voice sounded warm and confident, filling the space with special power and light. Her eyes sparkled with joy and strength. The demon began to get angry and squeezed her tightly into his fist, demonstrating all his rage and determination not to give in. His fingers squeezed tighter and tighter, trying to suppress the goddess. His gaze sparkled with malice and defiance. He confidently declared that he would not lose to the girl and would fight until his last breath, drawing energy for a powerful attack. His words were full of boldness and steadfastness. The goddess looked at him with crazy eyes. Her gaze was pierced by a power that could break any enemy. Her eyes were filled with determination and incredible power. A huge explosion filled with the energy and heat of battle shook the ground and everyone present. This explosion marked the beginning of the decisive clash. The demon thought he had dealt with her, and felt joy and relief at his apparent victory. His smile was bitter and full of self-satisfaction, but the goddess was alive and confidently declared that she was a true god, capable of defeating any enemy. Her words sparked new hope among the allies. She said that all his attacks were nothing and showed him how to act in a real battle, demonstrating her true skill. The goddess threw a huge fireball at the demon, which hit the target directly, causing a massive explosion and shockwave. The demon was stunned and thrown back. There was a loud explosion, and the goddess began to slowly approach the demon, confidently striding across the battlefield. Her presence filled everyone with confidence and strength. She said that Bastet was the kindest and brightest of all the gods, while the demon lay defeated on the ground. Her words were spoken with love and respect. Memories of Bastet filled her heart. She remembered how people had always been drawn to this goddess and the kindness she had radiated. These thoughts warmed her spirit. The goddess began to speak of Bastet's karma and pride, explaining the depth of their meanings, but the demon could not understand these words and expressed his misunderstanding. The demon began to scream that all this was outrageous and unfair, while the goddess meanwhile performed complex magical manipulations directed at him. She noticed the mark of the demon king on his chest, a symbol of pride and power that linked him to the dark force. It was the key to his release. The goddess said she would lift the curse from him, and the demon, lying motionless, was silent, resigned to his fate. There was a determination in her voice to help. She gently touched him and spoke words to him to return to his true form, filling the space with magic and light. Everything was surrounded by clouds of smoke, which gradually dissipated, leaving purity and calm on the battlefield. The goddess said with confidence that now everything was clean and right. On the ground lay a girl with ears, looking very sad and vulnerable, but in her eyes there was a glimmer of hope for a better future. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. She tried to comprehend what was happening around her. Everything seemed like a dream or a strange vision that was difficult to accept as reality. The goddess gently explained that this is what the girl really looks like. This is her true form, hidden under a mask and illusions. She tried to convey to the girl the importance of accepting herself for who she really is, without fear. The goddess told that there are 7 karmas of the goddess Bastet, and that she accepted one of them, pride, which changed her appearance and destiny. It was a difficult but necessary test for the soul of the goddess. The girl looked at the goddess with pitiful eyes, feeling the weight of the events that had happened and her loss in this world. Her gaze was full of pain and hope at the same time. The goddess said that she was sorry for everything that had happened, and expressed her joy that the girl had returned to her true self and would not have to fight. These words brought relief. The goddess told the girl with a serious intonation that in order to participate in battles and fights, she was forced to seal her feminine nature. This decision helped her gain strength and stability. The girl lowered her head and began to cry, overwhelmed with emotional pain and doubt. She could not believe that she had to give up her true nature for the sake of battle. Her tears flowed down her cheeks. The goddess, noticing her distress, gently and soothingly asked her not to resist or twitch, as Karna had insisted that no harm be done to the girl. These words gave the girl a faint but important hope. Suddenly, one of the knights, without hesitation and ignoring the protests, ran up to the girl, instantly picked her up in his arms and hurried to lead her out of the danger zone. His determination was obvious. Using instant movement, the knight quickly disappeared with the girl, as if he had stolen her from the goddess, who was forced to watch what was happening in helplessness. The goddess remained where she was and watched the knight and the girl retreat with deep bitterness. She understood that she had missed someone very important who needed to be protected, and her heart was filled with pain. She admitted that she had missed the Demon King, who was captivated by his pride, and this blunder had become a fatal mistake. In response, the other gods noted that the god had been too kind. At that moment, the man in the black cloak turned around and confirmed Karna's words with a firm voice, demonstrating confidence and control over the situation. At the same time, the young man took a step onto the ground. The hero, dressed in a black cloak and a closed helmet, declared that the demon was no longer dangerous and the situation was completely under control. His words sounded firm and decisive, instilling confidence in his own strength. The knights instantly recognized him as an influential leader and a god, and their gazes were filled with a mixture of surprise, alarm, and respect. They realized that before them stood a new factor that could change the balance of power. He began his speech by stating that the dungeon was now under the control of General Zahad. The knights were filled with anger and disappointment towards the young man. not expecting such changes from him and expressing dissatisfaction with his actions, which changed the usual order. One of the knights insisted that they could not deal with Karna with their previous strength, warning the others of the upcoming difficulties and demonstrating a sound assessment of the situation. The gods noted that the medicine had worked too strongly, and now people were treating them with great fear and apprehension, making it difficult to cooperate and collaborate. Karna calmly said that he knew this. The gods began to negotiate with the knights. The young man handed them the contract and assured them confidently that he intended no harm in fulfilling the agreement. His offer offered a chance for peace and cooperation if both parties complied with the terms. Despite the mask, his determination and strength of character were evident in his every move and word. He asked the knights if they were ready to fight or would rather die, putting them before a grave choice. The knights froze, confused and bewildered, not knowing how to respond or what to do in such a tense situation. Their internal conflict reflected on their faces and gestures. At that moment, more knights came running. The hero turned around, responding to the command to stop, which was spoken with authority and confidence. Commander Hyclix entered the game. Everyone present saw the commander and could not believe their eyes. His sudden appearance changed the course of events and raised the fighting spirit of the army. This became a turning point in the conflict. The commander stated that he was fully aware of the situation and understood what was happening, emphasizing his responsibility and leadership. His words inspired confidence and calm among the allies. Despite expectations, he decisively announced the end of the operation, causing confusion and questions among his allies, who could not understand the reasons for such a decision. He extended his hand and commanded the royal knights to retreat and return to the border, showing anger, firmness, and determination in his decision. His order was the final word in the current phase of the conflict. The allies carried out the order without delay, hastily leaving the battlefield and leaving it empty and quiet, which created a sense of temporary calm before the events to come. A close comrade asked the commander if he was going to leave permanently, but Hyclix replied that he had no right to simply retreat. His intentions and plans remained a mystery, raising questions. The commander declared that he had no right to retreat and stood firmly in front of Karna, demonstrating his determination and readiness to defend his convictions to the end. His position was unshakable, like a rock before a storm. He reminded the young man of the existence of the magic of the contract and expressed his willingness to try it on himself, showing that he was not afraid of risk and was ready to go all the way for the sake of his ideals. This declaration caused tension. The knights were in complete shock, not believing their ears and not understanding how their commander could take such a step, risking everything for the sake of a magical agreement. Their faces expressed a mixture of surprise, fear, and incomprehension. Meanwhile, the horned Karna commented that this made things easier, hinting that the situation could be resolved without further conflict, and his words added confidence to the allies. Hyclix was given a scroll with important information, which he read carefully, and then asked if they were not forbidden from conquering the dungeon, demonstrating a desire to avoid breaking the rules. Karna replied that he did not want war, emphasizing that this was the common desire of the demons, and expressed his desire for a peaceful resolution to the conflict. These words sounded like an attempt to find a compromise. He added that demons may build homes in demonic neighborhoods but have no intention of ruling them, showing a willingness to coexist and respect human territories. The knights did not believe his words, believing that he was trying to deceive them and use his promises for his own purposes, which caused them to doubt and distrust. Karna began to explain that demons simply did not want to waste time on calculating taxes and bureaucracy, which only reinforced the understanding of their practical approach to the situation. One of the knights began to shout to his commander, expressing that it was too dangerous and risky, and that they should not trust the demons. His voice was filled with fear and caution. The commander replied that humans and demons would live together in a new world where two different races would coexist, and we must prepare for this future. His words sounded like a proclamation of a new era. He added that this world would be a world of demons, which caused many present to feel anxious and unsure, as it meant a major change in the established order. Upon hearing about the demon world, one of the knights was shocked and could not accept this turn of events. However, Hyclix made a proposal and approached Karna, indicating his determination to change the course of events. Drawing his sword, the commander accused the hero of humiliating the people, showing deep indignation and a desire to defend the honor and dignity of his people. He announced that he wanted to challenge the young man to a duel to resolve the conflict, and therefore simultaneously took out 2 swords, showing his readiness for the fight and the seriousness of his intentions. The knights looked at this scene with horror and bewilderment, not understanding what exactly was happening and what role they would have to play in this confrontation. Despite their fears, the knights expressed confidence in their victory, relying on their superior swordsmanship and combat training. In response, the demon declared that he would personally enter the battle, demonstrating his own courage and determination, and rushed forward headlong, unafraid of collision. Karna explained that he had to do it himself, as he was a general, and his determined look left no doubt as to the seriousness of his intentions. He drew his sword and prepared for battle, demonstrating complete readiness for the fight and confidence in his abilities. People looked to Hyclex with hope, believing in his strength and ability to win, which raised their fighting spirit and determination to fight. The 2 leaders, a human and a demon, stood opposite each other with swords in their hands, preparing for the decisive battle. The tension and anticipation of the fight could be felt. The battle began, their feet rushing towards each other. Their swords clashed in a fierce and intense battle where every attack could be decisive. The 2 knights crossed swords, and their clash was serious and intense. They put all their strength and skill into each blow. The atmosphere in the air was that of a real battle and a struggle for victory. The sounds of swords clashing echoed around. The skill of the opponents was so high that it seemed like they were fighting in the sky. Their movements were fast, precise, and graceful at the same time. The hero lunged forward, using all his speed and strength to deliver a crushing blow. His attack was sharp and confident, aimed straight at the target. He was focused on gaining the upper hand. His opponent noticed the attack instantly and managed to parry the attack. He used precise movements to defend himself and maintain his balance. His reactions were fast and precise, leaving no chance for his enemy. The knight skillfully wielded 2 swords, attacking and defending at the same time. The Heikel's army loudly supported their leader, shouting words of confidence and victory. This kept up the fighting spirit. In the heat of battle, the opponents exchanged compliments, acknowledging each other's strength and skill. Despite the brutal struggle, they respected and appreciated the abilities of their opponent. This added depth to their rivalry. The hero watched his opponent closely, noting his youth and strength. He understood that he had a worthy and dangerous opponent in front of him. His admiration was hidden behind a calm and focused look. He read every step of the enemy, learned from mistakes, and anticipated the movements of the sword. This fight was not only a battle, but also a lesson for him. He improved his skills with every moment. With each thrust of the dual swords, he confidently dodged, becoming stronger and more agile. His reaction improved, and his combat techniques became more effective. He gradually gained an advantage. A feeling of regret arose in Hycles' soul. He wished that this young fighter was his son or grandson. He saw great potential in him and a future for humanity. It gave the fight an emotional depth. After another powerful blow from Sabata, his opponent said that if they were related, humanity could be saved. It was an acknowledgement of the power and possibility of uniting for the common good. Both heroes simultaneously delivered the decisive blow that was to end the duel. The moment was filled with tension and anticipation of the outcome of the battle. Their fates hung by a thread. When the swords collided, a bright spark flashed, blinding everyone present. This light symbolized the power and passion of their fight. For a moment, everything around seemed to freeze. Suddenly, Hycles' sword snapped and he lost his balance, falling to the ground. This unexpected turn of events was a serious blow to him and his team. The army watched with bated breath. Everyone watched the fight with tension. The general's army was in shock from what had happened. The fall of their leader caused anxiety and confusion. Fear of the possible consequences was in the air. The other adventurers looked at the knights and their badge, trying to figure out who these heroes were. Their looks were full of surprise and curiosity. The badge inspired respect and admiration. Many were surprised by the authenticity of the badge, doubting whether it was real. This added to the mystery and intrigue surrounding the knights. Their reputation remained a subject of discussion. The heroes immediately became famous because they were the only ones who reached the middle of the level. Their feat was admired and inspired by those around them. They became a symbol of strength and perseverance. Despite the tension, the heroes continued to eat and drink, enjoying the feeling of freedom. This moment was a respite and rest for them. They drew strength for the trials to come. The girl from the company thought about it, thinking that this territory now belonged to the Demon Kings, and they would not be allowed in. Doubts and worries lived in her soul. She was afraid of the upcoming changes. A year ago, the battle of the 3 Demon Kings took place, resulting in the territory becoming the domain of the Demon King of Lust. This event changed the balance of power forever. People lost a lot. Dungeons appeared in the 5 sacred cities, causing despair among the people. Their hopes for stability were dashed. A period of uncertainty and fear began. Then Cecilia's representative, General Sabbat, spoke to the people with a call for peace. His words were hopeful and confident. He sought to end the war and restore order. General Sabbat convinced everyone to stop the war and save the city. His leadership was key to establishing a truce. People began to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Despite this, not everyone immediately believed the demon and his promises. Skepticism and mistrust continued to exist. Caution was justified. The demons did not carry out repressions, allowed people to live by their own laws, and abolished taxes. This helped stabilize the situation and reduce tension. People were given the opportunity to recover. The demons resurrected the dead, turning them into ghosts, demons, and undead to protect the city streets. It was an unusual but effective solution. It helped maintain order and safety. One of the ghosts flew up to the girl, who recognized him as her father. This caused her deep emotions and relief. Families were reconnected with the departed. Others also recognized loved ones among the ghosts and undead. This brought comfort and hope in difficult times. Family ties were not forgotten. Now the ghosts were not hostages, but the undead became the protectors of the streets and the guardians of the peace. They helped people feel safe. This coexistence became the new normal. It was proposed that, after death, people could continue their service and work in a new guise. This gave hope for the continuation of life and participation in society. A new order was getting on its feet. The price of defeat was the honor of the general who was approached by the demon Sabbath. He expressed gratitude for the worthy fight. This moment united the warring parties. The demon thanked the general for a fair and strong fight. It was a sign of respect and recognition of merit. They both showed nobility. Sabbat extended his hand to the general to help him up. The gesture symbolized peace and reconciliation. A new stage in the relationship was beginning. The treaty was made and the losers had to leave the land. This meant the end of the war and the beginning of peace. All parties agreed to abide by the terms. The general stood up and ordered his troops to return home. This ended the conflict and restored order. The soldiers accepted the order with respect. The war for the legacy of greed had ended, changing the balance of power and the map of the land. A new world was rising after a long struggle. The future seemed uncertain, but full of hope. The 3 demon kings were defeated and left without power. Their lands were plunged into chaos and instability. Power was transferred to new forces. After the defeat, chaos began in the demon territories. The struggle for power and influence intensified. The people suffered from confusion and disorder. The territories of the people were reduced, and in their place a kingdom of lust arose. The surviving people were accepted as part of the new government. This was the beginning of a new era. The underground city of comfort was liberated. Those who wanted to stay, stayed, and those who wanted to leave had their memories erased and returned to their families. A new life began for many. The remaining people accepted the new government and adapted to the changes. The process of adaptation was difficult, but necessary. Society began to recover. No one noticed the small farm in the new borderlands of the Demon King of Lust. This place remained hidden from prying eyes. Its significance was great and mysterious. Terma, holding Cecilia's hand, hurried toward the farm, feeling the importance of what was happening. His heart beat fast, anticipating changes. He was ready for any challenge. A man and a woman lived in the house and suddenly opened the door. Their faces expressed surprise and anxiety. The meeting was filled with emotions. Terma rushed to his parents with outstretched arms. The parents were shocked and felt mixed feelings of joy and anxiety. The reunion was filled with deep emotion. The young man hurried to the matter, realizing the importance and urgency of the matter. His actions were quick and decisive. Serious events were at stake. Cecilia stood in the doorway and watched the scene with joy. She felt satisfaction and hope. Her soul was full of light. Aisha stood outside, feeling the light breeze on her skin. She was lost in thoughts about the past and the future. Her thoughts were full of expectations. A year has passed since the battle of the 3 demon kings, and a new story begins in the city of Lionsville. The city was burned by the demon king of pride. A new stage of the struggle began. The battle between Butotoi Lai, the general of greed, and the team of heroes broke out again. In the past, he was defeated by Karna and the adventurers. The battle was intense. One of the heroes attacked the general, deftly dodging his blows. He simultaneously gave commands to his partner. Tactics and coordination were at a high level. The partner jumped on top of the general, but he responded with the spell Breath of Scorched Earth. Fire engulfed the enemies, suppressing their advance. It was a powerful and dangerous move. Before the companion could say anything, the general's tail grabbed him by the neck, interrupting his actions. This showed the enemy's strength and agility. The companions felt alarm. The third member of the team warned that they would not be able to defeat such a powerful opponent. His words caused doubt and fear in the others. Tension began to build. The general tried to defend himself with a magic shield, but the largest of the heroes broke it with a spell. This opened the door for an attack. The enemy lost significant defense. The next powerful attack knocked the general off his feet, upsetting his balance. Now the heroes had the advantage in the fight. The general's situation became critical. The team was already preparing to celebrate their victory, striking a triumphant pose over the dungeon boss. Euphoria and joy filled their hearts. They were confident of success. Suddenly, a huge fire appeared in front of them, declaring that they were the only ones who had gone this deep into the dungeon. It was the dungeon Giant Fire Capital by Sabata. The demon himself appeared before the adventurers, inspiring fear and respect. His power and status as the final boss were obvious. A new, serious battle was about to begin. He said he had no intention of killing them, explaining that he was merely guarding the depths of the dungeon. It was a warning and a challenge at the same time. His words made the heroes think. He asked if they were ready to fight him, causing fear and hesitation. The heroes felt the weight of the upcoming test. The decision was of the utmost importance. One of them took up a weapon, trying to instill confidence and determination in the team. They gathered their courage and prepared to fight. Their eyes were burning with determination. Everyone prepared for battle, concentrating on the upcoming danger. Their eyes were full of determination and tension. The upcoming battle promised to be difficult, but suddenly the team decided to retreat, choosing to save their lives and strength for future tasks. It was a difficult decision, dictated by common sense. They understood the cost of risk. The demon was shocked by the retreat. As he expected a stubborn fight to continue, his plans were disrupted by an unexpected turn. This changed the course of events. The heroes hurried down the stairs, trying to escape the danger. Their steps were quick and coordinated. The enemy was temporarily left behind. The demon noted that the humans had become stronger, a result of their training and experience. This was an acknowledgement of the opponent's growing strength. This situation was changing. The group of heroes raised their glasses, celebrating the success they had achieved and the path they had traveled. At that moment, they felt united and supported. It was a symbolic triumph. They were already in the dungeon village, where they were warmly congratulated on reaching the middle of the level. The locals inspired them to further exploits. Despite their determination, the heroes suddenly decided to retreat to save their lives and strength. This choice was difficult, but necessary for future battles. They understood the importance of survival. Their tactics were to pass the dungeon without risking clashes. Caution allowed them to save their strength for key moments. It was a step toward survival. The demon was not prepared for such a turn of events and expected a fierce fight. His confusion was noticeable. The heroes took advantage of this to retreat. The heroes quickly ran down the stairs, avoiding danger. Their coordinated actions helped avoid defeat. It was a temporary retreat. The demon noted that humans had become stronger, a result of their training and experience. This was an acknowledgement of their development and the threat they posed to the demons. His words were a warning. The group of heroes raised their glasses and celebrated their success, enjoying the moment of triumph. It was a time of joy and recuperation. They held together tightly. They were in the dungeon village, where they were warmly welcomed and congratulated on reaching half of the level. The support of the locals inspired them to new adventures. The creature hovered in the center of the sky above the city and said that they wished for people to go and conquer the dungeon. If any of them reached the very depths and destroyed their cores, they would leave that land. The Demon King's domain is open. Not only locals can participate, but all the people of the world. It could be a devilish deception. The creature added that they could freely engage in trade of the things needed for this. People began to say whether it was dangerous and whether they would hardly be able to pass the dungeon. There was confusion on their faces. One person was surprised and rejoiced, clenching his hands into fists, that they could sell things to all of humanity. The stranger said that, especially for those who thought it was dangerous, their dungeon has 3 levels: upper, middle, and deepest. The difficulty of the levels increased from top to bottom. They will defend the center with the core to the last. They do not guarantee their safety, but the upper level is just for beginners. Even if someone loses, they will survive and will not receive serious injuries. The creature had a joyful face, and many spirits were hovering around it. Moreover, they will receive valuable magic items and gold coins. And those who pass not only the upper level, but also defeat the defender on the middle will receive a reward. Namely, special badges and titles will be given out, and those who conquer all 5 great dungeons and collect all the badges will be awarded more. They would be invited to the Lust Demon King's main military base, the Lalarum Underground Palace. There, people could challenge him and the king and try to save humanity, or submit to them and become their comrade. People were inspired, and then they will fulfill any wish if it is, of course, feasible for them. The creature added that they were waiting for them. People raised their hands up and began to rejoice. The man said that a whole year had passed, and everyone had gotten used to the undead on the streets. Now not only adventurers, but also ordinary people go into the dungeon to earn some money. The man leaned his elbow on his palm and said that people from all over the human lands gather there. Some even quit their job as knights and become adventurers. One man said that he swears that he will defeat the Demon King and become the savior of mankind. The girls sighed happily, and then began to wish him luck and say that they were rooting for him. The man assumed that it was a guy from the capital, because there were many of them. Another said that there were rumors about that guy that he was a supporter of genocide. That man was surrounded by 2 girls, and he was basking in their attention. He said that you can't die in the dungeons unless you go to the very depths. There are plenty of people who want to, and more people means more treasures collected. And then they buy food and materials from human lands for these treasures. In general, life there is so good that people themselves are already thinking about living in subordination to demons. The man slammed his fist on the table and said he didn't like it. Their guys disappeared without a trace after that battle a year ago, like they vanished into thin air. The heroine remembered the silhouette and said that the strange night girl who had approached them had become the Demon King's lackey. This was no longer just suspicious. He was fiddling with something in his hands and saying that they hadn't communicated much, but that they needed to save their own. The boy raised his head up and presented a fist to his chest, asking his mother to forgive him because he would be staying a little longer. He said there were 4 left. His plan was to go through the dungeon, collect all the badges, and meet the Demon King. And then they would immediately know where Kar and Sari went. Since accepting that night girl's request, the trio has never been seen again. Rumor has it that both the Black Swordsman and the beautiful Holy Maiden also lost to the Demon King. The man said that one he knows for sure that if it is true, they will take revenge on him. After all, they are their friends. He named Karn, Syria, and Alshi, and said that they would save them. The company let out a cry. The girl thought for a moment and said that she was worried whether they would be able to cope. The heroine knocked and said that the Barbatus had told her about those 3. She was told that they were getting stronger. In any case, the purpose of the existence of the 5 dungeons is to strengthen the adventurers at their upper level. The girl smiled and said that it meant they were doing well. The dark-skinned girl in her company became much stronger than before. Another girl confirmed these words and said that at first they were just skilled mercenaries, but now they have reached the heroic level. They do not have divine providence, but the cooperation of Tinting has borne fruit. She said that the 3 of them could defeat even an ordinary demon general. At this time, the boy was having fun with the spirits. The girl giggled and asked if that meant they wouldn't be able to defeat the unusual general. They told her that no one could handle him at all. The guy didn't understand and asked the spirit what they were talking about. The girl said that she did not know that they wanted to save them, and did not know what to do now. The queen thought about it. She stood up from her seat and replied that they must wait. The wind, sooner or later, will definitely get to her, the two-time demon king, Cecilia Israfelis. It is then that she will reveal her identity and offer them a choice. The girl asked about the choice between enemies and friends, and said that then she would watch them and ask not to spare them in the dungeons. The demoness said that now it was time for them to gather the generals of the 5 great dungeons. It had been a while since they had a generals meeting. She activated teleportation magic, summoned demonic general. The knights started shouting and saying that they had to retreat immediately. The demon started laughing. He called people disrespectfully, and he summoned an even more powerful purple lightning of despair. It was the middle-level defender of the Belphegor dungeon. The guy said that demons would never stoop to the level of people. However, he thought about it, remembering the hero, and said that he admits that there are exceptions. Another demon flew up to him and said that the teleport magic was activated. Belphegor realized that it was time to go to the meeting, which meant that the dungeon was temporarily closed. He asked that the shops renting flying monsters be closed. The demon began to fly away and asked to guard the dungeon while he was gone. The subordinate said that he would carry out the order. One of the monsters said that they had not seen each other for a long time and greeted Belphegor. It was the defender of one of the 5 great dungeons, the Orc Camp, a representative of the Orc race. Next to him stood the former general of Greed Ihansre. The demon asked about the bodyguard behind the monster, and asked what was wrong with his face. The guy was asked how they were coping. The girl said that she didn't think that she would be attending the meeting with the demonic generals. She said she would never marry again. They told her that men liked it when a quiet girl suddenly became wild at night. The demon assumed that the courtesans were doing just fine with their earnings. His words were confirmed. It was a dungeon with the close associates of the Great Mother Istasi. The feeling was 10,000 times stronger. A room from which you cannot leave until you fulfill the conditions. It is impossible to escape. The demon said he was glad they were winning, but he asked how they were doing with the dungeon's defense. The girl replied that everything was fine and she had a reliable bodyguard. Former Greed General Sasuya Luai confirmed this and said he would try. The demon said that they had become much stronger than they were a year ago, but the development of humanity is astounding. They cannot relax. They must increase their strength. The mid-level defender of one of the 5 great dungeons, the abandoned fire capital Butatoya Lai, sat defeated. The boy threw himself on the floor and apologized, saying he was too weak. The demon asked him not to cry. He asked if he had arrived yet, the head of the abandoned fiery capital. The girl replied that she thought he would come with Mr. Sabat. The other agreed with her and said that he, like the head of the eternal coffin, was a high-ranking person. They came and asked if they were the last ones. Arrived, God, protector of the abandoned fiery capital, Fire Emperor Varvatos, God protector of the demonic castle in the sky, Old Hero Nordens, God protector of the eternal coffin, Dragon progenitor, Alter, God protector of the labyrinth of hot springs, Great Mother Istiasia. God's advisor Aisha Alistair said she was awaiting orders. The girls began to greet Cecilia and Sabat. She said that in the name of the 2-time Demon King, she declares the meeting of the demonic demon generals open. The entire army of the 2-time Demon King has gathered. At the meeting of the demonic generals, not only generals gathered, but also spirits and even gods. The girl sat down and said that they were starting with a meeting. The guy asked all the heads to report on the situation in their dungeons. Aisha began to tell about the position of the eternal coffin. This dungeon is the main headquarters of the army and the Demon King in Lust. The people were told that it serves as a passage to the underground palace of Lalarum. In fact, you can get into the palace through any of the 5 dungeons, but they don't need to know that. It is this dungeon that attracts the most people, especially supporters of genocide. The supporters include many high-class knights and fairly wealthy adventurers. They recruit strong warriors into their ranks in exchange for generous rewards. There were those who were able to defeat the mid-level defender, the zombie dragon. Goblin Cat is an evolved form of Demon Cat, ghost high-level monster god of death. But he and the high-level monster managed to fight back. Then they erased their memories, revived them, took the treasures, and let them go. The girl said she was sure they would attack again soon. It was a good income. The guy said she, as always, squeezed every last drop out of even her enemies, and it was scary. She replied that to protect the dungeon, it was enough to simply create an endless corridor. But if they wanted to save magic and get benefits, then this was the best option. The monster said that they still had some problems. Due to the increase in visitors, illegal residential buildings began to expand in the vicinity of the dungeons. The basic principle of the demon's policy towards humans is to reign, but not to rule. However, followers, shadow merchants, and adventurers gather in gangs and fight to conquer the dungeon for their own benefit. Aisha said that this was getting out of hand. Their territory could become a lawless land. Perhaps they should intervene. The queen said she didn't think there would be such people there. The guy said he heard they were refugees from destroyed cities. They couldn't take care of them, but they couldn't drive them away either. The cursed resurrection turns hateful souls into undead, but it does not activate until the victim is alive. In general, the crimes committed are petty, not reaching the level of strong hatred. The guy said he wanted everyone to live in safety. The woman said that would be the case. They would definitely think of measures. She asked the next person to speak. The man said that, in that case, he would report the situation to the demonic castle in the sky. The above-ground dungeon has long been a source of strife, because it collects the magical power of the lands. And then Karna came up with the plan to build a new dungeon. The guy said he was just thinking in the opposite direction. Create a magic circle with islands floating in the sky. That is, take magical power not from the earth but from the sky. Even the outer gods didn't think of this. The demon said that, in addition, the higher demons of the Lust army have wings. Now they can fly in the real sky, and it is simply wonderful. The girl asked if it was possible to take magical power from the sky. After all, it probably also had some influence. She was told that this was a new approach for them, so they were currently collecting data. The queen said that if anything happened, they should immediately inform her. It looked like they would have a slight deficit in magic power. The guy confirmed this, and said that the dungeon was in the sky, so it was not so easy to get there. But renting flying monsters is very popular, so much so that even rich people come for them, just to fly. The dungeon and entertainment area is just like an amusement park. This dungeon is mostly visited by knights who can ride horses. However, there are also some brave souls. The creature said that there was no need to worry about protection. So far, no one has gotten past the average level. It said that this was all thanks to the efforts and growth of the mid-level defender Belphegor. The demon replied that he had not yet achieved much. He was asked not to be modest. After all, he had swallowed part of the dungeon's magical power and had become a level stronger. He now surpassed the generals of the other demon kings. Belphegor replied that it was all thanks to their great and merciful king. The girl replied that this was the result of his efforts. She said that she would also try to become a worthy hostess for him and thanked him. The queen said that she would become a good housewife and a good wife. The guy asked not to say this in front of everyone, because he was ashamed. The demon turned to the girl and began to sob. The monster said that now the orcs will tell about their impregnable fortress, the dungeon camp of the orcs. Their camp is located on abandoned land, on an old battlefield. It is a fortress built to protect their streets, gardens, and pastures. However, since these lands used to belong to people, many come there and try to reclaim them. They alone would not be able to cope with their onslaught. But he is an orc from the old army of the demon king of greed, helping them as a thank you. The man laughed and asked to rely on him. It was a mid-level protector of the YHANSREI. The girl said it was probably too late to ask, but was he sure? Ogres and goblins feed on humans, so coexistence is unlikely. The man said it was not true. The boy asked them not to worry. After the surrender, all the warriors from the army of greed were cursed by the treaty. If they suddenly ate a person or went wild without permission, they would explode and die. And after death, they will become zombies and will atone for their sins. The man was scared. He said it was better to just die. After all, becoming a zombie and an eternal worker is pure hell. Aisha said that there would be no riots on their part. The queen asked to continue. The girl said that she would tell about the Comorium Hot Springs dungeon. First, she introduced them to the basis of the dungeon's defense. The demon was indignant and said that they were showing dirt. The queen closed the boy's eyes, to which he said that he could not see anything. She replied that it was too early for him to look at such things. The girl asked what was wrong with the surge of breast milk. This trap neutralizes enemies of both sexes. And the dungeon absorbs the magical power, which splashes out in the form of milk. It was a very effective trap. Someone said it was art. The defenders of the Komorion are succubi, but they do not like to fight. This disadvantage is compensated by traps. All the inhabitants were moved to a new city, and in the dungeon itself, only the succubs remained. The girl said that she was grateful to her for saving the inhabitants. However, it pained her to see adventurers falling into traps. She asked to do something. The guy said that in terms of the amount of magical power received, this dungeon is in second place after the Eternal Coffin. The girl laughed and said that all people love indecency. But for them, the dungeon is just an addition. The most important part is the huge red light district nearby. The creature said that in some sense, they did coexist with humanity. The girl said that she did not want to admit it. They told her that they had few helpers, so it was not surprising that they relied on a trap. But they were asked to give them a little time. Soon they would be provided with good defenders. The girl suggested moving on to the main issue, namely the intelligence department. They answered her that thanks to the magic of mimicry, their subordinates were spying on everything. During this year, their information network has spread throughout the entire territory of humanity. Some of their spies have even learned high-level transformation magic and are pretending to be men. They have opened services specifically for women and are getting even more data this way. That is, they did work honestly. Apparently, political wars have intensified in the territory of people due to the failure of last year's campaign. Some even demand the execution of the Hiklis. But thanks to the protests of knights and ordinary citizens, this has not happened yet. It is unknown what will happen next. Judging by the state of human society, they will not be attacked anytime soon. Instead, many adventurers from the lowest classes and bandits flock there. The girl said that the guild and the lord used to be responsible for order. Well, after the demons occupied the territory, their functions were disrupted. She asked if they had a plan to fix it. The guy said that he would take care of this problem. He asked how things were going at the Terma. The girl said that their work is in full swing. They are now finishing the final preparations. She used healing boiling water. They brought a hot spring to the human city in the Demon King's territory. It was a public bath. During that year, they built such baths in almost all the cities and villages on their lands. All residents can bathe there for free. The girl said that she did not understand anything and asked how the baths were related to public safety. The guy replied that in addition to ensuring hygiene, they play another role, and now he will show which one. An absorbent boiler appeared. The hero said that he would help solve problems with public order. This is a bathhouse created using an absorbent boiler that absorbs the magical power of visitors, so they can easily take away the power of both children and old people. This system is used in all public baths in the Demon King's territory. They also connected all the lines along which the received energy passes with the underground palace. The queen said that she takes away the magical power of those who bathe in hot water. It is such a device and a gift to humanity, and something like a tax to them. A bathhouse in their area is a luxury, and the girl thinks that people will be happy to go there. If energy continues to flow from the former region, they will receive an incredible amount. The guy said that with the help of that power, they will solve the problems of public order by establishing contact with all the spiritual lands from the baths. A dragon appeared and began to scream very loudly. It was a transmission of magical power from the underground palace. Everyone was asking what was going on. The hero turned to the heroic spirits sleeping on their lands and asked them to protect their homeland, their beloved cities, their descendants, and made a treaty with them. He used the hero revival enchantment. The demon said that this couldn't be. This magic was effective throughout the entire territory of the Demon King, but the area was too wide, and he didn't believe that not a god, but an ordinary wizard was capable of this. The guy said it was very difficult, but thanks to the connections between regions and the creation of a network of magical power, everything worked out. Heroic spirits understand well what is happening in places familiar to them, and will be able to protect local residents. Also, when their help is not needed, they sleep. That is, little magical power is spent on them. They are, of course, not personal spirits, but their state is close. The hero said that the policy towards the people remains unchanged. As the queen wishes, they do not interfere in their affairs. But the heroic spirits really wanted to help. They agreed to become their servants and work for them. Everyone was surprised that he could summon such powerful creatures so easily. Among them are heroes, legendary adventurers, and even famous aristocrats and officials. The girl said that she had seen their faces in history books and archives. She was surprised that they would serve them. The girl said that if she sympathized, she should help her, because that's how she could get a stomach ulcer. Aisha asked if she was willing to work as his nanny. The girl refused and said that heroic spirits were better than a guy. She was told that if she thought that way, she should be more reasonable. Her decision created even more problems. The girl said that even though they were heroic spirits, they would work for the queen, just like them. She thought that their help should be accepted with joy. She was told that perhaps she was right. The queen thanked her and asked if there was any more news. The magic light said that some guys have passed the middle level of the abandoned fire capital. They, of course, have a weak divine revelation, but they are positive and never cease to amaze. The girl said that she had seen it, and they had one badge. The queen suggested that she also tell them about her ideas about the new era. Namely, about the 5 dungeon icons and the relationship between people and demons. The dungeon badge can be obtained by clearing the mid-level of any of the 5 great dungeons. They are created based on a magic item from the Legacy of Greed and are registered in the dungeons. Even if someone takes the badge, the dungeon can always create a new one. The badges do not have any special power, but they can accumulate magical energy. People grow through training and trials, and at the same time accumulate magical power. If a capable person gets a badge and continues to fight, then the magic will increase. And the effect of the badge will increase his magic and allow him to surpass his physical growth limits. The monster asked why humans need to be so strong. The queen said that she wanted coexistence with humans. For humans and demons to recognize each other as equals and be able to compete. It is not right for demons alone to rule over everyone. She does not need friendship for appearances or one-sided power. She wants them to respect each other as opponents and be able to coexist as reliable and good competitors. This is how she sees the new era and the new life of demons and people. She wants them to respect each other as opponents and be able to coexist as reliable and good competitors. This is how she sees the new era. This is how she sees the new life of demons and people. The girl asked if this meant that people would simply become stronger as a result. The queen said that this was true, so they should not lag behind them. Demons can also become stronger if they have enough magic power. They themselves have proven it. The guy said that it is really so, because the representatives of the orcs and succubs have gained the power worthy of the level of a demonic general. The demon said that he had also become strong. Now it was not at all like before, when he had fought the ogre lord. The man agreed. He said that a year ago he could defeat the demon with one blow, but now he would most likely defeat it. The guy said that they will not lose to humanity, and will become stronger and protect their queen. The monster said that they were just lower demons and not very talented. They had their limits, and there was nothing they could do about it. The queen said that the dungeon badges helped lower demons surpass their limits too. The Demon King medal has the same effect as 5 dungeon badges. It is a special item created with the Legacy of Greed. It is very valuable, and she will give it to someone who grows beyond their limits. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. A few hours after the meeting, the girl flopped down on the bed and said she was tired. She asked where Aisha was now. The guy answered that she had gone to her room to take care of the cat. The girl asked if this meant that they would spend the night alone. The hero asked not to laugh at him because he was embarrassed. The girl apologized. He was surprised and said that she had nothing to apologize for. The queen said she thought they could coexist with humans, but peace would be difficult. She began to think so after traveling around the world. That world was engulfed in wars. With the help of resources from the dungeon, people began to live richly. If you are the queen of peace, then all efforts will fail, and not only. The girl said that many people suffer from wars, but they are united by their hatred of demons, and it is due to this that their countries stay afloat. If the fighting suddenly stops, injustices will be exposed, and mass discontent will flare up. The demoness held documents about the kingdom's finances in her hands. They were very secret. The girl replied that her spies had gotten them. Everyone, from the nobility to the kings, dishonestly fills their pockets. And the worst thing is that they got this information at all. She is sure that among people, there are also those who understand that the end of wars will lead to an explosion of indignation. Rebellions may arise. In the worst case, countries will be destroyed. The guy said that peace causes wars, and that's exactly what's happening. The queen said that this is why humans must remain their enemies, until humanity rises from its knees. and until the brave pawns needed for this are found. So the brave ones who have completed 5 dungeons to the average level will be able to change humanity, rebuild countries, and bring true peace. They can save weakened demons. But people must be saved by people themselves, otherwise there is no point. The boy turned to the girl and thanked her. He said that she cared a lot about their enemies. This is precisely because she is very kind. The hero said that he wanted to support her and serve her. The girl replied that she should thank him. She had been able to achieve a lot thanks to him. The queen suggested meeting the Gyal and the others sometime. They seemed worried about them. The boy assumed that they would come to them themselves. The girl said he was right, and maybe they should believe in them and wait. The guy giggled. There was a knock on the door, and they said that there was urgent news from intelligence. The queen allowed them to enter and asked what had happened. They apologized to her and said that changes had occurred in the territory of the 3 demon kings: pride, gluttony, and jealousy. Gluttony and jealousy raised their armies and invaded the territory of pride. This meant that the world order was collapsing. Castle of the fiery volcano Akumza, the base of high-level flame demons. They are the descendants of the outer god Barbarous, and for several generations they have threatened humanity under the leadership of the demon king Pride. The man shouted that the excellency of Pride had not yet awakened. They answered that he had awakened. However, he does not leave the room and lies in bed. And so it has been since last year after that defeat. The demon said that such seclusion affects their fighting spirit. The other confirmed that they have a master with them, but they can no longer endure it. The man said that if that was the case, he would force him to give up his status as king. He couldn't believe that the salamanders had been eaten. It was unclear what kind of creatures could devour disembodied spirits. One of the demons began to shout that the enemy had arrived. The castle was surrounded by a swarm of locusts. The demon king of gluttony had betrayed them. The woman laughed and said that was a vague statement. It was Byakuhei, the demon king of envy, and the demon king of gluttony, Kyaoki, who came to their castle. The woman called them stupid. She said that the 7 great demon kings are destined to devour each other. The one who is stronger he beats. Even the strongest sooner or later reaches his twilight. Such is the law. The girl said she didn't understand. They answered that she meant that there should only be 1 king. However, there were 2. The woman told them to go to hell and said she didn't need their comments. The demons began to fall under the onslaught of energy. The girl asked if she could eat it. She was told that she could, but they would only be good as a snack. The girl wished herself bon appetit and said that it was very tasty. She said she wanted more. The woman said that the appetizer was enough. The Queen of Envy said that the main course was yet to come and sent her forces forward. She waited for a long time and thought that she would not stand the wait. During that year, she was still shaking that those monsters would attack them again. She saved up her magical power with all her strength, took care of her sister. The demon said that this irritates her very much and it is unbearable for her. Everyone who is stronger than her must die. She must be the absolute standard, and only she and no other. However, she did not see a single option to defeat them. In magical terms, they are too strong. All that remains is to strengthen the girl's power and only then attack. The girl said she didn't understand and asked if there would be food. She was told that she would be given that demon to eat. The girl asked if she wanted to get his impressive magical power. The demon beamed and said that she really wanted to eat him. She said she had never tasted anything like it. It was a delicious, juicy power. The woman said she would give it to her. However, she did not want to be eaten by her sister later. First, she wanted to feed her pride. Sister of Gluttony can devour anyone and turn them into magical power. In other words, she will eat pride and become bigger. And then she will give her all the servants. If after that they are equal in strength to them, then it will be good. If not, she would defeat her sister and become stronger herself. She thought it was a perfect plan, and he was ready to win. The girl said that it was immediately obvious that the queen was plotting. However, she only wanted to eat. They said that the demon king became very charming out of pride. The demons asked her if it was true that her karma had been broken, and they called the queen and her army bad names. The karma of the demon king of pride is his enormous self-confidence, the foundation of his self-esteem. But he shamefully lost and turned into a woman, and now it's just pitiful. The woman said that she looked insignificant, and first she would show who was boss, and then she would give her to her sister to feed on. The girl tried to push her away and started screaming. The girl said that she really wanted to eat her. The Queen of Pride began to scream, asking for help. The man apologized for being late, because he had to deal with strangers. The girl said it was late, and he was late. The Queen of Envy called him a weakling and said that they could not be defeated by such cold. The girl said that ice, like another skin, is very crispy and tasty. The man bared his teeth and shouted loudly that they were traitors. The queen said she understood what had happened the other day. The girl said that they do not know what happened next. All that is known is that the Demon King Pride left his fortress and fled. The demonic flame said that it wanted the best, so it took the karma off him. The woman said that the king of the Pride demons was their enemy and there was no need to pity him. The queen said that she understood this, but he was still his descendant, and she felt sorry for him. However, she destroyed an entire army of aristocrats. As tragic as her fate was, she is now dangerous. The girl said that they have a heated feud, and this is a great chance to attack them. They have raised excellent warriors of the level of a demonic general. First of all, Belphegor. She thinks that they will be able to protect their lands in their absence. The queen said that she was very active and rarely suggested such a thing, because she was usually cautious. The girl replied that the demon kings who directly threatened people were their enemies. Cecilia replied that she believed it was not yet time to act. The girl was surprised and said that the Lord could easily win, even on enemy territory. The queen replied that this would be the case if they relied on the Karna forever. However, she said that it was impossible to do so. A system based on one genius was very fragile and illogical. The defeated army of the Demon King of Pride was a perfect example of this. The guy said he understood and had to keep leveling up. The girl called him cheerful and said that this is exactly what she loves about him. The queen said they would not just waste time. She asked if they remembered the system for collecting magic power that was discussed at the meeting. The hero replied that he remembered. In the territory of the 5 great dungeons, people are heroes. Thanks to them, they have a large surplus of magic power. The girl replied that it meant that in the dungeons of the other kings, the number of people had decreased as a magical force. The creature said that it resembled an indirect siege. The 3 demon kings only have supplies and magic power left they can only take from captured prisoners. In addition, a lot of magic is spent on internecine strife, and the overall situation is unenviable. In general, they will weaken anyway, and they just need to wait. The queen said that time is on their side, and in the meantime, they will do their own thing. The girl asked about business because it seemed like there were no urgent matters. They told her that there was a very urgent matter, and she had been patient for a long time and could not stand it any longer. No one understood what important business the queen could have. They speculated whether she wanted to attack humanity. However, this idea was rejected because she would not break the treaty with the Hycles. The queen said that they would go and visit Karna's family. The boy was surprised that he would be able to return home. The girl said that she would go with him. She heard that in human society, it is customary to visit family to demonstrate one's serious intentions. She wants to observe this custom. The demon queen also prepared souvenirs. The hero threw himself into the demon's arms and thanked her, saying that he was very glad. The girl said that they would be visiting his family, and so she did not want to seem impolite. Aisha said that they should do without gifts then, because the robbers would immediately set their sights on the rich old couple. The spirit said that there was no need to worry about this, because they lived very close by. Demonic Flame said that they are on good terms with Grandpa Hero. Everyone will protect them immediately if anything happens. The girl said that his house is safer than the Demon King's castle. Aisha said that if they go, it will be as a couple of ordinary adventurers. The queen asked him if he had heard of the couple. She added that the expression was straight out of a romance novel. The girl said that they had found something to do, but she was going to stay and guard the castle, so they could go. Now she could rest and play with the cats. In the presence of the hero and others, she can't relax. And now she can relax. The guy was surprised that they wouldn't go with them, and he said that it was impossible to do that, because they were comrades. They began to persuade her to go together. Aisha said she wouldn't do that, and said their house was probably some kind of horrible dungeon. The queen said that if they introduce the grandparents to their relatives, they will feel even more at ease. She said that if she has no urgent business, she will go with them. The boy made a pleading face and asked her to go with them. The girl agreed and said that she would go with them and asked not to look at her like that. The guy beamed and thanked her. The queen giggled and said that the girl was careless in front of the boy's puppy eyes. Aisha asked her to shut up and said that it was just her job. Meanwhile, at Karna's house on the border of the Zilwan region, the man turned to the granny and said that an earthquake had started. There appeared a dragon from the mountain, and he was walking straight towards them. The goddess of the earth, Shitsugyo, commands us to calm down. The elderly couple assumed that their neighbor was in a bad mood today. She said that someone touched a piece of her on the surface of the earth. This power is too dangerous in the hands of the weakened people that Istia spoke of. Therefore, only those who lived in the time of the gods should know about it. The girl began to calm herself down and say that she needed to calm down, otherwise wrinkles would appear. She wanted her beloved Karna to return. He would definitely be able to defeat her, who was bound to the Bastet particle. A piece of her and Bastet is the demon king of rage. Someone touched her seal. She said that he needed to be stopped. A few days after the general's meeting, in Karna's house on the border of the Ziluana region in the domain of the demon king of lust, the man thanked the hen for the eggs and said she was full of energy. The woman said she was good, and when the guy sent her to them, she was scared at first. The old man said that now they get money for eggs as if they were gold. The guild says that this is a rare commodity. The old woman replied that they are very large and she is interested in what they do with these eggs later. The man suggested that they were used to make omelets or pancakes. He apologized to the guild members for the wait. They started to talk amongst themselves, saying that none of them had the revelation of the monster tamers, and they were asking where they got the Kakatoris from. They had no idea, because the guild had strictly forbidden them from digging into the truth. After all, both the yolk and the white are very rare materials for elixirs. If they break the egg, they won't see a reward, so they need to carry it carefully. The elderly couple said goodbye to them, and the man said that they were always so busy that they couldn't even have tea. The woman assumed that their boss had ordered them not to stay. They both felt a little lonely. The boy turned to his grandparents and said that he had returned. They were very happy to see him. The dragon descended to the earth. He used divine steel creation. The boy asked for a flame to appear. Many demons began to use magic. Thus, the cockatoo egg omelet was ready. The woman said that it was very convenient, and the man said that there would be enough omelet for everyone. The demonic light said that it was a simple matter. The eggs of his confidant were full of nutrients and had the healing effect of prolonging life. They were also very tasty. Therefore, the couple should eat them for health and live longer. The girl said that the omelet prepared by the gods from the Kakatoris egg is a whole sacred relic. The spirit said that it is an ordinary breakfast, although sometimes you want to eat a dragon or a phoenix. Aisha said that monsters that can destroy an entire city are not just cattle. The queen held out a spoon to the boy and began to feed him from her hands. He told her that he was no longer a child. She smiled and said that he was not a child. He was her husband, and she was his wife. Grandpa said he didn't think his grandson would have such nice friends. Granny asked if they were traveling together. Their boy was very clumsy, and she was worried about him. She called the girls organized. The man said that he had cleverly assembled a team of beauties. The girl asked them about the main character's parents. The old man replied that they were adventurers, or rather seekers. They grew up in their home, but then entered the capital's university and wanted to see the end of the world. They left them a small Karna and went to the ends of the earth. The end of the world is a legendary land beyond the mainland. The end of the world is an unknown continent that was once discovered by a great wizard with the help of magic. It is known for sure that this land is located far beyond the oceans, but due to the lack of people and resources, no one has ever reached it. The demonic being said that the edge of the world had not been explored even in their time. After all, humanity had enough territory to live in. However, they had a creator of the world who might know something. They, the outer gods, were given the status of the creator dragon, but sealed them away for 1,000 years. He has an ancient memory, but the present is unknown to him. Ogonyak said that he should have said it right away. Aisha thought that even first-class adventurers would laugh at such an idea. It was crazy, but then again, Karna's parents were superhumans. The guy handed the girl a spoon with an omelet and said that she should try it because it was very tasty. The girl was shocked by how it tasted. The man said it was an egg combined with their fresh milk and butter. The woman said it was delicious and they would really live longer. The girl was surprised that they looked younger. Grandpa said that Grandma looked exactly the same as on the day they met. The man said that sometimes this happens. Aisha said that this does not happen, and that normality in that house is simply abnormal. The man said that since their grandson dug up their neighbors, they often deal with the people of the neighborhood. They have become accustomed to it. The woman said that they share meat and milk with them, and they give them gifts in return. True, they don't know how to use their gifts, so they lie in the storeroom. If they want, they can take them. The queen asked if Aisha could use artifacts. The girl was surprised that gifts were given in return for food. The guy replied that it was a secret dungeon where Grandma and Grandpa lived. Aisha said that she knew it and didn't want to see him. The man took the girl by the hands and said that they had a lot of things. The girl said that he spoke as if they were ordinary household items. She thought that her grandfather was exactly like the guy, and would he really be like him when he grew up? The queen said that Aisha blushed. The girl replied that it was not true and there was no need to laugh at her. The demon asked why she was embarrassed and asked to talk about all the charms of the hero. Aisha said that she was not one of those who looked at children. The queen said that in that case they should wait until he grew up, which meant that they would see each other in 10 years. The girl said that she would rather go look at the artifacts. She found a barn that was unlocked. The queen said that it was incredible that one stone had more magical power than the entire legacy of the Demon King in greed. The creature said that this candy was created by the goddess of the earth. Firepaw said that this thing can restore all magic power, even to them gods. He assumed that even one crumb of it will fill all human kingdoms with magic. The girl was indignant that such a divine relic was given as a gift for food. However, for them, it was an ordinary object. There was nothing worse underground, so they gave it away. Aisha said that their standards are distorted. Everything there is too strong, and she cannot use it. The deity said that by making a pact with the hero, she became completely different. The guy uses her power so she can use his. So she can handle the artifacts too, so she can take what she wants. The girl asked if there would be an enemy in battle that they would be useful against. She assumed that those things could even defeat the Demon King. Fire said that he would appear because he was very close. She must master the artifacts, and these are the minimum conditions, otherwise she will not win. The girl asked what this meant. The appearance of the guest was recorded, and the teleportation magic was launched. A girl appeared. She greeted the heroes and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guy greeted her and apologized for the sudden call. She said it was okay and was only happy to thank him. The grandfather asked the boy who they were. He replied that they were his work partners. The girl introduced herself and said hello. She said her name was Termo, and she was glad to meet them. The man said he had come by invitation. He was an old hero of the Heikel's Hermitage. The man said he would borrow the seat for a short time and hoped for understanding. The girl used healing boiling water and a hot spring appeared. The woman said that it was a very good gift. The boy said that since he had returned home, he wanted to prepare a gift for them, but he could not choose which one. The queen said that goodies could be made from the egg, and they hardly needed the money, so she built them an open-air hot spring. It heals. She added that it cures everything except lovesickness. The guy said that the girl was beautiful, and he didn't expect anything else from her. She giggled and said she was praised. Aisha noted that they had found a common language and would definitely become friends. She was not in the mood for a love relationship, so she was not responsible for the consequences. The spirit said that the girl really had talent. Aisha said that changing the landscape was a very powerful magic. The spirit said that the area around that field was cursed by their secret dungeon. However, she was able to cleanse even a small piece of land and turn it into a blessed spring. Moreover, the hot spring is the providence of the goddess of the earth. Perhaps she is a descendant of the surviving confidant of the goddess. The goddess of the earth among all the ancient gods is especially shrouded in mystery. This creature protects the earth's interior of that continent. The spirit said that not only the continents, but all the territories of the planet in general. When they see it, they will understand everything. Now they can relax in the springs and have heart-to-heart talks like older people. The man said that since the god of war and thunder was inviting him, he had no right to refuse. The hero said that now his muscles would melt, as if they were about to fall off him. The girl was glad that Grandma and Grandpa liked the gift. Perhaps the plan worked. The guy said that he was very happy to see them again. The man said that in this, he was no different from other children. Because of their desire to stand out, there was a commotion in the lands of people. There was no time even to rest. However, let it be so, and let them think that he lost. Since they built springs on their territory, he certainly won't see victory. The spirit asked if there were hot springs in human cities. The girl said that there were, but they were expensive. The man said that the springs take away visitors' magical power, but they are free and for everyone, and you don't even have to pay taxes for them. They did keep their agreement not to rule, but to coexist with humans. But for humans, it is still a bit of a radical idea. The kingdom hides it carefully, but it is a matter of time before the promises are broken. In the last war, the army of the Union of Lords was defeated. The guy said that they were doing such horrors and made dungeons out of the ruins and resurrected the dead as undead. True, they then helped them ascend. The man said that he was grateful for that. They buried the dead according to human customs. The boy said that he did what he had to do. The hero said that having lost the army, the lords decided to rebuild it from scratch and for this purpose began to collect a special military tax. The queen said that they were receiving a lot of goods and traders from the territory of the people. The boy said that he thought that the border guards no longer existed. The man replied that they were talking about outposts on their territory. But people have set up new checkpoints and are blocking roads. But the poor who are unable to pay the tax are forced to flee. The girl realized that this meant that the human kingdom with high taxes and the territory of the demon king, where your magic power is taken away but there are no taxes and there is freedom, magic power can be restored by simply resting, but the money cannot be returned. To be honest, she would have moved too. The man confirmed her words, and said that he and his knightly order had lost the king's trust, and now they only guard the border regions. In general, he simply drives away refugees, and frankly, it is morally difficult for him. Now he understands why people flock to them for the hot springs. The girl said that in fact adventurers and merchants, also guilds, asked them to take taxes from them. The queen asked why. She was told that usually people do not like it when money is taken from them. They are now humans living in the Demon King's territory, but they do not receive any protection as citizens. For example, they cannot go to court to resolve trade disputes. Thanks to the undead heroes, they are becoming more and more peaceful. But many want to officially become citizens of those lands and be under the protection of the Demon King. Aisha was surprised that he was asking for taxes to be introduced for this, because it was strange. The man said that he had made a pact with the Demon King and was essentially considered a traitor to humanity. It was not his place to ask, but he wanted them to take care of their people. In the center of the capital, the church is blowing up the tail of the threat of monsters, and the kingdom has closed the borders with the territory of the Demon King of Lust, but the northern borders leading to the territories of other demon kings are open. The spirit said that this means that people will flee there because of taxes. The man said that some people are deliberately sending them north. It can be concluded that they intended to conquer the lands of those weakened by pride, jealousy, and gluttony. The queen asked if they were aware that the three demon kings were currently fighting each other. The hero replied that they were told that the church had its own army and spy network. It was highly likely that it had become active during the crisis. Rumor has it that they are already looking for a new hero and they need to be on guard. The girl thanked the hero and said that their spies will find out everything. She said that he was probably involved in this, the demon king of sloth. But the mysterious king hiding in the territory of the people remained a mystery. He manipulates the politics of the kingdom, and another accomplice informed them of the actions of the new demon king. The girl said that at first she thought it was very strange to arrange a secret meeting with the hero right in the source, but it turns out that this place was an information gathering place. The guy said that the secret dungeon of the ancient gods was nearby, near his family's house. He said that he had already agreed on everything, and they could go there tomorrow. That was why he had gathered them all. Everyone was surprised and started asking a lot of questions. A huge monster stood and said that this was the entrance to a secret dungeon. The queen said it was a beautiful building and asked the hero if he had built it. He was surprised that she had guessed. The boy said that when he removed the local seal, a hole appeared in the ground. He decided not to leave it like that, so he built a hallway. The spirit said that otherwise their magic power would leak out. The fire said that they were sleeping there, and if they woke up, it would be very bad for everyone. The girl said that they were dangerous guys anyway. She asked what impression the dungeon had made on the old hero. He said that he wanted to go home, and it was simply unrealistic to conquer something like that. The girl was surprised by his honesty, because she thought that he would go inside right away. The man replied that a real hero must know his limits. It's dangerous there. The dungeon he went to wasn't even close. The spirit said that the secret dungeon, the Great Cemetery, is a magical device created by ancient humanity with the wisdom of the ancient gods. The gods sleep in it. The girl said that nothing would happen to the main character, but they definitely couldn't be there. The spirit said that he thought they could handle it. Aisha told him to think within the bounds of common sense. The boy laughed and told me to worry. They would only visit part of the cemetery today. The queen said she was sorry. The spirit said they would have introduced them to everyone. The fire said that it was generally possible to use the magic of time and space, and then in 5 to 10 years they would show at least half of the dungeon. The spirit was about to agree, but the girl told him not to dare, because after such a long period of time, they would simply die in this dungeon. He said that the main character got through it on the first try. The girl said that only a boy could do that. The man said that even he in his prime couldn't do that. Fire said that humanity had become weaker than he thought. He decided to explain everything to them. The cemetery is a magical device. With its help, small worlds were created in which their souls were sealed. The queen said it was a dungeon. There were dungeons where gods were also sealed, and they were connected through time and space. Firepaw said she understood everything very quickly. Her base, the underground palace, is built on the same principle, but this dungeon is much more advanced. Fire said that their souls are still there, and have been since the beginning of the age of the gods. If the sun goddess descends to Earth, the planet will perish. The spirit said that the cemetery was not originally a prison. It was intended so that they could send doubles with a piece of their souls to the mainland. It was a long time ago. It was a young planet, breathing life. But the motionless light of the planet grew weaker. The girl assumed that the creator had abandoned that planet. Now the dragon race ruled there. And the strongest dragon, the creator, was comparable in strength to them. After the creation of the world, God disappeared somewhere. Therefore, the program was stopped. Development did not happen, and the planet was stuck in stagnation for several 1,000 years. The Earth without God has no future. Everywhere except the continent where the dragon creator lives, the environment is not suitable for life. The man said that this is not good and suggested defeating the dragon and conquering the world. The girl said that in this case she would conquer the sun and warm the planet with her flame. The man said that he would take care of the sky and the atmosphere, stabilizing the climate. He would create conditions for life. The girl said that she would take up the power of the stars because she did not want to come down to Earth, so she would fall asleep on the moon. She said she relied on others. The woman said she would save the Earth. The goddess will infuse her soul into that planet and become its new god. She will correct its uneven breathing and stop the movement of the plates, and make it a quiet cradle of life. The girl filled the planet with the glow of stars. The man summoned lightning. The goddess summoned the flame. The woman revived the earth. People saw that the sky cleared and saw that new grass and trees appeared. They saw the gods from the New World and thought that they wanted to take over their land. A dragon came to them and said that he was a dragon protector, abandoned by the god of the world. If they wanted to rule there, they had to defeat him. He is a dragon, a protector, abandoned by the god of the world, and if people want to rule there, they must defeat him. The man asked if he was ready to fight, and if so, so was he. Several thousand years passed, and now the gods looked very small. The girl was surprised by the difference. The man said that long ago, humanity betrayed the ancient gods, and so they lost their bodies. The famous legend says that their souls are sealed, but no one knows where. The spirit said that this is true and not true at the same time. Their souls still sleep to protect that planet. The girl said that it turns out that the wind blows, the sun and moon shine, and the soil is fertile thanks to the external gods. Yes, they are, in fact, the world itself. The boy said he didn't know they were so cool. The spirit laughed and said their main parts were sealed and became the world's support system. And with the guy, there were only their doubles, who appeared after the contract with him. The queen asked why they sometimes take on their true form. They said they had a hero to thank for that. They were stripped of control over the cemetery and could no longer contact the surface. But the boy broke the seal, and even reached the very depths of the territory of the goddess of the earth. The cemetery was protected by the dungeon of the Age of Gods and all sorts of traps. But he destroyed even the magical, divine, and ghostly beasts. The spirit confirmed this and said that the ancient gods had long desired the birth of a vessel capable of becoming a new god. They were delighted that humanity had evolved so much. The fire said that the boy must answer for tempting them like that. The hero said they were family. Firepaw said that at first the hero couldn't even help them consistently use their power outside the cemetery. So he made a pact with the goddess of the earth and learned to take away the magical power from the earth's arteries. The girl realized that he possessed unlimited magical power. The boy said that the magic power belongs to the earth and the goddess, and he is just a pipe, so he thinks it is not worth talking about. The girl thought about the contract with the goddess of the earth and unlimited magical power. This is already outrageous. This is a completely different dimension, and they won't be able to cope with the hero, even the demon kings, let alone people. The girl didn't understand anything, but she thought the guy was cool. The queen suggested that if control over the cemetery that humans had taken were retaken, the outer gods would be reborn. They told her that it was possible, but they did not recommend testing it. If their souls were to awaken, the world's support system would stop. Anything can happen. For example, the sun will disappear and the moon will fall. In addition, among the external gods, there are those who are hostile to people. Having appeared in the world, they may want to take revenge and destroy humanity. The spirit said that this had to be stopped. The girl thanked them and agreed that she didn't want a tragedy. Aisha said that she somehow did not believe that the king and the church had such power now. Otherwise, they would not have lost to the demon kings. The man spoke about the ritual of providence. It has been carried out since ancient times, and with its help, the gods give a person the seal of talent or profession. It was an old system. It's just that the world in the era of creation was full of danger. So they simplified their powers and techniques and began to pass them on to people. For example, talent is the god of war, and the blessing of the daughter of the goddess of the earth, the goddess of knights. She was captured by humans during the war, but her soul is not in that cemetery. No one knew where she was now. The spirits hoped that she would not do anything. The queen assumed that she was a troublesome goddess. They answered that she is strong and serious and devoted to her cause. She always keeps her promises. She is the standard of a knight, only she is very unlucky. A knight often falls into traps. She seems strong, but for some reason she often loses. The girl said that she thinks this situation has become a tradition. Demons call this the seal of destruction, and people call it providence. But System 1 is the same. So his power and the power of demons, it's all the power of external gods. It was unclear what this could mean. The ritual through which the seal of the past hero was given to him, and the power of which he was given foresight, was the power of the demon king. The boy asked what was wrong. He assumed that he did not want to talk because he was a servant of the demon king. They told him that this was exactly it. They were building a country where demons and humans would coexist in peace and harmony. And there, old scores would be of no use. It seemed that he still had something to do in his old age, so he asked to rely on him. The boy said that if he could help him, he should contact him. He respects him very much, and he does not want him to die and is always ready to help. The man thanked him. He wanted to have such a grandson. The gods began to say that they understood him perfectly. The queen suggested going inside. The guy said that in that case he would open the gate. They headed into the dungeon. The hero told the girl not to worry and to trust him. She said that if something happened, she would be angry. The deity said that they were in the mantle layer closest to the very center of the planet. The goddess's blessing created its space there, but he does not advise going there with anything other than time and space magic. Otherwise, they will be smeared by pressure. The life of the entire planet was enormous. It was like a mountain range. God said that this was her main body, and the little double was sleeping under that same pasture. The boy said that he asked her to protect his house while he was away. However, she wanted to go with him more. The little fire said that this woman was huge, and even if she shrank into a bun, she would still be huge. Over time, she came to terms with this, but she still complained sometimes. The woman said that she could hear everything, and asked not to say it in front of people and not to spoil her greatness. The spirit said that he was speaking loudly on purpose. He asked her to come out and meet them. God was indignant that she would ask him to climb up her little toe again. However, he did not need that. The girl asked again about the little toe. The boy said that when he came there, it was very difficult to remove the seal. The spirit said that they cut off the local time from the outside world, and they had to climb up for years. From the little toe, they climbed up the ankle, then the thigh. Then they passed the belt, went along the stomach, crossed the mountain of the chest, reached the top. The girl started asking him about his climbing. The boy replied that he didn't understand what was going on. Aisha did not want to go the same way. The girl said that she herself called them here, therefore she would give them an easier test. Her subordinate on the ground, although greatly weakened, still showed rudeness to them. As an apology, she would let them experience the true power of a giant. Something appeared behind them. There was a huge girl there who emanated magical power many times greater than that of all the demon kings combined. All her armor and weapons are created by the gods. In such a battle, human weapons are useless. The spirit said that they had not had such strong opponents for a long time. Another god asked to share his power with him. They were thrown back because of a barrier they could not get through. The girl told the outer gods to get ready, because this is a test for people and all living things on that earth. There was a copy of her daughter, the goddess Fatlekla. The holy shield is imprinted with a seal of white protection. It is an absolute barrier that repels any magic. Without magic and the support of the gods, they can only rely on themselves. The goddess told the protagonist to defeat her daughter. Without magic and the support of the gods, they can only rely on themselves. The goddess told them to defeat her daughter. She formed a giant barrier around them. These were the walls that formed something like an arena. The man asked if she was the patroness of the knights in the church. The woman confirmed this and said that the god that people worshipped, she created her original image. The queen said that he was a double of the goddess, otherwise they speak no worse than Mr. Norden's. Moreover, magic does not work on her. She did not know if they could win. The guy said that they could do it. It would be difficult for him alone, but together with them, everything will work out. Aisha said they couldn't help him. The boy said they would help him a lot, and frankly, he would lose. He said he would explain the strategy to them now, and they would get down to business seriously. Territory of the Demon King of Pride. The depths of the last dungeon. The woman said that they had captured the lands of the Demon King of Pride and there was one last piece left. The defender began to attack her and the girl. The Queen of Gluttony wished herself bon appetit. The woman called him a worthless summoned beast and said that he wasn't even a demonic general. She said he wouldn't be able to stop their progress. The Queen of Envy told him to know his place. The girl said that she found it very tasty. The woman said that they had broken through the final frontier. It had been done at a truly breakthrough pace. She said that it was all thanks to a brilliant, talented, very smart girl with a strategic mind. And then she turned to her sister. The girl said that she would listen to her and get goodies for it. The queen said that she only cared about food, and it was somehow sad to prevail over it. They buried all the demonic generals of the army and Pride. They only had the general of ice left. She said that spineless Pride wouldn't even pass for a backbone. They both laughed. The guards blocked their way. The woman said that her stupid sister ate almost the entire army, and now her magic power is at its peak. It is simply impossible to lose. She put her hand forward and told the girl to eat them all. The girl began to attack them, and the demons began to run away. The girl called the knight to her, and he immediately knelt down before her. She begged him not to leave and abandon her. The queen asked if the demon kings of gluttony and jealousy had left. She asked to tell them that she would give them all the gold and servants, and that she would serve them. However, in return, they should do nothing to her. The man said that it wouldn't help, and the demon kings wanted her head. In order to defeat the powerful demon king in lust, the souls of the other kings must unite. That is, they will defeat her in any case. But they will not be able to win. Their enemy is the outer gods. The greatest beings are the same as their ancestor Bastet. The woman said that she found it funny to call them demon kings. They were just nothing, created from 7 parts of the soul, one external god. They could never defeat the real gods. That guy has a contract with several gods at once. The girl fell to the floor and said that she could not do it anymore and asked to leave her alone. She was very afraid of pain. The queen asked her subordinate to defeat her. She said that she tried to do it herself many times, but she couldn't. Her body was blessed by an external god, and she became a goddess, so she can't die in the usual way. She begged him to defeat her. She told him to inherit her soul and take the throne. The man began to address her. The girl asked him to make it so that she would not suffer. The man shed a tear and said he couldn't do it. She gave birth to him from her third soul, making him her personal general. And while that's normal for demons, he considered her his father. She told him that he was talking nonsense because they were both demons. The strong devour the weak, and that was the order of things. Now she was ridiculously weak and pathetic. The man said that he, too, had wanted to kill her and take her soul more than once. However, she was his idol, father, and master. He could not give his heart. The queen slapped him on the cheek and called him a fool. He was easily overcome by emotion. The woman said that he was no longer a demon or even a demon general. He asked her what she called him. The queen asked him to be quiet and said that she would not repeat it again. She said that it was not too late and she would give him the last order. The girl asked him to gather the remaining warriors and surrender. She thought that they would not kill him. He asked what would happen to her then. She said she would die. Although she was terrified at the thought of becoming food for gluttony. Perhaps because Varvatis turned her into a goddess, she awakened the maternal feelings that Bastet had rejected. From now on, she is not his father but his mother. The man locked her in and she asked him what he was doing. He thanked her, calling her mother, and said that her words gave him, the general of ice, the strength to fight. The girl told him to stop and said that he had no chance against them, and it was just pointless, and he would die in battle. He began to deny it and said that there was meaning in it. The boy said that he was fighting for her, and that was more important than any treasure or glory. He swore on his honor that he would protect her with his life, so she could rest easy. The queen of envy and the queen of gluttony burst inside. The woman saw the man's face and said it was creepy. The boy said they couldn't understand. He wasn't fighting because he was a demon or because he was a duty officer, but because he was a general. A man fights for his mother, and these feelings will make him stronger. While jealousy and gluttony attacked the Demon King Pride's territory in the capital of the human kingdom, people were shouting that she had appeared before them. The messenger and the angel of announcement, they asked to be shown the way. Far away, the demon kings fight each other. The survivor will become a threat to humanity. Many succumbed to temptation and their souls were defiled. They forgot about gratitude to God and fell into the clutches of the demon king. They choked in their own unchanging desires. But after the appearance of the last demon king, the hour of the great judgment will come. The goddess said to pray, and then salvation will come, somewhere in human lands. The man pointed his finger to the side and asked what it was. An earthquake started, and they started running. At the same hour, in the territory of the goddess of the earth. The man suggested talking again. The queen said that at Karna's request she would give the orders. Their enemy was a copy of the external god. A copy is something like a familiar with imitation abilities. That is, the abilities are the same, but weaker. Sure, the holy shield aegis that blocks all magic is a pain in the ass, but there is a way around it. You can. The boy said that Mrs. Terma is the key to their victory. The knight began to attack. The boy directed Aisha forward. According to Karna, the absolute barrier only blocks spell attacks. Magic stone attacks work. The girl said that she saw that she was completely fine with her resistance to the elements. The guy started attacking. The spirit praised them. This attack could be compared to his super punch. Fire noted that they first distracted the enemy with the flame of the stone and then hit with the holy meat and strengthened. Together they performed 3 roles at once. They strengthened themselves, weakened the enemy, and attack. The girl felt a new feeling in which she understood the hero's heart. What should they do next, and in what direction should they move? It was conveyed if they were connected. The man asked if they had thought of just using him. The boy asked what he was talking about. The general used open core and assault. The revelation that summons 10,000 people has been reduced to 2 people. It is true that they can activate a revelation that does not use a spell. Even so, he doesn't think it can penetrate the copy of the goddess. He needs to find her weak point. The girl used the thread of the divine spider. The thread of time and space, the Atlantean began. The goddess asked if they had given it to them. The spirit said that it was not them. It was in the house of the hero's grandparents. The girl called them fools and told them to return the thread of space and time. Aisha asked where the spider god's thread had disappeared to and what kind of sword it was. The boy said it was a demonic black wormus called the God Eater. The grandfathers said they were defeated by that sword. Aisha was surprised that that weapon defeated the outer gods. The boy said it was just a copy. The girl asked how she uses defensive magic. The queen replied that it is not magic, but the power of the demon lord. She simply releases the magic power that humans gave her from the demon lord's territory, and it is ineffective. The girl said that the magic sword is a void that erases magic power. He had half learned to block it, but she was hampered by the attack limitation. The man said that the defense magic was used up. Even the recovery magic did not work. As they had planned, that move would decide the outcome of the battle. He gave Thelma instructions to go forward. She agreed. The boy said that this was the sanctuary of the Earth Goddess. Blessed by the Earth, the power of Thelma's revelation would be strengthened. The man was happy that it worked. The girl said that she never thought she could create a hot spring that would accommodate that giant. It was funny, but cruel. The girl replied that the rules of the creator of the hot springs also apply. Simply put, it is forbidden to wear armor in the spring. The man raised his sword and said that he would concentrate his revelation on Karna for 2 minutes. He activated the blessing of the hero's revelation. The boy said to let the scorching heat out. The spirit asked if Karna had proven his case. He turned to Tsithogwa and asked if she had anything to say. The earth goddess, Tsithogwa, looked breathtaking in full growth and was very large. The spirit asked her not to act so arrogantly. The girl said that her aunt had more wrinkles. Another spirit said that he knew that he was in a difficult situation, and it was too difficult to tell her. The woman told them to be quiet because she was going to tell them something important. The boy asked everyone to climb up so that it would be more comfortable to talk. Aisha asked if they would sit on the palm of the god. The boy asked them not to be shy. The goddess looks strict, but is actually very kind. The queen asked the boy to accompany her. The man said that if a woman led the way, he would lose his reputation as a knight, so he would go too. The girl asked Aisha if she could take her hand. The girl agreed. As expected, the kingdom of the goddess who rules the earth was beautiful. The boy had never seen such a beautiful forest. The goddess said she was glad to hear it. She would like to treat the guest to a welcome meal. She asked if magic crystals would do, since she could not cook. Aisha said that one ball had more magical power than the legacy of greed. The boy thanked him and said that they were delicious as always. The girl was surprised that the guy had been eating them for a long time. He said that there was no normal food in the Great Tomb. The goddess said that after capturing her territory, she gave him their food. The woman said something like, he says on her hand, "It looks like a chirping bird, and it's cute." The queen also confirmed it. The boy said he's not a child. The man said that this was the reason for the hero's superior magical abilities. It was natural if you ate such food. The girl said that normally such strong magic would have killed her. The goddess suggested to get down to business. The last battle was amazing, the form of a man who surpassed the copy of the outer god. The other outer gods sleeping in the great tomb also saw it. So they admit that they must protect them. She addressed them as the children of the Bastet, called demons and humans. There is no difference between them. The man said that even humanity that once rebelled against the gods would be recognized. The goddess said that even if a child bit a parent's hand while leaving the nest, neither parent would be angry. God said it would be a lie to say they weren't angry about humanity's betrayal. Another god said it was over. If they were going to be independent, there was no reason to be angry. If possible, he wanted them to continue their faith. The goddess said that they would do so. They created many planets that believe in them. Protect the world with the magical powers that come with it. To preserve the environment where their children live. Sometimes people appear who create a world from scratch, like the nameless god who owns the remains of that planet. Ever since the seal was destroyed by his beloved hero, it had received the momentum of that world and regained its infrastructure. The dragon said that it was a public object on that planet. Their mastery is revelation, magic, and various powers that they share. The goddess said that the legacy of the outer gods lives on. a revelation carved into humanity, locked in by humans and their compatriots. Humans and demons are the children of Bastet. It's just the difference between the creator and the creator of that planet. They're just two races because they gave them part of their souls. The girl asked about the souls of the outer gods. Now revelation is monopolized by an organization called the Church. They do not give magical powers to those they cannot control. Religious faith does not allow them to be believed as the supreme deity. They have tried to erase them. But 1,000 years ago they did not allow it. The lower deity that was the source of the revelation given by the Church circumcised that soul. She became a copy of what they had just defeated, with an unchanging fragment. Compared to the hero of the era of the gods, the reason why modern people are much weaker. The girl asked about the legacy of the outer gods and the evidence. The goddess said that her dear girl, who received her divine protection, had a hot spring to prove it. Now the subdivine divinity is very important. It cannot give revelation to all mankind. People who have not received revelation are the same as demons. They have received the protection of the external gods. The dear hot spring girl must be a descendant of those she served. The goddess asked if she had been taught another faith in the church. The girl replied that her homeland was a mining town, so there was an altar to the mountain god. The woman said that these little remnants were the human race itself. The heroes and holy maidens who trained their souls to become gods, they remain in that world as root gods. Their blessing is beyond the system they left behind. It can be said that this is the true birth life they desired. The goddess said that Garu is also one of them. Having received the revelation of the heroic spirit with his instructions, she finds friends and fights with them. The man said that they completely understand young girls. The goddess said that her daughter, who shared her soul, was the one who was captured during the rebellion of humanity. This is the origin of the night heroes. It is not that today's people are weak, but that the revelation is collapsing. The spirit said that if she knew so much, she should have told him before leaving. The woman replied that she couldn't help it. She managed to get the information from it thanks to finding the demon lord's territory. Faith in her was awakened by the creation of burning springs in different places. The network of temples was rebuilt. Thanks to this, she was able to study the distortion of humanity. The girl asked the heroes if this was how they had planned it. The queen turned to the boy and said that this was so. Aisha said that she understood why the heroes of humanity were so strong. They had a fragment of the soul of an external god. In other words, it is the same as the demon lord. The heroes of humanity, the demon lord, both are strengthened one, and in the same way, the conclusion was the same, no matter how you look at it. The man said he couldn't believe they had been killing each other for 1,000 years with that connection. It was stupid. The girl asked why the hero was so strong. His magic power could be explained by the candy, but she didn't think that was all. The spirit said the boy was originally strong. The god who created that world, who left that land in ancient times, most likely left a fragment in the ground. It was given to the hero or a member of his family through a system of revelations. It transforms his warrior or magician and becomes the talent of a sage and necromancer. Apparently, it awakened in the boy. The hero said he didn't know it was so special.